Hi, everyone. Welcome to Office Hours. If you are watching on YouTube, you'll see a little link down below, and you can click on it, and you'll join us in Zoom. And then you'll see another little link that you can click, and you'll join us in Mukana. And that's where you can ask questions and vote on questions, chat with each other. So we highly recommend it. If you think you can answer the questions that you're seeing here, we'd love to have you join the panel. It's open to anyone who is ready to get here just a little early. 6:40 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. If you're not sure you're ready, you can come as early as 6 a.m. and just check out your kit and hang out with us. A lot of times we're just having tea and coffee and talking about whatever we're talking about, waiting for people to come check out their kit. So that's kind of what we're working on there. We start general questions. Today's a long day with general questions, 7 to 8. We'll stop a little before 8, let the teachers in. So we have an education for 2 hours from 8 to 10. And then the Ripple training folks will be joining us at 10 a.m., 10 to 11 to answer your Resolve questions. And then we'll take a little bit of time there. And after that, at noon, some of us are gonna build Raspberry Pis together. So anyway, it's a pretty full day. And we will be taking breaks. So just so you know, at the end of most of each section, we'll take a little bit of a break and then come back and keep going. It's just given how long the day is going to be, we do plan to pace ourselves a little bit. Let's jump into it. Bill, you ready?
Absolutely. Sirkantas from Chennai, India says suggestions for a 4K monitor for vMix production, editing, remote control of multiple AWS instances. They want us to consider size, refresh rate, and have a question mark after HDR10 as a possible solution.
Anyone have any specific recommendations? I mean, the two brands that I use probably the most are the Dells and the LGs are the ones that I'm using most. Go ahead, Peter. You're muted.
Yeah, I've settled on the Dell U series monitors, which are the high end, and then following TJ's example, I have a Spider calibration tool to once a month go through and recalibrate them. But I have a 32-inch and I have two 27 inches on one on each side, so that's what I use.
And do you know if those support HDR10? I think they're like 300 nits or 400 nits. I'm not sure which.
Yeah, they're not. I don't.
400 nits.
I wouldn't use them for what Charles does for a living. That's for darn
right.
sure. For darn sure.
Right. Absolutely.
I mean, my eyes are good. They're good enough for my eyes, and they do. I mean, for what I'm doing, they're perfect. If you're doing professional, that's your domain, not mine.
Yeah, I mean, what you're looking for a lot of times for an HDR monitor is something that's going to hit 1,000 nits. Is kind of like where you want to start. 1600 is kind of where a lot of things are starting to go towards. But more than that, you have to start worrying about. I have to admit, if I spend a lot of time looking at that brightness, my eyes have to recover. So there's actually warnings on the Sony 310 about your eyes. Like, hey, if you keep on watching this, it might not be good for you. Go ahead, TJ.
I've seen people use a large LG television for that, and also LG has like a 43-inch monitor. I think Guy has actually one of those.
Right.
So I'll hand it off to Guy. He can explain that one.
Guy.
Yeah, here it is right here. It is an HDR monitor, and this is the quad display. So I have my PC up top and then my Mac below, and you can see that Teradici. So if you are doing AWS, it's nice to be able to pop those into separate quadrants and then handle your main stuff. So I have my vMix in the top left, and then I have my Mac stuff down below, and then Zoom in the top right. So cool monitor for $699, and I'll put a link in Mukana.
$699. That's it.
What? That's it. $699. I mean, cheaper than buying a quad decimator and a monitor.
Now, does it loop through, or is it just it just goes straight in?
No, it doesn't loop. It just goes straight in.
That's great. Beiju?
Yeah, one comment on that panel is not very color accurate, so it's really good for having multiple monitors on screen, but if you really shouldn't be judging color on that, for that, the other 27-inch or the 32-inch UHD monitors from LG are a little better. The Dell also has a 42, 43-inch, which has a better panel, I believe, but it's about double the price. I think it's about $1,000 or $1,200 for that one.
That's great. Next question.
Alvis Lasdens, it looks like, from Riga, Latvia, says, anyone have any idea on how to record 8 vMix callers separately in 8 files? I tried multi-recorder, it writes 8 files, but if the frame rate or resolution changes, a new file is created. Thanks.
Trying to find a vMix solution for that, because that's over the. Does one vMix I guess one vMix will handle it. But I think you're getting into the outer limits of what vMix does well. I mean, that's why a lot of times what we do is we want whatever we're managing the calls to be separate from our editing package and then just feed them in. I know that vMix call is convenient, but I think as soon as you start pushing a little bit past what it was designed for, which is just bringing callers in for a live show, you start to see idiosyncrasies. So that's I think that I think you're gonna have a hard time getting that to work with vMix on its own. Next question.
Alva's is back with a second one from Riga. Any tips on how to control 3 Zoom Rooms PC? I need to pin 9 panelists and be able to change them. Web-based Zoom Rooms controller doesn't work anymore on version of the Zoom Rooms 5.5.0.
What?
It's kind of hit or miss. He can drop back down to 5.4 and it's consistent, but 5.5, Mickey and I have been having issues with it going in and out, and same with Greg Gibson. Greg Gibson went back to 5.4 and he said, it's solid. 9 though, we really recommend just 2 per room because you get some gunk on the screen on one. So if you have 3 displays, you really want 2 per room. So 9 panelists is a lot. Zoom OSC might be a better way to go for that, or a lot of rooms.
And we're still old fashioned because we still have the tablets that we bought for all of our machines. So for us, I don't think the tablets are having any trouble. It's the web interface that's having trouble specifically.
Yeah,
I think
tablets are totally solid. Tablets work fine.
So those are like $130 tablets or something, I think, that we bought from Samsung. They work great.
And Alvis, Jonas found a secret backdoor into the app. If Jonas wants to speak up for a second, where he found that.
Do you mean the CLI or the API?
The app that's hidden for service in the...
Oh, yeah. If you go into the directory where the Zoom Room is installed, search for app named controller and start it and see if you can suddenly control it.
So wait, so explain this. Like, what is it?
You can run the Zoom Room controller app on a PC. It's already installed, but it's hidden.
Interesting. Very interesting. We'll have to take a look for that.
A secret panel.
Yeah, we opened up the secret door. All right. Next question.
Jonas Dotel, who just amazed us from Reutlingen. Alex, have you worked with Omnitone to render ambisonic as binaural renders directly on the browser, or any other tool to create binaural audio in a browser? And he has a website, airforceecho.com as a reference.
I have not. Mickey, have you seen this before?
No, I haven't either.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I don't know much about rendering it in the browser other than, well, actually, I haven't seen it rendered. Most of them are apps that have been doing it, and not so much browser. Of course, if you have it in the browser on something like an Apple TV and you share it with AirPlay, if it goes to something that can read it, it's not actually sending from your phone to the device. It's sending the stream to the device, and so a lot of times you can move things over, but actually listening to it from the browser, I don't have any experience with yet. Almost everybody's doing it in their app right now, but we'll take a look at it. I don't have any more information. Next question.
Tyler Roberts in Chambersville, I believe it's Pennsylvania, says, what's a good rack-ups backup power supply?
Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
Well, having used those thousands of those in the last 20 years, I've never gone wrong with TripLight or APC.
Yep. We use a lot of APCs. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, APC, TripLight, and also CyberPower is pretty good as well.
We've had enough issues with CyberPower that we don't use them anymore. We definitely used a ton of CyberPowers, a ton of APCs, and a handful of, I think, Lieberts that are really nice. but the the APC seems to be kind of the good middle of the road for us as far as the Lieberts I would put into everything if I could, because they're really conditioning all the power on the way through, and and they give you a lot, so what were we gonna say, Peter?
I was gonna say the Lieberts are in fact they're more than just UPSs. They're
Right.
line conditioners, and those are the size of 3 or 4 refrigerators in our data centers. We'll have literally on one wall the A side power and the B side power down the other wall. Those are huge. I thought the question
Well,
was
we have
rack units.
we have rack units. We have Lieberts that are rack units.
No,
that
we use both in our data centers.
Right.
Rack had its own UPS and then went to the AB units on the walls.
Yeah, and we use the rack. So we have, or I've had Lieberts that are actually in the rack. I think they're 2 or 3 U deep, and they're amazing. But again, APC is the price per performance of what we can normally afford. Like I have 90%, 95% APCs. We've had some issues with CyberPower doing things that we didn't expect it to. Mostly just saying it out of power when it's not. So those are the things that when UPS does that, there's a thing of let's never do that again. Let's never use that again. It only has to happen once or twice. So go ahead, John, and then JJ, and then Jason.
Yeah, I was going to say a couple of notes on APCs or UPSs. Don't forget that you need to check them regularly to make sure the battery is not going to die on you, at least annually, if not. But follow the directions. And as far as the particular model, just go with what your needs are for that rack. You're going to have a different voltage depending on the number of U's and the power draw for the various things. So pick the right one based on your particular power needs.
And again, we're usually shooting for 40 to 60%, 60% on the outer edge of the load on the UPS to make sure that we've got some headroom for things to spin up and down and do other things that they're going to do before it hits the ceiling. Go ahead, JJ, and then Jason.
The one thing I want to also consider is instead of having to go check your devices, your rack and your UPSs, is get the NIC card on board whenever you can. Don't rely on that little bizarre USB, because then you have to get a computer to talk to the device. Get a NIC and actually talk directly to it. And then you can use something like SolarWinds to poll on that and give you information and feed a bar someplace where you're monitoring all your equipment.
We've had UPSs that can. We've had UPSs that can send us emails, and which has been great. Because they you get this email like, "Hey, I'm out of power." Someone, and so it's useful. And
the Triplite 1U actually has a really nice little interface in it. So if you're considering the Triplite as one of your options, the 1U has it's affordable. It's only $70 for the additional NIC in there, and then it's easy to configure.
That's great, Jason.
Yeah, I was going to say in corporate IT where I work, that's all we use is APC brand new. Now I was going to add in a non-production environment like your home or your studio or lab environment, you can get used APC like the Smart UPS brand. And if everything else is good, especially with the NIC card, just get a new battery. The batteries are pretty inexpensive.
Yeah. And I generally only buy UPSs that have an extra, a removable battery. This is one of those places where I don't mind that my iPhone doesn't have it, but I do mind if my UPS doesn't have it, because it's going to be the thing that goes bad. I like being able to pop them out. Yeah, and when you travel, you have to be able to do that. Next question.
Comes from panelist George Kennedy of Washington, D.C. Alex and Guy, I've got a few Zoom rooms for a client test. Should I have automatically gotten 1080p? He's only getting 720p.
Yeah, go ahead, Guy.
Yeah, it's 720p with a Zoom room just natively. Anybody can get that just with a Zoom room. You just fire it up. 1080p is a support request. You put in the ticket and then you.
It's interesting because it says that 1080p and it now promotes 1080p in the rooms when you look at the list on the website. That's what I think is a little confusing. It says 1080p, but it's only a lot of times it's only one participant in the thing that it'll do it with. Go ahead, George.
Okay, so I guess I was running some tests yesterday, so I just injected into the stream, and I was getting 720 all the way around. But I mean, I'm happy with that. It's better than 640.
Are you pinning multiple people? Are you pinning multiple people, or is it only one person in the Zoom room?
This is for a stream into Zoom, so I'll just be pinning my machine coming into.
But what I'm saying is that does that Zoom room have any more than? Is it in a meeting with more than one person?
It's going to be one. Yes, more than one person, but it's going to be a playback.
Right, but I'm saying, so our experience has been that the Zoom rooms almost always are 1080p at point to point. And as soon as we add more people, we don't know whether it's going to be 720 or not. We do now because we are on our meeting is set to 1080 and our webinar is set to 1080. But when we initially got the 1080p in the Zoom room, it only worked on point to point at 1080p. It would immediately shift down to 720 out of the box if it had more than one person on the other side. So if you connect it to a meeting, it automatically brings it to 720, but it doesn't automatically push everything to 1080. And Bill, we're adding too many questions to the on list. It should be the question being asked +3.
+3.
Guy?
Okay, so thanks for that answer. I guess the challenge is becoming, what I'm explaining to a lot of clients is most of their Zoom accounts don't have 1080 or 720. So that's becoming a challenge where they're expecting it to be 1080, but their account doesn't have that feature. Thanks for the answer.
Yep, absolutely. Next question.
Guy Cochran of Seattle, how can I program the push to talk button in Unity to a Stream Deck button using Companion? It needs to be global when the app is not the main focus.
I don't know. Yeah, go ahead, Jonas.
I think the problem is you don't have a companion module for that, but there is a module for the native Stream Deck app. So if you can use the native one, that could work. We might find a way to trigger the native one via companion. We'll have to check that.
Yeah, I'm using the native one on this Stream Deck, and then I use Companion on the second one. But either or, I needed, like yesterday, I fumbled and opened up my comms.
Oh, yeah, there's a plugin you can download for the native app.
All right.
And we're probably not going to have enough general questions to get through the first hour if people don't ask more. We got a lot of coming up for the other hours, which is good, but just letting people know. Next question.
Alvis is back from Riga, Latvia with, does anyone have experience with Zoom interpretation with 3 or more languages? Any tips on how to do it efficiently?
I know it's, you can add a lot of languages to it. I think that it's just a matter of how you're getting those languages in, I think, is always the challenge. They need to be separate. I believe that they need to be separate inputs, for each one of those. So you have to, because they're really designed as an interpreter, the interpreter will join separately and listen to it and then speak back in. So it's, and Bill, you don't want to ever, let's see here, people, okay. Sorry, things keep on pulling out of the main feed. It just needs to stay in the main feed until the last minute.
Yeah, I didn't touch that one. So
okay, yeah. Anyway, so the main thing is how you get those interpreters in and how you distribute that audio. The way it's designed is that they join separately and then they're set up for interpretation. There are other ways to do that, but I haven't done it for a little while. So has anyone else done it? It's something that you can put a lot of languages in, and it's gotten much better. And they've added a lot of features to it. And we had someone here for a while that was from the Netherlands that was doing a lot of this, but I'm afraid I haven't had to do it for a while. We should experiment with it. It'd be a fun little lab at some point. Next question.
Comes from John Puett of Huntersville. Anyone else having an issue with Filmic Pro quitting? I used to be able to leave my over-the-shoulder cam running for days, but now it stops working after just a few hours.
I haven't had that. I did one. I was talking about it before the show. I did one where I had the my battery ran out, so after 2 hours. But I haven't had it actually turn off. Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, that's actually what I'm using now. It's an iPhone 11 Pro through HDMI out into Elgato, and it runs Filmic Pro to get the clean HDMI out. I generally forget that I left it on, so it runs for days. Check maybe do not disturb settings or something like that, or software update.
Yeah, I've got an iPhone 10 Pro that's running it, and it's been, I reset the phone so it's not on anything, and it looks like the application is just quitting on its own, because when I go to the phone's still got power. The screen lock is on. The screen lock is set to never turn on, so, and it shouldn't turn on anyway with Filmic Pro. So it looks like Filmic Pro is just quitting out on its own after 30 minutes to 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah, hit me up on Discord. Maybe we can look at a couple things.
Next question.
Comes from TJ Asher on the panel here from Minneapolis, Minnesota. In the last couple of weeks, I've had to back off the gain on my Mix Pre 3.2 to hit the magic 24 LUFS, negative 24 LUFS. I was at 66 decibels of gain, and now I'm at 57 dB. No changes in the Mix Pre or software or computer. Mic into Zoom is the Mix Pre 3. What's going on here? Is my mic getting more efficient as it ages? That'd be nice. You're breaking in the diaphragm.
I guess the one question I have is are you possibly switching back and forth between original sound and not having original sound?
I am not. I've had original sound on the entire time, and now I'm actually coming in a bit low.
Yeah, I will say that I do think that Zoom varies a bit. I think that the algorithm changes about what it's trying to do and how it's trying to work. And we do have a working theory without any proof at all that it is where it's putting it might have to do with trying to find an even medium between all the inputs that it's getting. So we think that to make it more complicated for all of us who are trying to be as precise as we can, is that Zoom may actually be looking at the inputs that it's getting and trying to bring everybody into a happy medium, which would be kind of, for us, chaos. But for the average person, you have to think about the average person having a meeting, getting everybody to sound relatively the same would be useful. It is odd that it would do it when we turn original sound on, but go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, I have no clue if they're actually doing that, but I totally wouldn't be surprised if they are. It just makes sense for a platform like this.
Yeah, and go ahead, Peter.
Said something. You just said something that might be the clue, though. Says we've started in the last couple of months, because I know I'm one of the people that gets asked to do this, is to turn off original sound. So I wonder if anybody turns off original sound, it now reverts back to what you just suggested, which is it's trying to even out the conversation.
That's possible.
Right?
Yeah.
Because it's trying to make it nice for everybody.
Yeah, it's interesting. Interesting problem. Next question.
John Pewett's back from Huntersville with, I ordered a nanolight Pava tube. Are there any mounts to mount it on a light stand in a horizontal orientation?
Yeah, I've got a couple now too. I by the way, I think I figured out my power issue. I don't think it was the Pavo tube. I think that it was because the hint came that I separated my Pavo tubes from the original USB cable that came with them almost immediately. Like I was like, oh, it's a USB cable. And I just set it down and off I went. And what I was missing is that I thought, oh, it'll just charge like everything else. It'll charge faster if I put it into a USB-C, which it just immediately doesn't like, And so when you go back to just a standard USB-A, the cable it comes with is a USB-A to USB-C cable, little cloth one or whatever. When I use that, it seems to be working perfectly all the time. So it seems to be a user error. I think I'm going to do some more testing, but I've got a couple of them in here. But I think that may have been my issue, is just the user ignoring. There weren't a lot of instructions, but just ignoring the instructions. Go ahead, Sky, and then George, and then Bill.
I bought a USB adapter from AT&T when I got my phone, and it had a USB-C and a standard USB-A plugs. So I put that into my Rode Go mic. I came back, and all of a sudden it looked like I was melting my Rode Go. I didn't realize that it was a bigger wall wart than the standard ones.
Well, the interesting is that these Pavo tubes, they don't come with a power supply. They just come with a cable. It's just a USB-A to USB-C cable.
Well, that's the scary part. Not all cables are equal.
I don't think it's the cable. I think it's what you plug it into. So I think that my guess is you plug the Rode. Did you plug the Rode into the USB-C?
Yeah, because that's what
the USB-C is a lot more power. I know, but
it's the physical wall wart that apparently was shoving more power up through that
because
thing.
the USB-C can. That's the issue. Is it can take a lot more. Go ahead, Mickey, and then George.
Yeah, Nanlite. Just to answer John's question, Nanlite offers a whole bunch of of mounting adapters, and I think Guy's showing one here. They have like I think a dozen of them on their site that allows you to hook up maybe two or four units in one plate. They have a ton of options.
Yeah, and they do have quarter 20 on either end. So it's it is relatively addressable. Go ahead, George.
Guy already showed it.
Okay, Bill, and then Thomas.
I've had that happen with more lights than I want to consider. And what I mean by that is that I've used a power supply that did not ship with either the LED array or the other light, and they just didn't work exactly as designed. So I do think in some lights there's some engineering involved, matching the power supply to the fixture. And so now I'm just religious about marking which wall wart goes to which light and using the right one.
Go ahead, TJ.
Both Newer, that NEEWER, and Small Rig make small little clamps that you can clamp around a light pole, and then you can get little, what they call them, little magic arms, like 2, 3, 4, or 5 inches, and that'll screw right into the quarter 20 on the bottom, and it'll hold it.
Go ahead, Thomas.
Yeah, I'm a DIY guy, and what I did on my...
You're coming in pretty hot, Thomas. Can you pull that mic back a little bit?
Yeah. Okay, I'll...
yeah, go ahead.
On this...
Oh, there you go.
I just took some like broom clips or whatever, and that's how I mount my little converters onto my tripods and stuff. It's a little DIY thing, but it just snaps on. It's pretty quick and easy.
That's awesome. Go ahead. Yeah, Peter.
Nice hat.
Going back to the USB comment, remember it is always the responsibility of the device that is charging or receiving power to regulate how much power it will take in. This was happening a lot when Apple went from the 5 watt to the 12 watt to the 18 watt. People would misapply the charger and fry the less expensive devices. You might think they're less expensive, but the really good devices will say, I'm only going to take 12 watts.
Right. The voltage, you have to be careful of matching the voltage. For most solid devices, if you give it more amps, it shouldn't matter because it's just going to use the amps it needs. Now, if you give it more volts, it'll matter. It'll matter a lot. But if you give it more amps, it should just be that's more power that's available to that device, as opposed to
assuming the battery charging circuitry can in fact handle the amperage itself.
Yep. Go ahead, Chris.
John, I'm assuming you have the 6Cs, the small ones. Is that correct? The ones that are coming in?
That's the one I ordered.
Yeah, and they have a quarter 20 on both ends also.
Right, right.
Recipient.
I was just hoping there was be like an L bracket that would fit on both ends. So that
I got this one. Because I have the kit of the 415Cs also, and I bought this separately. And this is the same thing. I think Mickey was just showing all this stuff, or Guy or somebody was showing all the myriad. But those little plastic, they kind of like clamp on and pop over, and then you screw them onto a quarter 20. Those things work really well. And any of the stuff that that they were showing a moment ago with the those all work well, especially for the small lights.
One of the things I've been thinking about is trying to build one that builds kind of a semicircle around the front that I can have a diffuser that's like 12 inches in diameter or 18 inches in diameter on the inside. Like if it was able to screw into the top and the bottom and then have a diffuser that just kind of like a little shield, especially one that will flatten out or pull together. So I've been thinking about building one with a metal ring that comes out quarter 20 to quarter 20 with a metal ring, and then use magnets on a diffuser so that the whole thing kind of comes apart and you can just snap it all on. It's in my head right now. I haven't even gotten to where to get all the components, but I'm putting it out there for all of you to think about because it would be really cool. Because the problem with these are just a little pointy. They're a little sourcey, but if it had that diffuser, they're plenty bright. So if it had that diffuser, it would be amazing to send out for kits. That's the reason we're testing these is because they're so much smaller than the other options. Next question.
Frank Haney of Ottawa, Canada says, I really enjoyed the AWS session, but the part about tuning, if the instances so that you don't get a big surprise bill. Oh, turning off that. There we go. Missing O. Turning off the instances so you don't get a big surprise bill was a little unclear. Can Discord have an AWS section with the instructions regarding this?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so I'm happy to put a whole category with channels for AWS in. It's just a matter of Guy and Shurug and Jeff and Tucker and other folks to design what they want that to look like, and then I'll just put the whole category in. Go ahead, Guy.
Yeah, we've been discussing in the cloud production area the Discord, which has been pretty active. It's a great spot. As far as answering the question, I remember Peter, the one from New Zealand or Australia, said that his company saved a bunch of money by using Park My Cloud, but I just looked it up and it's like $5 a month. So I think that was for enterprise. He said it saved him like 30 grand. Yeah, I have like this thing where when I'm going to sleep, I just open up the AWS console on the app. So it's easier to log in and stuff from your phone with the app, the AWS console app, and then you can check and see what instances are running. And I've just made it a habit because otherwise I wake up at 2 a.m. going, did I leave that on?
I woke up this morning. With that. I was like, oh no, I think I left it on all night, and I turned it off. So, but it was, it is something you have to think about.
There's Tesla range anxiety, and now there's AWS cloud anxiety.
Next question.
Checklists. Mark Harder of Bedford Stuyvesant, Brooklyn says NARAS, the National Association of Recording Arts and Sciences, seems to be promoting the heck out of their upcoming Grammy show. Does anyone have any insight into what they are planning to do?
No, but I think that for these award shows or for shows that we think are going to be interesting from our perspective, we should probably consider carving out a little bit of the day after Monday to talk about it. Like, hey, what did we think? And what do we think? So I think that, so let's go ahead and plan on that. And we'll try to watch the Grammys. I'll put it on my list of things to record on YouTube TV, and we'll see if they seem optimistic. So we'll see what their take is. Next question.
Sky Gleason, Saddle on the panel. If you don't have 3 matching cameras for a 3-camera live shoot, what are the group's thoughts about how best to balance the look of a show that has this issue?
So in general, you're limited to the lowest common denominator. So you have to pick the camera that you have the least control over. That's the one that you're going to color correct to, because otherwise you don't have the tools and the other ones. So the Blackmagic one will always be color corrected to whatever else you have. And usually you can find that. I've talked a little bit about using color charts. I think I have one laying around here. Go ahead, Mickey, while I'm finding this chart.
Yeah. Say if you have 2 of the same cameras, or at least cameras in the same family, and another one that's totally different, I would try to use the similar cameras in similar shots. So if you're doing, cross shooting for close-ups with 2 cameras, I would use the same cameras for those. And then maybe use the third one or the lowest quality one as maybe a wide shot, as your safety wide shot that you can cut to at the start of the show or end of the show.
Yeah, go ahead, TJ.
And on your lowest quality camera, make sure if you have the option, turn off auto white balancing, set a fixed white balance for that camera.
I'm actually thinking of throwing in a GoPro in the ceiling, which of course is the lowest common, but I want to just create it as a pet cam. It's like embrace the difference and not try to make it anything, but maybe. Yeah.
So what we talked about in the past is, and I'm going to do something more specific here, possibly as early as next week or the week after, but cutting through a set of colors, and you can print those colors out. I mean, this is a Dumont chart, but basically using a transition in your ATEM to cut between a set of colors so that you can see usually I use the inside as the color I'm trying to match. The outside is the new camera. And then you just keep on correcting it until you don't see a line, and
I gotta say it for the OCD people, it's upside down, Alex.
No, yeah, sure. There you go. Upside down.
Because somebody's going to drive somebody crazy.
Upside down. You're just looking at it wrong. Anyway, so if you if you cut this, what you're looking for is a line, and when the line goes away, when it matches between the two, the 2 cameras are very matched. And that's kind of the non-scientific but experiential way to
I wish we had this recorded somewhere, Alex. Where could I find that?
I'm working on it.
You're welcome.
Go ahead.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, if you're thinking of putting in a GoPro Sky, I probably are you thinking of a top shot or just like a wide, like see the entire set and crew kind of shot? Because I
It's
wouldn't use it as a top shot.
really
People would want to see details of what's happening. A GoPro would be too wide of an angle for that.
okay. How
Yeah,
about
it'll.
inside the pizza cam?
Yeah,
Maybe not.
most of the
Pizza
GoPros
oven.
have
Maybe not.
like modes of zoom in, but it gets pretty honky when you push them in real tight. So
There is a company that's called Skeletal, I believe, that builds a C mount, I think, for the camera. I think I have one laying around somewhere that you can then mount longer lenses onto the. They basically took the lens off of the GoPro and put a mount on it, and those are pretty cool. Yep. Next question.
Tony Tang of Chicago is back with, does anyone have experience using high-speed robotic arms for cameras like the Mark Roberts or motorized precision? What are your thoughts on how is the ease of programming of these units?
It's gotten so good. Like the motor. So my experience has been a little bit with Mark Roberts, a little bit with motorized precision, and then back in ILM days, and even after ILM days, we had a thing called the Cooper system available to us. And as someone who's used the Cooper system, that's KUPER, the funniest part of the whole thing was that nothing got updated for a long time. And so every time we wanted to do a move, you can imagine us designing this crazy move in Maya or in Motion Builder. And we'd create this crazy move in this high-end app on a workstation, and then we'd export it out we'd export it out to a floppy drive. And then push the floppy drive into the Cooper, and the Cooper's arm would just go hello, and it would just start doing what it needed to do. But it was kind of an insane way of approaching it, and so, but you got great moves out of it, and I think it's still being used. I think it's Sonoma or something like that. Someone bought it, and nowadays with the motorized precision, in my opinion, is probably the most advanced right now. As far as they've just, because it's new, it's a newer architecture. It's a little bit more flexible. Mark Roberts is the standard. Like that's what everybody's using. Everybody has been using for a long time. And then motorized precision is kind of the new architecture. It's a little bit more flexible, and it interfaces with a lot of other data. But the interface controls are really nice. I mean, I look at it and got to play with one a little bit, and just as someone who's played on and off with it for 25 years, I was like, it's come so far. Mickey?
Yeah, from the people that I know that program there are a couple of bolts here, which I think is from Mark Roberts. When they get their units, it comes with a week of training from the manufacturer themselves. So,
Yep.
you'll in terms of programming, you should be able to get training from them.
All of them come with training because there's two things. One is that they have a lot of controls, and B, if you don't use them well, they are potentially dangerous because they're moving a piece of iron really oftentimes extremely quickly from one place to another. Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, if you're looking for a slightly cheaper option, there is I've got my camera, if I can get it set up, on a slider and pan. So, you can, it's only going to give you back and forth and then pan the camera left and right. But it was
and what slider and camera or what slider are you using?
It's the let me just get the box. It's by iFootage, the Shark. Yeah, it's a Shark Slider Nano.
And how much is it?
£500. So I don't know what's that, 600 and something dollars.
If you smell days. If you smell the smoke, it's my wallet. Like I think it might have caught fire. like it's $500 for a control, and you can program that move.
Oh yeah. It's you can see the
flames.
Yeah,
there's flames coming out of my
programmabilities, time lapse.
Now,
I haven't.
Can the app be controlled by an M1? Can the app run on an M1? That's a big question.
Yeah.
For
I can have a look at that.
Is it how do you control it? How do you program it? What
there is controls built in on the top of the thing where it's got time lapse and where you can set an A and a B point and things like that. But I'm just using it from the app on the phone.
Right.
So Bluetooth, you can Bluetooth control it.
Go ahead, George.
Can you put that in the chat? And also Alex.
They're sold out by now.
So I've been thinking about this for a couple of weeks now. RoboCams versus Pocket Cinema Camera 6K and a slider. I'm thinking, do we want to go out and buy RoboCams, or do we want to put together our own kit to build our own system to do moves versus spending 10 grand on a robo system?
Well, I mean, once you get to a certain price, you just have to decide what makes the most sense. I mean, once you start getting $10,000 or $15,000, I mean, the thing that I really want that I don't have a justification for yet is the DJI, their Ronin, and then their little controller that basically does the gear head, the virtual gear head, is the thing that because that's programmable. Now, what it doesn't do is give you the arm. The arm, being able to translate in 3D is the thing that is, it's pretty interesting. And I thought that Edelchrome or someone else had one that was a basic jib that Renee Ritchie was showing, but I don't know exactly where it went. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, you might also want to, well, it's a few more Alex's, or actually Charles's. You might want to look at the Service Vision remote heads. They also have remote gear heads. Service Vision's from I think it's a Spanish company.
Oh, can you give me a co-host for a second, Mickey? Just for a second.
Oh yeah, of course.
We'll show a picture. I guess I could load it. I probably did load it. In the future, I'll load these in.
Here's those wheels.
So this, by the way, if anyone wants to see, this is what the old Cooper system looked like. A bunch of big PCs that you put your little laptop in. This is the F950 camera. The optical block would actually come right out of the camera, and then this can roll. This does roll as well as pan, tilt, zoom, and obviously a big arm. And then it sits on top of this on these rails, so it can slide 30 feet forward while it's doing pan, tilt, zoom, and rotating the camera. And that was the ILM motion control. This is actually in what was Windward Stage, which is just down here in San Rafael, right next to my office. Now they make soap out of that space. So, but it was great while it lasted. Yeah, those are the DJI Master Wheels. Those are the things that I have I need a job. I need a gig that pays for those, because it's just, you look at that and you're just like, that is what I want. And that works with the Ronin. Yeah, only $9,500. So, but I've only gotten to play with it at NAB a little bit, and it's just, magical. But it's actually better in my opinion than a Gearhead. Anyway, next question.
Dan Huber is up next, and Dan says, are there controls in the Huddle Cam in the ATEM, or do I need to use another app to control the camera?
You'll need another app. There's the ATEM can't talk to the Huddle Cam. Yeah, the Huddle Cam has lots of flexibility, but not that much. Next question.
Tony Mobley of Newman, Georgia, our friend who's here for education most times. How are office hours panelists organizing all of the instruction that we are learning? Resolve, Zoom OSC, vMix, audio chains, video change, digital notebooks. It's like a full-time education.
I have to admit that it's my approach. It's not everybody else's approach, but I don't need it to be structured, because I'm just trying to absorb what I'm ready for. The idea is that we have a conversation every day, and you remember the parts that make a difference for you today, and all of us remember it. And this is the advantage of a persistent community. If we keep doing this for years, which is my plan, is that there's growing communities of experts that grow up inside the system, in which when you are ready for that answer, there'll be people, or that question, there'll be people with the answer that are getting better and better at it. And it's a unified community that can do that. Go ahead, George.
So for me, during the day or late at night, I'll try to go to and scan most of Discord. I'll focus on things that I'm focusing on at the moment in my real life, which is cloud production. I'll do a more focus on that. Depends on what the topic is on Discord, on the channel for the week. I'll go back and look at some of the videos at night, just scrub them. And you just gotta, it's a lot in Discord. And sometimes I'm amazed of how much content is in there, but you have to pick the things that you really want to focus on those, and then scan everything else. So you see overall what's going on with the entire office hours.
And it will get to a point, you just have to be okay with the fact that as we grow, it will get to a point where you can't keep up, and that's okay. like if we grow, there's some point where we grow where you can't keep it all there. There'll be verticals that people are taking on. There'll be possibly other office hour days or hours or whatever, and it just gets to a point where you can't do it all. And it's kind of like when the buffet gets large enough, you just can't eat everything in the buffet. Like you're going to have to choose that you're not going to eat all of the cheeses that are available or all the meats that are available. You might have to just pick and choose what you're going to do for right now. The goal again is that we as a group become smarter about what we're doing. And over time, it means that when you have that question, when you run into it, there's 30, 40, 50, 100 people that know how to do it, that can answer that question for you, to reduce it. So you're not just Googling, in random bits and pieces. Go ahead, Sky.
Well, to your point of the Googling, is it brain trust is how I've heard this term before. I mean, of a certain people group. Consequently, I'm not saying I'm good at doing the archiving, but I can see the real value of that. It just, at least as far as the first go-to, when I do have that question, because I do come up across these questions that, but Alex is not available until, tomorrow. So it's like, how do I find that question in the moment?
And there's some stuff we're thinking about pretty hard in Mukana to make that easier to find things. We're just not quite there yet. Next question.
JJ McKenna here on the panel from Santa Venetia says, how many light angles along with vectors are optimal for our Zoom meetings with a single head in frame? I believe Alex has 3, including the hair accents light angle.
Go ahead, TJ.
I'm going to use Mickey's answer of it depends. And I looked that up on ASL. That's it depends. So it depends on your subject and the background. You need light to front light the subject with the camera. But then if you have a subject with dark hair and a dark background, then you're going to need another light in there to get some separation between the subject and the background. And how many you start adding is kind of up to you, but really, if you have a subject with a light background that they stick out, fine. One light can do it for you.
Go ahead, George.
So I just swapped out my Aperture 120s. These are the nano lights, the 25s. I have 2 of them right now. Really try to get some focus into my eyes, and I have a teleprompter now, so I think I'm good with the eye sockets right now. These are some Aperture bulbs in the back. The only thing I have left to do right now is put a hair light in the back, and I think I'm pretty good. But I'm pretty happy now with what I'm seeing.
Now you jumped a big jump. George went away for a while, and then he came back, and you're like, whoa, George stepped it up. Go ahead, Bill.
If you want some basic fundamental stuff, what we're doing basically here is portraits, and there's a whole school of portrait art that talks about light. They talk about Rembrandt lighting, and there's clamshell lighting, and the photographers have been working with this and being really precise about it for a long time. It usually fundamentally starts for video with basic 3-point lighting, a key, a fill, and a rim, but you can go on forever.
Yeah, and mine's just one big source. My hair light and the backlight is what I'm doing. Next question. We're running out of time. We're going to start speeding up.
JJ McKenna, Santa Venetia. Is there a repository of Zoom coupons somewhere? Perhaps any good aggressive sales representatives?
Not that I know of. And we wouldn't talk about it here if we did. All right, next question.
Moving on, Brody Hafner of New York City asks, a news report this week said 20% of Facebook's staff, about 10,000 employees, are working on AR and VR in the company's Reality Labs division. What might they be working on, and what are the implications for the office hours gang?
I mean, I have. By the way, that number sounds totally reasonable, just from my perspective. That there's that many people working on it. It's probably that many people working on it at Google and Apple and Facebook and Microsoft, and I mean thousands are working on it because AR will be bigger than their phone. It'll be bigger. AR is going to be mind numbing. Like when it takes off, it is, they're still playing with it. We're early on. We're trying to figure it all out, but when you think about what's possible, and I think that Facebook was largely driven from, I think Mark Zuckerberg read Ready Player One and just said we need to be part of that. Like we need to be that. And so he's just kind of like, I think that he's just throwing the ball 20 years down the road and just going, the only way to figure this out is to figure it out and do it and do that stuff. And so I think that I personally think that's probably a big driver to it. But I think that it's important for us to keep paying attention to. I think VR to some degree, AR a lot, which is why we will over the summer spend more time talking about 3D models and talk about AR integration and tracking and all those things. And we're going to have some more discussions about LiDAR. And, there's a lot of things that, I don't know exactly when it'll hit, but there'll be a point where real devices that do this really well, and we're seeing more and more of it with Apple playing with it. But I can just tell you that there is a mass of companies that are getting ready for what's next, and they're building thousands of models. Think about every IKEA model, every thing you want to buy on Amazon, being able to just pop it out of the website and drop it onto your desk to see if that's something that you want. But it also invalidates basically all stock photography of objects. like just to put that in your head, like when eventually PowerPoint and Keynote and Slides supports 3D formats, the models that have been created up until now will not look very good, and they'll all have to be rebuilt. And so it's not just that there's a huge opportunity, it's just that there's going to be this massive gold rush of who can produce the content for it. Go ahead, Chris.
Do you think that we'll see like a release or an upswing in things like maybe an updated version of the Google Glasses or something that with like
maybe
a camera and then like a HUD or something? Or do you?
Well, it's just hard to tell. I mean, the camera really turned out to be something people were really upset about, and so I think that's it's unfortunate because to this day that combination was the best combination to build hands-on training ever. Like I did a bunch of stuff where you could see your hands and you could see what I was doing and I could see what I was doing at the same time. And it was like super valuable. And it's really unfortunate that we lost that. Go ahead, Peter, real quick, and then we're going to accelerate.
Well, I was going to say what you just described is why Microsoft HoloLens has been very successful in some very vertical markets, vertical, like
in
AEC, jet engine repair.
And it's super like, so Microsoft's learning a lot, in that area right now. And everyone's learning a lot. There's a lot going on. And a guy's showing a teapot that's there but still sliding across the bottom. So it's not jumping on. But if you look at how realistic that is, imagine being able to grab onto, but imagine being able to get a presentation from somebody about their product and being able to just tap on it and pull it out and have it show up but have it annotate, something to think about. All right, next question. We went from not having any questions. This is the problem when people wait until the middle of the show to ask the questions. If you just ask them at the beginning, we'd move faster. But the problem is that you snuck up on us. All right, next question.
Dirk Brewer in Guatemala says, organizing a virtual class reunion. I need photos from the classmates. What cloud storage should I use with tree-like directory structure, access by common link without registering, dropping content in their own branch folder, blinded so that no one can see the files present in the tree structure?
I feel like there is a service that does this, but I don't know what it is. I mean, we usually give people either a Dropbox or Box to upload to. I don't know, especially when you start asking for file structures, a tree-like structure, but you could share given classes with a drop area, whether it's Box or Dropbox. That you would send them out of each folder. You couldn't just send everybody something they have to find. You would send them each folder and share it with the given class, and then they'd be able to throw photos in without being able to see anything else. Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, one service that does that is Nextcloud. So Nextcloud has a option, I use it all the time, where you can do a upload only folder, and then you can share that link publicly. And you can self-host that or have a service do that for you.
That's great. Next question.
JJ McKenna's back with, there are quite a few music teach videos online in which the participants all use, quote, original sound. Has this been tested by the office hours team yet? And he notes this might also be suitable for the education hour as well.
Well, it's definitely the way to go. If you're doing music, is to do original sound. I mean, it'll sound a lot better. The other thing that'll sound better is everyone wearing a headset. So you don't have, so you have full duplex audio. Yeah, go ahead, JJ, real quick. We'll move on.
I was just thinking about our earlier question, but regarding the sound leveling and whether or not that would fix the sound leveling issue.
Yeah, we should think about like a 9 o'clock test sometime next week to figure it out, because it's just one of those things we have to kind of turn it all on and like, is the audio different? The hard part is there's so many variables. It's really hard to define, but we'd probably jump into one meeting and have everybody do one thing, and another meeting everybody do something else, and see what happens. It'd probably take a couple days of testing to figure it out. Next question.
Dirk Brewer of Guatemala says, has anyone done product commercials in slow motion? For example, making hamburgers. What application is available to synchronize the speed of the camera slider, tilt, pan, and so forth with flying elements?
There's someone who does a bunch of behind the scenes on that. I don't know whether it's on YouTube. I've seen them on TikTok, of all things, where they show it. Almost all of them are using some version of a motion control arm that is controlling all of that system. Some people are using a lot of the motion control arms. Some people are using like literally the arms that assemble cars, but they've rebuilt them to do the cameras. And then it's just a matter of they get all the pieces. There's a person who does like the hamburgers and everything else, and I've seen the behind the scenes there. All those pieces are automated. So when they hit a button, it does the whole thing again, with everything moving and everything working together. So it's not a trivial problem. Go ahead, Mickey. But there's not that many people that do it. I think it's like 10 people in the world that do everybody's slow motion like that. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, from what I've seen, like a lot of the apps that program the motion control camera robots have an RS-232 output that they link to an actual like electrical relay that triggers the either pneumatic or motorized system that moves the props.
Maybe someone put that in the second hour. I'll see if I can get a hold of the person that does that. Go ahead, Sky, super fast.
Yes, he's in New York, and they often do that with a is it a Viper camera that does like 12,000 frames a second? So it all happens like in an instant, but it all captures automatically. And yes, because the robot control arms out of old auto manufacturing, they recycle those. They got to put them somewhere, so they're being put into service as camera ops.
Next question.
Courtney Gooden, our normal friend on the panel, but not here today, from Hollywood. Alex, did you ever get your Beelink Gemini M Setup as a Zoom Room ISO unit? And did you figure out how many of them will fit on a one rack unit shelf?
I've been using it as a stream deck recently, so I haven't moved it. I just moved it. It was sitting in my office, and I've been up at my house most of the time, and so I will be playing with it over next week. So I'll, ask me that again in a week. But it's been working great in that sense. Other than Windows 10 as a Mac user, you just kind of swear at it every once in a while. Next question.
Ranjan Sharam says, does a Zoom Pro account with Group HD enabled give you 720p by default for a one-to-one meeting?
I think it does. I'm not sure. I don't know if it just goes from 640 to 360 and then you have to request it. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, for a meeting with 3 people or less, yes, it does go to 720p. But once you go over that, it goes back to 360.
Next question.
Eddie Martinez in Sacramento says, Tucker mentioned using NDI Studio Monitor for an overlay or alpha channel to drop a logo onto an NDI feed. Can someone speak to the image, PNG or whatever, and how this is done?
I think we would need, go ahead, Jonas.
I haven't done it, but I know the setting. There's a setting in the NDI Studio Monitor, and then you probably use an PNG with alpha transparency, and you can overlay it. You can not only overlay to sources, but you can also overlay to NDI feeds.
That's great. Next question.
JJ McKenna has our final one, in special subjects. JJ McKenna asks, is there a way to collect or poll the basic automatic camera setting from a computer to use as a baseline for Zoom users, which can then be carefully tweaked?
The problem is different. Every computer is different. Every operating system is different. Like there's not, they make their decisions and then it responds to the camera. So there's so many variables. I don't know if you'd be able to. You could probably get it, some kind of man in the middle kind of solution, but I don't know if it would give you the information you did. All right, so now we are changing direction. We've got the educators are joining us. We're going to take 15 minutes to do the mic checks. There's enough educators here. We're going to kind of give everybody a little bit of time. Well, actually, there's enough, probably 10 minutes. 10 minutes to go through make sure that that's there. I think you guys can all handle it. And then we've got. Now we're no longer pressured out, so we have until 10, or we'll stop probably at 9:45 just to give everybody a little bit of time. But we have a little bit more time. We've stretched it out for the educators. So Mickey, go ahead and let's start doing the mic check.
Alrighty. Hey everyone, please put your first name, last name, and location in Zoom. And on our meters here, the goal is to hit -24 LUFS on the short term, the number on the upper left-hand side of the meters. Let's start off with, let's see, who do we have here? Let's start off with Chris Clark, then move on to Emily afterwards.
Good morning from Tempe, Arizona. Let me see, looks like immediately things are bouncing around in my audio meter there.
Can we give us maybe a 2 or 3 dB bump up?
All right. From Tempe, Arizona, it rained a little bit in recent hours, and everybody's worried about being able to drive safely because it's such an unusual road condition in southern Arizona. But
Right, that's a good check.
We'll get over it.
Cool, thank you, Chris. Emily, and then Aaron afterwards.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My camera just froze for a second, but I guess it's moving now. And we're in Red Hook, where it's been warm all week, and now it's cold again. So thanks, Mickey. Got the thumbs up. Woo.
Nice. Thanks, Emily. Aaron, and then Kara afterwards.
All right. Hello, all from Boston, where, like Emily says, it was 65 this week, and I could sit on the deck, and now it's 25. So no bueno.
Thank you, Aaron. Good check. Kara, and then Roscoe. Not sure if we're not hearing you, Kara. Right, we'll go around back to you. Roscoe, and then Steve Cotton afterwards.
Good morning, everybody. It's TechRise Saturday, and working on the Polson. I think I'm right about right.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Steve, and then Tony Mobley.
Hello, good morning. This is Steve from San Francisco Bay Area, and I'll be talking about this level.
Steve,
yeah, what do you need?
I think we're hearing a fan in the room. Do you mind turning off original sound?
Turned off original sound. Does that help you a little bit like that? And I'll
Yes,
be
sir.
talking about this level. How's
Yeah, I
that?
think you're
No?
you're right there. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Tony, and then Andrew afterwards.
Good afternoon, everybody, from Warwick in the UK, and I'm enjoying life here in the nice sunshine that we've got. So how does that look, Mickey? Is that
Okay.
about right?
Andrew, can you bump down like a dB or two?
Yeah, how's that? Is that a little bit better? No, it's still a bit...
Yeah, I think you're in the ballpark there.
Okay, I'll
Yeah.
stick at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Tony and then John Edelson afterwards.
Tony Mobley here. Hello, office hours educators. Greetings from metropolitan Atlanta.
Yeah, Tony, on your ATEM, give us a 2 clicks down on the levels.
That is 2 clicks down. I'm using the Video 360 4K into the M1 Apple Mac Mini.
One more click down.
That is 1 more click down.
Yes, sir. I think that sounds about right. Cool. Thank you very much, John. And then let's check back in with Kara afterwards.
Hello from Monterey, California, and it's been beautiful today. I'm speaking through my PR40 into a preamp into an ATEM, and it looks like next Wednesday we may be able to dine indoors at 25%. If I only had 25% of the calories, it'd even be better.
Can you give us just a dB or two bump up, John? Tiny nudge up. Kara, how's it going?
I hope it's going better. Can you hear me? Okay, awesome. So helps if I put new batteries in every time without fail. It looks like I'm in the ballpark. Paul is adjusting for me.
Yeah, just
Okay.
if Paul's making adjustments, just continue speaking so he can
Okay,
get the level.
we had actually a nice cool week here in Florida, but we've got the windows and doors open. It's very, very pleasant outside at the moment. So right in that perfect window before the bugs and the heat and humidity start. So how am I doing? What do you think, Mickey?
Might have overshot a bit, so maybe go back
Okay.
down 2 or 3 dB.
Okay, yeah, he can see the controls, so hopefully he is making the adjustments appropriately. So I also want to make sure I speak with my normal passionate voice because sometimes I get excited and that's when I blow you guys out. So how's that? Is that good?
Yeah, maybe just one more click or two down. It should be right
Okay,
there.
one more
Cool.
click or two down, Paul.
All right, cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
First question wants us to prove we're in education. So be ready with your ID card.
Get out those W-2s.
Yeah, that's true. How many commas? Oh, yeah.
Mount your diplomas.
I'm going to say EDU email addresses. I have one from my university.
Yeah.
And I haven't been in school for 30 years.
It is an interesting discussion. And I understand for someone like Jonas, who's, like, hey, this is my way I make a living. So I would like to be gifting but I'd also like to keep the cheaters from jumping on it.
Well, if you have alumni.edu in the email address, probably you're not in school.
Correct.
Emily, again, I just want to say thank you. Erin, my wife is having so much fun with all of those toys.
Yay.
She says, I get so excited and then I go down a rabbit trail and look up and it's 2 hours later. I don't have this kind of time.
That happens to all of us.
Yeah.
Same. Glad I could help. Glad we could help.
Yeah. She's actually moving. The substitute teacher that she's been replacing is coming back after his 3 week after his surgery, but he's coming back just in time to go back into classroom. And he's great in classroom. His challenge has not been that. So again, the teaching styles, the kids are going to be broken up into different rooms. That whole emotional transition of my friend is in it. So I'm vicariously observing this experience, and then of course the characteristics of the individual little ones are unique and challenging anyway, let alone the technical issues. So holy moly, you guys are my heroes. You guys, wow.
There are some great TikToks of like a teacher going, you want to know what it's really like? And it's like them running around and they're like, look, do you want to see? And they're holding things up to the camera and they're running around and they're doing the stories like they do in person where they're like, well, and then one day I went, well, yesterday, but then, and it just goes on like that. And like to sit in those classes, it's adorable. But at the same time, I'm like, just spit it out. Whatever you have to say, just saying. But it takes them forever because that's how they talk. It's adorable.
And then the little brother then the little brother shows up too, and the, you know, for the kindergartner, it's like the
Or the
3-year-old.
dog. They're like, look at my dog. They're like holding the cat by its neck.
The amount of pets I've seen. My favorite meme though is the one from Finding Nemo where all the seagulls are saying mine, mine, but it says elementary Zoom or Google Meets ending and they're all saying bye, 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 because that's what they're all doing. And it's so sweet and endearing, but it kind of, you know, is a little loud in the ear, but it's so sweet that I don't mind.
I have heard more than once. No, that's too loud. my wife grabbing her earbuds.
When my wife is doing remote teaching to the kids in China through VIP, she used to just tell me all sorts of stories of remoting into their homes and what was happening in the background. I'll never forget, I was watching over her shoulder one day and the little girl just got, so you need to leave. I work with teacher now. It was just, that connection is just the most universal thing in the world.
All right. How's it going? Anything new that is jumping out for anybody? Yeah, go ahead, Emily.
So the plexiglass guys are making a lot of money this week in my district because they've changed the CDC recommendations from 6 feet to 3 feet if you have barriers between the desks. So I sat in a Board of Ed meeting that went to 11 o'clock at night where they discussed spending $60,000 for the elementary schools for putting plexiglass between the desks, and then came up with the issue of that's great for the classroom. How do we get the kids to school because the buses don't have plexiglass in them? So that took the meeting for another half hour. And then a district in where I actually work spent $150,000 on plexiglass for their buildings. And I was just sitting there and I'm going, these can't be repurposed or reused in any way after this is over. So we have to come up with some sort of STEM project or something that we can do with the plexiglass because
there's probably, I'm pretty sure there's a whole
surplus of it.
There's going to be plexi art somewhere, but there's going to be a giant, I'm sure that there's a giant city in China that's getting built just to build the plexiglass. You know, like that, this giant behemoth. So they all thank you for paying for their education. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, so I spent the week sat in multiple conference sessions looking at a conference called Learn It Live, and interesting couple of things. There's quite a push towards going what one Chinese or one Korean guy called high tech, high touch, where you actually focus your high tech response on the areas that really make a difference to reducing teacher workload and improving understanding of learning outcomes, and leave the teachers to do what they do best, which is working with the kids. And then the other end, there was a venture capitalist on who was saying that they're predicting that the spend on ed tech across the globe will move from about 6 or 7% of the education budget to $6 trillion budget to about 20% over the next 5 years. So there's going to be a lot of people are going to spend a lot of money on ed tech in the next 5-10 years.
Yeah, I mean again, the thing is that everyone was fine with it being just the way it was until it didn't work. You know, that was what was keeping education as we know it in place, was that it wasn't breaking. You know, like it was like, oh, it doesn't really work, and it's it's challenging and it's not very efficient, but what are we going to do? Like, what would happen if we experimented? Like that could be a disaster. Well, you know, so the problem is that now, you know, everybody can see the gap, you know, and that's what again, I get pulled into these meetings, and so I'm very aware of what's coming, which is just an incredible amount of innovation. That a lot of it won't work. I mean, you have to look at it. The danger is venture capitalists. They only need 1 out of 10 to work. So that, you know, they'll just put them on, you know, they're just going to, it's like, you know, just put a bunch of chips on the chart, you know, and see how it turns out. So we're just going to see an explosion of experimentation. But yeah, go ahead, Roscoe.
Yeah, on March 18th, 1.3% of our student body will be allowed back on campus, because right now they're not allowed. But here's the funny thing, how bureaucracies don't communicate. So we were like all this time going, well, how do we know when we're going to get back? How do we know? And they kept saying, oh, they pushed it out. And so they said, oh no, it's real simple. As soon as our county went down to red level, then there was a 2-week holding, and then they were going to let this happen. And we said, well, when was that decision made? In January. And it never got communicated down. So everyone's, it's just very frustrating that it's like they knew all along.
Yeah. One thing that I'm kind of curious about for the educators is that as a parent, my son's way behind. He's having trouble with all the virtual stuff. He's now going back to school, and like the teachers are like, he's totally back to normal. Like, he just does what he was going to do. But he's got to stack up, and we're trying to figure out how to clean that up. To some degree. One teacher made the mistake of telling him that he's going to go to the next grade no matter what. So now it's very hard to it's very hard to engage him now because there's no threat. He's just like, if I just ignore this, it'll just go away. So anyway, I know that's what I would have done. Anyway, as a parent though, that is trying to get it all caught up. One of the things I found was that there is just a lack of a central repository of what is actually due from the school. You have to basically engage every teacher to just figure out what happened. And it feels like something that's missing to me as a parent is just a heads up display of telling me where my kid is. Where are they in every, where are they in like even a graphical heat map, but also just literally being able to dial into what are the things that aren't complete, and what are the things that are being assigned next, and what it just seems like parent tools. Am I missing something, or is it just doesn't exist? Like for parents to be actually conscious to what's going on, because I could solve a lot of those problems. I just don't understand what they are. Like I don't know where to go or how to get my arms around them. Go ahead, Emily, and then Chris.
So it really depends on the school and then the product that they're using. So for instance, Schoology, the parents can opt in, they get an email. It's like, these are the assignments your kids have. These are the ones they're missing. These are the ones that are coming up. Google Classroom has that as well. But if the district doesn't turn it on, like one of my districts didn't, then the parents don't have access to that and they can't see it. Then because of privacy issues and different reasons that like you can't, on some systems, you can drill in and see what the actual assignment was. Others, you just get like this assignment, the title of the assignment is missing. And you don't get that piece of information. And then the biggest problem that we face is even with the push forward, even with everything going on and people moving into Google Classroom or into Teams or into Schoology, wherever they're going for their LMS, is that it's not consistent across the board for teachers to put everything in. So some teachers are still assigning things like in a discussion board or in a Gmeet and not putting it in the Google Classroom. And that makes it difficult because the science teacher puts his on School Tool or on PowerSchool or wherever. The other teacher puts it in Google Classroom. The other teacher puts it on Schoology. And then the parents complain to us, rightfully so, that they have to check 3 different areas to figure out, especially middle school and high school where they have multiple teachers. So that kind of consistency is lacking. And it's something that we constantly fight from the ed tech perspective, where we're like, look, you all have to do this the same. Like I don't care if all you're doing is posting your syllabus and assignments to Google Classroom and you don't use it for anything else. At least then the parents know, if I go here, I can see all the classes all at once. I know exactly what's due, what's coming up, how to plan for the rest of the week. And I think that is an issue that even with the pandemic push hasn't been resolved yet because we still have people who are lagging that are using the tools inefficiently. And so until that gets fixed, and then some of the tools themselves aren't as robust as other tools. So like I said, you can't drill down into it and see exactly what was the assignment and what do you need to complete that assignment. You have to contact the teacher or have the student log in and then look over their shoulder to see it. So. And
even just, I mean, I know this sounds crazy, but even having a parent portal where you had all the answers, listed of what the answers are to that assignment. And the reason I say that is a lot of times as a parent, like my daughter brings me math questions. If a math question comes up, my wife just goes, go talk to your father. And he'll and the problem is that I realize that math is so different from what they're learning to what I actually use, that I have to figure out how to win that game, like the game that they're playing, not like this is actually how you would do that math. Like it's a, like that math is, it like, how do I how do I represent something in an equation? Well, the way I would represent that is much more complicated than the way it's being represented in there. And so even then I still kind of make stuff up. I'm like, oh, just add this one variable and then it'll all make sense. So anyway, it's just I find that as a parent, I just wish I knew what they were trying to get to, as well as knowing what they're being asked. Go ahead, Chris.
Two things. One is at the high school level here in Tempe, Arizona, the system has a parent view and a student view website, essentially, or app that parents are encouraged to check and provide support and pressure, as well as students are encouraged and sort of held responsible. It's sort of like the equivalent of Blackboard or Canvas in a college course, that here are your assignments, here's where you stand, and so forth. And results may vary, as Emily suggested. That is, depends on the teacher keeping things up to date. It depends on the students and the parents checking and knowing what to do and having enough time and initiative to drill down if possible, or to call or to email the teacher. That's another avenue. And in general, when it works great, but it doesn't work great for everybody. It's sort of like trying to get your appointment for a vaccination. The people who are tech savvy, the parents who are tech savvy, can get a lot more access and information out of these systems than parents who aren't tech savvy or math savvy or
the ones that just ignore all the rules. One thing we've learned in California is if you go to CVS, they don't ask you for anything. They just give you a vaccine. Like there's like, here, take it. Like there's literally no questions. They just don't want to deal with it. It's faster just to process you. Yeah. And so the people who just completely ignore all the structure also just get through.
Yeah. Yeah. The only question they ask is which arm.
Yeah, exactly.
But the other point I want to make is that some of the solutions are to self-made problems, in my opinion, of atomizing the curriculum, making the grade or the conditions for successful completion of a course in high school, for example, be the numerical addition of 37 little assignments and quizzes, and different things count for a different number of points and so forth. So it's kind of reducing and atomizing the elements of the curriculum in a way that destroys the meaning, the big picture of, what is algebra good for? What kinds of expressions or descriptions of motion and change is going to be useful to you, or is useful to you, if you learn the language of algebra, for example. So in my opinion, we have an opportunity here to chunk the curriculum differently, not in tiny bits that can be ticked off once a week, but in bigger chunks, so that your son wouldn't necessarily be behind because his style or his rate of progress is not linear. It's not a straight line. Lots of people, come through the night before the deadline and produce amazing products, and others are, very systematic and in train with this model that's a linear model, which hardly anything in the world is a linear model, except that's the way a linear equation gets graphed.
Right. Mickey, can you let Nick in as well? If you can, I don't have the ability to do that. The one, I think that I think we might have discussed it earlier. I had a friend that we were talking about how we did assignments, this big whole term assignments, like report papers or whatever. And I was impressed that he could work on something for 15 minutes a day and have no stress and just get an A+. And he was impressed that I wouldn't even think about it until the night before and get an A-. It was just a different, I just pull an all-nighter and write the whole thing and put it out and okay, we're done. And so it was two very different views. I think that part of it is also that our measuring tools are not very effective. So, when what we really want to know is every interaction rather than like an assignment or a test or a paper. Every interaction. How often do they talk in class? How often do they interact with, how often do they interact with the data? How often do they, when you get to that level, there's a lot of other things that you could measure that would actually probably be more meaningful than the problem is that the sample rate is so small. It makes every sample important. And it's much more, anybody who does testing knows that the fewer samples you have, the less accurate the data will be. And so if you don't have any way to make meaning of the samples, a lot of samples are not good either. So you have to kind of figure out what those mean. Go ahead, John, and then JJ.
So in California, you could get an idea of what's supposed to be taught when in the California frameworks. They're pretty hard to read, but they do have some executive summaries that are useful for adults. But if you're in California and you have a child, in the 4th grade, you're going to learn about the California missions and probably make one out of sugar cubes. But the math frameworks are really very clear. And I think, Chris, to your point, they tend to get very, very detailed. I did work with some testing organizations and they look at the framework to see what should be taught at a grade level. And then they create textbooks that match the frameworks. And then the testing people make tests to see whether they're passing or know the knowledge in the framework. So with some hope, the idea is that if a student moves between one California school to another, that they will have learned in the 4th grade what they need to know about math concepts or language arts concepts to be able to pick up in the 5th grade or the 6th grade in the next school. It's a far from perfect. I think one of the missed opportunities with the leaving no child left untested, because that's connected to the frameworks. We use it for big data, but we actually know data about each individual student on areas that are assumed to be taught at various grade levels. But that data never got back to the teachers for actionable item at the time. You would find out a year later that a third of your students didn't learn this math. Yeah, Emily, Aaron, you're shaking your heads. Yeah. You'd find out a year later that half of your students really didn't understand this concept. But go ahead, Alex.
Well, I mean, I think that is the, I keep on coming back to games, and that you can't, until you've gone to every part of the level and you've done picked up all the things you had to pick up, you can't go to the next level. Like you can't, you just can't get there. And so that level because you couldn't get through the level without knowing it, and that's the hard part that we have. And the problem is you can't hold kids back a year. This is where I think that at some point we start severing the idea of where kids are by their age, like their grade level, where it's just where they are in development in English, in history, in whatever. And they stay there in that one place, but failing history doesn't mean that they stay in 7th grade. In fact, whether the grades make any sense at all, this question in my head, they're just this age and they're at this level in that area. Now that's a very complicated thing for people to get their head around, and it would take about $130 billion to figure it out. Unfortunately,
you're hitting it right on the head. In the California State Framework, students learn about ratios and proportions in 6th and 7th grade. There are kids who understand it earlier, and there are some kids who don't understand it. And in the 8th grade, they're supposed to learn functions, but if they don't know ratios and proportions,
well, and the thing is that what we should. This is what I get frustrated by. What's possible with online education as opposed to physical education is that you can group kids every day by their skill, not by their geographic location. So, you could have a thing where kids are in a classroom of, let's say, 1,000 people or 1,500 people. They're all very, very, very close to the same. They might be different in age, but they're all different in location, but they're all very, very close to each other in their skill level. There might be 6-year-olds that understand fractions and 12-year-olds that are at the same level, and it doesn't matter. It just matters that they are they are in the same development space, which makes it much easier to teach them because they're all in the same place. You know, they're not in this wide variety in those classes. It makes it easier to, and the ones that can move faster, and the ones that move slower have more
But
time.
that's what happens with a good teacher in a classroom. I mean, I was always in the Bluebird group and I knew where I stood. I was in this level. But, you know, good teachers, Aaron's nodding your head, have to aggregate their students. And sometimes they do it by skill level because you need to focus on this group because they didn't get the concept. Other times you mix them because you want the students who have the concepts to be able to work with the other students, and they need to socialize because they're always going to be working with people who are, or at least people like me are always working with people who are smarter than I am. But you know, I mean, that's why it's such a hard job, because if you look at the state framework or the Common Core, which the Common Core is no longer common, there's a lot of stuff we're trying to put in between the ears of these kids in some organized fashion that lets it be somewhat universal. And men are developmentally slow till 50, according to my wife. And so the skills happen at different
I'd
times.
go with 80.
So this is the big challenge that educators have. And we're worrying about where do you put plexiglass now? I mean, that's the frustration.
Yeah, go JJ and then Andrew.
To try to get back on target without extending this into another hour, which we don't have today.
We do.
We
have another hour.
Well, no, I mean beyond that. The tools have been there, and as a parent here in California, and as a person who did the missions classes back in 80 whatever, the tools have, like, my child went to what was the Dixie District and is now, I can't remember the name, but these exist, like the model for tracking what the parent did. This was School Loop in this case, and every single class was listed. And I maybe this goes with your statement that the more techie parents will end up using more of the tools that exist, which I agree. And then there's the whole, like, why are we using a state-by-state curriculums and different books every 4 years, and whole word versus phonetics and blah 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 blah. I'll stay on target. But the tools are there. They're not standardized, and they haven't been tested. And to the point of regarding big data, the data exists where within one day, one could see, and any teacher, one could see wherever you are, how
the teachers
well
have
that
to
test
buy in.
is functioning.
But the teachers have to buy in, and I think that's a challenge. Andrew?
In the districts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think one of the other themes that came out of this conference this week was a sort of review of assessment and how that goes, and I was thinking about that. So I did a paper for our schools, and my first statement was, we are data rich but information poor, and I think that's part of the problem. Is we have got a lot of data, but teachers are overwhelmed with it. We don't present it in a meaningful way to teachers, and more importantly to students and to parents. And one of the things that we're going to be looking at certainly in the next couple of months is how we move into a more information rich area where we can give timely, I think relevant and actionable feedback to parents, students and teachers.
Yeah, absolutely. John?
I was going to say that the things that was shown in that Schoology, basically that's taking a lot of these frameworks and putting into phrases and understandings that parents can see. You know, so this is not magic for these people. The people who are supporting various learning management systems in the K-12 have very good guidelines about what they're doing. And of course, it's different for you East Coasters, because Californians have to learn history different than you guys do. You have Boston and that Bell and Philadelphia. We have other things here in California, but generally a lot of these systems take these state frameworks and then they'll adopt a various textbook which is matched to that framework, and then they'll put it into tracking systems. And many of these tracking systems were designed for the teachers, and then as the availability to put it online, then they started making it visible to parents.
I don't know if this is slightly tangential, but we kind of missed it for whatever reason the last couple of weeks. Did anyone else track what Google just did with certifications? So, like, if it's not seen as like the most disruptive thing ever to colleges, I don't know what is. Google just basically said, yeah, we're not going to worry about degrees. We are going to worry about these certifications. And we've got all these other employees that are going to play along. And Google, basically, it was Google saying, I mean, and this has been something that I may not have heard over and over and over again for a decade from in Mountain View, is the schools are not producing programmers fast enough. And if they don't fix it, we will. Like that was the, I mean, but literally that was 10 years ago. That was a thing of, we'll fix this for you if you can't fix it. If you can't fix it, you know, we need more people. And Udemy and, you know, all that stuff is all funded to accelerate that process, you know. And so anyway, I think that it's a really, I'm just curious what people think of it, because it's hugely disruptive, because it means that they're just saying we don't care about the degree. All we care about is the certification. And you can, and they're looking at, you know, it's like $1,200 a year instead of to just keep on taking certifications. Go ahead, John, and then Emily.
Well, and this has been an area, there's an organization called PEST that looks at standards. And one of the standards is transfer of transcripts. How do you get, you know, transcripts, right, which tends to be the certification, which Google isn't liking. But there's been a whole group of trying to move from just a transcript, which is just a little letter mark on a grade sheet, to actually portfolios of student learning. So there's a whole thing about documenting learning. And I think what Google is doing is, you know, pressing higher education institutions and others to get better ways of measuring student success and documenting it. And
well, but they're not even requiring the institutions to be part of it. Like they're just saying, we're not going to, I mean, you don't have to be part of it. That's the big thing, is that they're not involving them. Like they can play if they want, but the certification to Google is like, it can just be, you can just take that, you know, there's places that you can just take that. And that's the thing that I think is interesting, is they're unwinding that. And I think that we're going to see, if it's remotely successful, we'll see more and more companies do this, where they, you know, and I think that the end result is to reach all the way down to, you know, providing educational materials for 10-year-olds to learn how to do stuff. You know, I mean, again, one metaphor that has been used in conversations that I've had is that the reason baseball is so good is because all those kids play it. Yeah. You know, like all those kids are, you know, that's why the Apple Playgrounds exists, right?
But this is just history repeating itself. Remember when we needed a lot of network people, mm-hmm, we had the Cisco Academy, mm-hmm, and the Cisco Academy had certification. They set up testing centers, right, and the Cisco Academies, many times those tests became part of the curriculum in computer science, right, programs. And that was a very successful certification model. Mm-hmm. My son, who's very rarely spent his money, bought a Cisco router so he could pass the next certification. He saw that, right, as like a game. But so I think we're going to have similar sort of things. There's always this tension. When the Cisco Academies came, many of the institutions said, we're not going to teach you how to just program a particular router. Right. We want to give you the broader concepts. But somehow they still set up Cisco labs on their campus, because they knew what the students had to be able to do if they were going to get a job when they got out.
Yeah. Emily, and then Sky.
So Google started rolling this out quite a while ago, and they started
10 years ago.
Yeah, and but they went to HBCUs, and they've come under attack for failing those programs by not supporting what they said they were going to do and bringing those people on board. They were supposed to send Google engineers into historically Black colleges and universities, and then didn't keep up their end of the deal. And then they went into all this controversy about how they were doing it. But they also rolled out 3 or 4 years ago the applied digital skills, which is anyone can go on to applied digital skills and learn. So if you have someone who didn't grow up with technology, they can go online, and it's a self-paced course that they're doing that gives you a little badge at the end that you can then show an employer and say, yes, I went through this whole course and I taught myself how to use X, Y, and Z. So, I mean, I think it's a good idea in some senses. And like, I'm completely against the non-traditional getting from point A to point B, because I don't think it's necessary. Not for everything. I think there was a big push in the 90s and into the 2000s for every kid to go to college, and you weren't considered successful if you didn't go to college and sign up. And instead we ended up with a bunch of people in debt getting paid less than they can afford to pay back in student loans. And I think that's an issue too. And so if you're going to create these alternative routes to getting certification and getting experience and getting in the door, that's great. But I think that Google has some scary skeletons in their closet about how they've handled this going forward. And they need to be better about, they came up with innovative ways to interview people, asking good questions, like problem solving questions and things like that. And I think that leveled the playing field for a certain type of person. But at the same time, I think if you're going to promise, interviews, if you get this certification or, a foot in the door, then you really need to follow through and make sure that that actually happens. And it isn't just another way to keep other people out.
Go ahead, Sky, and then we're going to move on.
I know this is the education hour, but since you introduced the comment of commerce with regards to Google, for some reason, the original railroads were not built by the people that were native to the country that were putting the railroad in. So they imported the workforce into make a thing happen that they were not skilled at, but they were just raw labor that was needed to make commerce move forward. So I don't know, the ugly thought in the back of my head is and I'm sure it's already out there, what does a digital sweatshop look like? And
well, those exist. I mean, that's not, I mean, so
I'm just trying to avoid those things because this is the education for learning, not.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the danger. I mean, a bunch of us have this. Is that when the introductory skill sets are outsourced or taken out of the country, that it's what all of us got. That's how all of us got in to the industry, was that we. That we just kind of worked somewhere for minimum wage or we did something or whatever. Most of us didn't get into it as a, getting paid $50,000 a year, And so if you take all of those jobs and you put them somewhere else, the challenge gets into that Americans actually can't get those jobs because they can't do the 10 years or the 5 years or the 3 years of the hard labor that's required to just understand the product, and understand how to get it done. So when rotoscoping all left the United States, which it did, there's a whole bunch of compositors. You just can't find that skill set very easily in the US anymore. I mean, there are some people that can still do it, but it's not, that skill set just went away, and it's all in mostly Philippines and India at this point is where just a huge amount.
And that was because the big pipe came in and that allowed that network opportunity. And so it was all shipped to the different.
But I don't think I look at it as human opportunity. So not as an American opportunity. I look at it as, there's a lot of humans that get a lot of work that didn't have that work before. I'm not too concerned about borders as far as who gets that work. I'm just saying that there's a danger in when we create such high, whether it's college, you have to have a college degree. You have to, tempted to say minimum, but I'm gonna say one political thing. When you create a real high minimum wage, when you need to have a college degree, what it does is it creates an on-ramp that looks like this, as opposed to an on-ramp that looks like this. And so other countries are benefit from that a lot. And so, I mean, as a global thing, I just think we're just moving that opportunity around, and other people will learn, and they're not learning they don't necessarily have to go to college. One of the most efficient education systems I've ever seen in our industry is Maya Entertainment in India. Maya has these schools all over India. I toured a couple of them for NVIDIA a long time ago, and so but they have production. So Maya does production for corporate, and this is years ago, so I don't know what they're doing now. But they were doing production, and they had a school, and people would hire their students away from them and away from the school. They didn't care. They're just like, that you get a job in the industry if you go to the school. So all these kids go to the school. They hire they can handpick the ones that are doing great and pull them into their production. Eventually, other companies like Rhythm and Hughes would just hire them out of Maya Entertainment because they never tried to pay more, for it. They would just, this is a way station. But I think that we're missing that kind of trade school thing. I mean, we can talk, there's probably a whole hour on trade schools, but I think digital trade schools is something that is pretty powerful that we haven't taken advantage of. Let's go to the next question.
Well, thank you. I knew that was thin ice, but thank you for workshopping it.
Yep. Next question.
First one, Jonas Sartell Reutling said, is there an easy way to verify somebody works for or in education, in his particular case, to give out education discounts and so forth?
Go ahead, Guy.
When we've done discounts for like the Adamus Shoguns and things like that, they've required either a .edu address for email to verify, or a picture of the school ID taken with a even cell phone camera and sent in.
Go ahead, Andrew, and then John.
Yeah, the school ID is the obvious one, but we also, in the UK, I'm not sure whether it's in the US, we use a website called Unidays, and Apple particularly likes linking you to that. So if you've got, and what you do is you search for your school and click on it, and then you send them an email from that school email address, and it just works. Because not everybody in the UK in particular have got a .edu domain name.
Go ahead, John.
There's an organization in the States called, where is it here? ID.me. And then they do the vetting, and then they list all the companies and stores. So if you have an ID.me account, that automatically gets you to the Apple App Store for 10% off. It works with Dell, it works with others. And typically, for faculty members, they either want a picture of your ID, or I send them a link to my the university webpage. Became a problem because as a professor emeritus, I don't have a full web page. And so people, say, do you really work there? And I said, talk to people there. They'll complain about me. That's usually been enough to know that I work there.
Go ahead, Chris.
I suggest a one-item survey, which is, what is the first day of spring break in your organization?
Yeah, that's
every educator knows the answer to that question.
Next question.
Dan Huber of Erie, Pennsylvania asks, thoughts on equipment purchased for classrooms for COVID capacity and remote learning. Are schools going to leave it in, change or upgrade what was purchased, or any repurposing ideas out there?
And what are you talking about specifically, Dan? Plexiglass, or the equipment, or all
instructional technology, to make the remote learning happen. If we go to full on campus again, and there's just rooms that won't need all of the webcams purchased. And I already have some ideas of taking those webcams and putting them on whiteboards and making that a source into a meeting. Because I know that stuff's never going to go away, but I just thought any other ideas people would have.
It's super important. I think that schools keep moving down that path. They will not survive if they don't, period. Like if they don't keep moving, they don't keep moving to a virtual instruction world that they can and make it better and better and better over the next decade, there won't be anything left, because Silicon Valley is going to do it for them, and they need to keep moving like that. And they have the money, they have government funding. They just have to figure out how to do it. But it's coming no matter what at this point. I mean, from the stuff that Andrew was already talking about, there is so much money coming, for this market. And it's really important that schools don't go backwards, and they will.
Not taking away. I'm
Right.
In the place of where I have like a webcam in a classroom, I'm going to install camera in the front, camera in the back, things that have worked better in my bigger rooms. But then I'll have a bunch of web
stuff. Yeah. Right. Cara, and then Emily.
Oh, well, I was mostly going to say, I think that they should keep it in place and allow students to really pay attention during class, and always have access to go back and watch it afterwards. I think that that's a huge benefit to having recordings of any classroom.
Yeah, go ahead, Emily.
So our career in tech buildings purchased the Neat bar for the rooms and the cameras and things. And we were talking about this week with the superintendent, and our plan is going forward to allow students who can't come for some reason to the actual physical building to join remotely, whether it's because of medical leave, because normally we hire a teacher to go out to individually tutor those students, and they're not well-versed in every subject, especially at the high school level. Allow students who might can't come from their home campus to our campus because of either transportation issues or because of, they're involved in something or they're going on a field trip and able to access in. So we are looking for ways to keep the technology that we purchased, continuing to record mini lessons, doing flipped classroom, doing these ideas of recording experiments, so students can see a lab that maybe we can't run all of them this week because there were too many snow days or whatever, and keeping a repository. So I think going forward, some of that tech, we're trying to think, okay, if we're going to make this big investment, how are we going to continue to use this when things go back to normal?
Yeah. John, and then Aaron, and then Andrew.
And we'll talk to Roscoe, but unlike his campus where he didn't hear things, in higher ed, there's an illusion or attempt to have shared governance. And our campus is coming up with a whole series of subcommittees that are really looking at how we get from where we are now, this virtual learning, to moving slowly into being back to what the new normal will be. And it used to be the faculty senate only dealt with academic issues. And then we had the staff committee that worked with other things. They really have come up with a good idea that the faculty are complaining a little bit because they say it's hard enough to be doing what we're doing online and then being in all these committee meetings, which can be very long, and faculty meetings can talk for hours, as I'm demonstrating now. But this is the goal, is to partly make the transition better,
right?
Cross-pollinate, because going back has to be different. The issue of student support and facilities and curriculum all really are going to be handled differently when we come back, hopefully. And it's also to try to get the faculty to buy into it. A lot of the stuff they felt was just thrown at them. We know there's certain things the IT people are going to do. Wouldn't it be great if a faculty subcommittee decided this is what we should do, which happened to be what we were going to do anyway, because it's what made sense, but they were part of the process.
Go ahead, Aaron, and then Andrew, and then Roscoe, and then Nick.
So I know that a lot of districts across Massachusetts are going to keep their Chromebooks, and I hope that keeps going for years to come, just so that students always have a way to get online if needed. But I also know that across Massachusetts, a lot of districts are talking about doing remote academies. So there's buzz about like what technology to get, what should be put in these places. So it's an interesting conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. Andrew?
Yeah, so certainly one of our schools is already BYOD, and the other senior school is, due to COVID, is going BYOD in September because...
Can you define BYOD in this case?
Yeah, literally, they buy whatever laptop they feel comfortable in using. So we don't buy them for them. We have a minimal specification, and then we say, if you're a Mac person, use a Mac. If you're a Windows person, use a Windows, and think about what you going to need to use it for. So our 11 to 14-year-olds probably only need a basic Windows or a Apple machine, but as they go up and they want to use Photoshop and stuff, then they need a better device. So they're doing that, and then a lot of the webcams we bought, we just turned them into visualizers because they're great for showing, £150 visualizer against a $20, $30 webcam, which actually works just as well for showing some work. The art teachers are going to use it to show how techniques they need for art. The scientists are using it for showing how their experiments are working. We're all using those. And then the headsets we bought 500 headsets for 2 schools. They're using them for providing voice feedback in shared documents, so that the teachers don't have to do so much writing, and actually it's a better quality of feedback if they're just talking to the student and saying, yeah, you were okay with that, but actually you could have done this. And so we're using those that way. So we're just reusing everything. We're not throwing anything away.
Can I presume that BYOD was bringing your own device?
Yep.
To the classroom.
Yeah, Roscoe, and then Nick.
Well, Andrew kind of hit on it. IMAG inside the classroom. We had a costume designer teacher who asked for, hey, I'm doing close-up work here and I need to show it to the kids in the classroom. So we spent a lot of effort building a system for her to use. And now that we have all these extra cameras around, I can see a lot more of that technique, even the fingering technique on a clarinet, or all kinds of little things that a camera could be really useful to do IMAG, image magnification, into the classroom.
Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a huge opportunity here. You know, most of these institutions prior to COVID would never have given a second thought about, you know, there's no way we're buying you all of this digital equipment, these cameras and such. And then all of a sudden they had to. Of course, the challenge during the time that we've been distanced has been everyone's trying to survive. So I see that there's a lot of opportunity in the fact that if we get more and more towards, you know, a more traditional in place, that forward-thinking instructors are going to be able to take advantage of this equipment. So I really hope that institutions do that. An analogy is the museum world. You know, prior to the pandemic, museums were very close, you know, closed. Like, our stuff, you have to come to the museum, like pay admission, come and see our stuff. We'll teach you all about it when you come here. But they were very reticent to put much material online, to stream content. Zoos were similar. But as soon as the pandemic hit and nobody could go to any of these places in person, that was the only way they could reach any kind of audience. And many of these institutions are realizing that, oh, that actually brings more people in the door in the first place. Like, you find out about us, you find out what's unique about our space. And so I hope education institutions learn from what the museum industry is going through. They're already realizing that, you know, this digital streaming and communication is the approach to actually having relevance in the future and reaching a much, much, much broader audience.
That's what we keep on seeing over and over again is organizations realizing how much they were leaving on the table. It doesn't mean that they could replace the physical approach, but that there is so many people that could be engaged if you don't make them travel there. Next question.
Andrew Flowerdew, who was just speaking from the panel in Warwick, UK, said, we are looking to create videos of lesson content, especially practical lessons such as science experiments. What camera lights and other kits, an ATEM perhaps, would you select at this point?
So, yeah, go ahead, Brasco.
I was going to say, is the person going to be static, or do they need to move around? Because that, in my mind, drives a lot of, you know, what you can buy from a kit standpoint.
Static. They're going to be at a lab bench doing that with. So they might move 1 or 2 feet either side, but that's it.
Okay.
I'm going to see if I can. Yeah, keep going, Roscoe.
I was going to say, what resolution do they need to have the image broadcast at or projected at?
1080p would be fine. It's nothing. It's just so that people can see the experiment or the maths stuff happening.
So there's a couple things to think about, is like ease of use of, are you trying to hack something out, or are you trying to build something that is really like, we're going to use this experiment over and over and over again, and, you know, we want to make it really great. While I'm talking to you, I'm trying to scan through to see if I can find. There is a scientist on TikTok that just does, you know, he shows experiments really effectively, and I'm just trying to see if I can find one of his TikToks really quickly that I'm sure I've downloaded at some point. But he's really great at, let's take a look at this. Now his has to fit into a minute, so you extend it out. But the thing to think about is single camera production if you're going to do that. And the way that we've done these in the past when we do the training is you think about every step, and then you move the camera to where it makes the most sense to have that. I think I actually have a picture of me doing this. But there are a couple things that help more than you would think. One is a jib. It doesn't have to be expensive. You can buy cheap jibs. They start about $200. They go up, a really solid jib at about, I think the one that I'll show you is about $3,000. The reason that a jib is important is not because you're going to do big cinematic moves. It's because it's easy to move the camera where it needs to be really fast. So it turns out that when you put something on it where you have a fluid head on top of a fluid base with rollers on the bottom, you're able to very quickly take this camera and move it over here, and then take it over and move it over here, and then take it and move it over here. And building stuff, in my experience, that has been one of the biggest things that made a difference for us was this, was specifically doing, here, I have a picture of it actually. Let me see if I can, I'm gonna try something new here. But one of the things that is, you know, that we found super effective was using these jibs, and I'll show you the example of two different approaches here. Go ahead, John, while I'm talking.
Well, I was gonna say, the thing I think about is there was a concept that started at Penn State called the one button studio, which was a room where you walked in, you just put in a USB drive, and the cameras and the lights and everything worked, and you could put your presentation behind you. So if you're going to be doing a lot of these, you could set up a one button studio. There's high-end ones that the DVD store has, which makes it easier. So the faculty just go in and do their thing. I think anytime you build a studio and it becomes something where you have to have more than one person to run it, you really slow down the production process.
Yeah, and the big thing though is that, and I'll keep on coming back to the same thing I always come back to, is that this kind of content is easy to make or easy to watch, and you always have to decide. The one button studio is a perfect solution for the easy to make. What I'm talking about is the easy to watch, you know, because, you know, when you're trying, we're going to spend some time on this, and you don't need a lot of people. You can do it all by yourself. That's not the issue. The issue is having the tools, and when you think through that step by step. So let me see if I can do this here. So this is one way to do it. so when you look at this, this is for PBS. We were doing this thing, and now again, a couple things that made this work is that we've got large light sources. That's going to be easier than thinking about how to light it perfectly. Is a lot of big light sources, and they don't have to be. I mean, this is obviously a long time ago, but this was a pain in the neck. Like so what we saw here, having to move this, I want to move this over here, I want to move this over here, is a setup. It took us minutes, you know, or sometimes a half an hour to get it reframed to another location to show a simple step. So we tended to use white here because it is, it'll create nice bounce light. So big lights here with the light there makes it a lot easier for us it's just general soft lighting rather than artistic lighting, you know, makes a big difference. Now, if we look at, this is with a jib. And so the big thing is that, again, big soft lights, you have a background that is there, but this being able to, and the same camera, I mean, you could use an iPhone at this point, but the point is that this, if we want to swing this over here, or I want to swing this over here, that's us just playing with it. It's not us moving. Otherwise, I got to take this overhead, and especially overhead jibs just are the thing for overheads. And again, I have one in my wife is complaining because I have a jib in my living room at the moment. But that costs $200 or $300. It's not a particularly expensive jib. This one is I think this easy jib is about $3,000, and it takes about 15 minutes to set up. We used to do races on who could set this up the fastest. And so it's very, relatively inexpensive. But they only cost a couple $100. Now, what we did here, just to kind of give you a sense of what we're doing in this production here, this is her view. So she actually looks up while she's putting her hands down here, and that way she can see what she's doing in the frame, and her head is out of the way. So that was the other thing, is that if she leans over to see it, this camera will hit the back of her head, you know. And so it was easier to have her lean back and have this. Now, again, this may seem like a lot of overkill, but if you're talking about building these experiments, having a room somewhere that does this, you know, in the building, can go a long way, as you set up all the little bits and pieces. The other thing is that this is on wheels, right? Or this one wasn't on wheels, but we moved to where we were doing these all on wheels, because then what you can do is you can build these and you can roll them in and roll them out, you know, relatively quickly. So it is, and again, the things that we wished we had done back then, this is a decade ago, you know, of doing stuff, is these were hard to move because they were on C stands, whereas now we would either put them on junior stands with rollers, or we'd put them up on the ceiling, you know, there. And especially nowadays with a lot of this stuff, you can, you know, it gets flexible. But the point is that kind of buildup means that you can, again, what you have to do is think of every step. Where does that camera want to be? Where does it, where do I want to, how do I want to put it in and get that just right, that close up, that wide. And as far as cameras go, sure, you could shoot with a 6K, but you could do it with an iPhone. like literally the iPhone. And in some cases, the iPhone might be even better because some of the lens options are wider and shorter. Everything's gonna be in focus. You're not trying to create an art project. And so an iPhone could be the right, solution for that. We were using the original Red on that one because we're getting paid a lot of money to do it. Anyway, so those are some things to, kind of consider when you do those builds, especially with operational things. I'm going to move this thing over. The other thing to think about is then building simple 3D models that represent, Erlenmeyer flasks, that type of thing. If you're doing those things that you can pop up and have them rotate, we're going to do this and then we're going to do this. But thinking through those steps, I think that there's a revolution coming, that we have all this information, but how do we get it to a point where I can watch it once and get it, or watch it really effectively? And the other thing that I would suggest is, just as R&D, is buy a Heston pan and cook with it, just to see how that app works. So a Heston makes a pan. I think every educator that has the budget to buy, spend $300 on a pan, should buy one only to see how the interaction of because that's of course, cooking is a chemistry experiment that you can eat, right? And so, is that it is, their step-by-steps is exactly what I'm talking about. They have a studio in Vallejo. It's not very far from here, where they do all these step-by-steps. And if you watch how they're doing it, if you switch that to a chemistry lab, that technique would work perfectly. And so, but building a place that you're going to do that training, I think, is going to be one of the things that we see more and more schools do, is building, training spaces. It's not going to be, but like training spaces where you really have people who can shoot it and you really pay attention to it, because part of why students don't have uptick is they have to watch, videos that are painful. Jeffrey, and then Jeffrey has exactly that. That's the Heston pan. And what happens is the burner talks to the phone, and so the pan tells the phone what temperature it is, and the phone tells the burner what to do. And the result is that you can do really, really fine experiments. Sky, and then Roscoe.
So in the how to not do something, yes, I did that exact thing with the iPhone on a C-stand, and it even as light as that was, that's why I love your wheel idea. Also a tripod, because you're looking for the rigidity. The reason the iPhone is cool now is because with Filmic Pro, you can remote control it from an iPad. So that way you have your Skycam up in the ceiling, and then you can still modify it.
And if you look at to take this to the end result, and again, I don't think that every school can afford this, but I think that you could pool resources to afford it. But if you look at what Marquise Brownlee does, he has a motorized precision arm, and what he's doing is he just programs it where it needs to go. And again, that sounds absurd for every school to do that, but for a school district just to make it a payment that we're going to have this incredibly high tech system, or the California university system to have 3 or 4 of these in different parts of people go to actually build their training, would allow you to pool resources and do something that's over the top. And again, not for everything. I don't do it for everything. I come here and talk to all of you because I don't have the resources to do that for everything. So this isn't a for everything thing. This is a, how do we make sure that people really get it thing? This is not changing for a day, a couple of years or 5 years or 10 years. It's the same thing. We want to make it great. And also, by the way, students would love working on it. They would really enjoy that process. Go ahead, Nick.
So number one, it was hilarious that you brought up the Heston, because the first thing I was thinking of was the office hours cooking challenges and how to teach people cooking. And I mean, everything that you learn from those challenges are just how to film a chemistry lab or a physics lab or anything like that. I'm a little bit evil when it comes to teaching. And in that way, I want the kids to do, or the students to do, as much of the work as possible, and in the hopes too that they're going to learn more from that experience. So I'm envisioning this being education hour as being a K through 12 setting hopefully, if we're teaching, chemistry, maybe it's on the upper end of those lines. So I would focus on having a good microphone and audio recorder to record the audio, and have good lights. And I don't know if you can see this. I don't know if I'm allowed to share my screen, but there are lights. They're just floor lamps that are multi-headed. They're gooseneck. And so this one example I have is like $25 from Target. And it has 5 different lights on it. So LED lights are cheap light bulbs, 100-watt equivalent, are really, really bright. So for $25 a floor lamp, you have this super flexible, literally, light that could be super bright, aimed anywhere you want. You can have certain, to dial into 1 light on, 3 lights on, all 5. I'm actually using one to light myself right now. So you could get those very inexpensively. And then you have the students use their phones to film it. There we go. Yeah, someone else found it faster than I could share. And then, so all the students film. You have all the students share the video file. So I'm envisioning a teacher demonstrating in class, and the students get their best positions. Some are high, some are low. All the class students share their videos into a pool. The audio file recorded from a nice microphone is shared in the pool. And then a follow-up assignment is edit the video. And whoever's the best edit gets to be the archived copy. And besides the edit, write it down. And now you've actually had the students experience that demonstration multiple times, be engaged in the production of the demonstration. And along the way, we just learned chemistry. So anyway,
I love that.
That's
brilliant.
That's the Tom Sawyer painting the fence approach. Yeah. This is so much fun. You want to be a part of this.
I wonder, we somehow did a lot of that in Pixelcore, which was, like we'll just have a whole bunch of people.
I learned that? Yeah.
Go ahead, Roscoe.
Well, so I was going to say, look here, and I'm sure we have a lot of 1080p cameras right here. How many, if you guys would just raise your hands, how many of you can actually go into an ATEM? Do you have a HDMI out on your camera? Just Tony and John. And so they're huddle cams or something along those lines. Andrew, the other thing I'd say is look at the ISO recording capabilities of an ATEM Mini, because that way you can have 4 angles all recorded in sync at the same time, which simplifies your post, and it makes it a much faster operation. The XML goes straight into Resolve, so you might have to pick up some Resolve skills, but you certainly can take that XML and take it into another editing program and it will still work. But that's kind of the technology I'd look at. Obviously, lighting is important. Audio is critical. Focus on those first, and then you'll get great stuff.
And the only thing that I'd say is that you'll get coverage with a lot of cameras and switchers. But when someone hires me to actually build training, which I do, I use 1 camera and I design it. Like I design what that is going to be, and the multi-camera is never as good. It's never as good as me storyboarding out, like I'm going to have this close up, and then I'm going to, and figuring out exactly where that camera should be. And the funny thing is that a lot of my stuff is done nearly handheld. Like I'll do how to build a rig, and that rig will be on me. Someone holding a camera and just someone doing it. But I would say that in the land of the most complicated being motion control or jib, and the least complicated, having a student with steady hands or somebody with steady hands holding the camera and then moving it around just to where you want it, and then taking that image of that person doing the thing can be really fast as well. Next question.
Moving on, Chris Clark has the next one up, and Chris asks, any stories about how summer school is being, whoops, I double hit because somebody else hit. Hang on a second, let me bring it
You're moving
back.
too slow. You gotta hit it before you gotta hit answer before you start answering the question. The problem is that skill set is important for the next version of Makana, is that you cannot ask the question until you hit answer. Otherwise it'll screw up the metadata. So anyway,
any stories about how summer school is being rethought for 2021?
My kids are going to the country for the summer. They're gonna go to Laurel. They're gonna go to the beach to Laurel and then hang out with their family. That's gonna be their summer school. They get to be in the country, learn what a PTO shaft is, and do a lot of hay stuff. So, anybody else? No. All right. I don't know. I always think that it's funny. It's different approaches too. Like for me, summer was just stop. Well, I worked on the farm from the time I was 12, but before that, summer was like we just hung out, did whatever we were gonna do. And my wife is the exact opposite. She has it like there should be a structure, and they should. It's like more school, but 1 hour increments about things that they like to do, dancing or baseball or whatever. There's a something every week. And I was like, why can't we just have 3 months where they just hang out? Think about it. And so somewhere in the middle is probably right. But now we ship them off to Pennsylvania and let them hang out with their cousins. So, yeah, go ahead, Roscoe.
I was going to say a lot of our part-time faculty are the ones that teach the online courses. And so it'll be interesting to see whether or not they offer a lot more sections over the summer, just because what they love about it is they're not commuting. Many part-time faculty are literally working on 4 different campuses just to make ends meet. And so they love the fact that they can stay home. So there might be more sections offered that'll help kids graduate, I hope.
Next question.
Francisco Manriquez of Sonoma, California says, in running a live broadcast event for high school students, an election convention with student voting for next year's class officers, how can the student viewing the event engage or participate as the show runs?
Yeah, go ahead, Jonas, and then Emily.
What we use a lot for interaction, especially with younger audience, is Slido, where you can just log in via code, and you could implement voting via that. It has a feature to vote. So that would be a solution.
Go ahead, Emily.
I put it in the chat. We use Mentimeter a lot, which allows for, word clouds, asking questions, voting, polling, and things like that. So we use that when we do that kind of stuff. So I put the link in the chat. But I guess I was wondering what kind of interaction. So, are they wanting live questions to be asked of the candidates that are running, or is it more like some other engagement? I wasn't quite sure what he meant by that.
I'm not sure. Next question.
Cara Negre here from Gainesville, Florida, in the panel says, who attended South by Southwest, and did you experience the same frustration getting into sessions? My whole team struggled to get into the sessions.
So can you give us a report of South by Southwest, and then we'll go to Emily? I didn't go to any of them. I thought I would, but then I didn't make the corner. I was too busy. Go ahead, Cara.
Well, yeah. So I bought tickets for my entire team.
Can you turn your mic down just a little bit? It's pretty loud.
Yep. Sorry, Paul.
Yep.
That's me being passionate, Alex.
It's all good. Yeah, go ahead.
So I bought tickets for my whole team. I was really excited, and our Slack channel was just blowing up with frustration of like not being able to get in certain sessions, and yeah, so it kind of seemed like it was something I was trying to do as like a bonus for everybody to be able to attend, and I don't know if it went good in my direction of trying to build morale with it. So I was just wondering if anybody else had the same frustrations.
Go ahead, Emily.
Yeah, so I bought tickets, and my boss was like, you can go when you're not meeting with other people. So I found your frustrations interesting because like during Oprah's talk, the keynote she did at the beginning, people in the chat were complaining and like, you need to fix this, you need to fix it. And I didn't know what they were talking about because I saw the whole thing uninterrupted. And then people started saying like, oh, great save, quick fix, blah, blah, blah in the chat. The thing that really disappointed me was there were some sessions that I really wanted to go to, but I was on a Zoom call right up until the time that it started, and they limited it anywhere from 30 to 100 people because they wanted to make it a more authentic conversation, but there wasn't any conversation going on in that session. So you'd get locked out of the session, and then you'd go look at it after fact to watch it. And there wasn't a recording available for some of those smaller sessions. And so I was really disappointed in that because I wasn't, here I was paid for a whole ticket and for the whole session. And I knew I wasn't going to be able to attend live everything, but I thought I'd have access to all the recordings. And it looks like right now that it's not all the recordings. And I don't know if they did actually record those smaller sessions and they're just going to put them up later with some sort of like clarification, like where they type in like lower thirds or something with the questions people are asking. So it's easier to watch or something. But as of right now, you don't have access to it. But I do have access to the ticket until mid-April. So I just talked to Paul in the chat and I said, like, I'll tell you what was good if you tell me what was good. And so I can skip out, because there were some dud sessions that I attended that I thought were going to be fun, but the conversations seemed forced or inauthentic, or they were trying to sell me on something. And those I just, walked out of and was like, let me see what else is going on right now. But there were some really good ones that I attended too, that I was able to get into and pay attention to. They talked about the Google credentials one. They talked about the future of work, the future of education. Like, are we going to move away from college and go towards a different way of looking at how are we leveling the playing field? What are we going to keep from COVID? Those kind of conversations were all interesting to listen in on. But I'm looking forward to going back and looking at the rest of them. So,
And they're all pre-recorded, right?
No, a lot of them were live.
Okay.
They were live, but they didn't answer the questions while you were in there. So then you were
were they
like,
live?
yeah, were they live? The only reason I say they were live is because they would pause every once in a while and say stuff like, oh yeah, people are complaining about the connectivity or something. And, so
Right.
I don't know, maybe some sessions were and some sessions weren't. I don't
Right.
really know, to be honest. They presented them all as being live.
Mhm. I don't know. Anyway, I might know a little. So anyway, so some of them were live, I think. I think that the real challenge this points to is the doing things sporadically. So when you do an event once a year or once a quarter, the problem you really get into, and this is the problem we run into all the time, is that you don't know how the platform is going to respond. You don't know how the audience is going to respond, and the audience doesn't know how to interact with it. Part of the reason that this works is because everyone kind of knows what we do this every week, or we do this in our case, we do it every day. And so there is a pattern, it's that we understand how that works. The viewers understand how that works. Everybody has like a way that it kind of, rolls, and whether that's perfect or not isn't as important as that we all understand how it, the basic process, right? And the problem we run into over and over and over again with a big event, and the bigger events are the worst ones because there's so many people, so 1% of a huge number of people is a lot of people complaining. And that's the thing that we always warn people about. Like, hey, I would do lots of little events with the same platform over and over and over again to pre-train all of your users, and to figure out what you want to do and how to make it better. I mean, we've evolved this process a lot in the last, year. Next question.
Andrew Flowerdew, Warwick, UK says, anybody used Nearpod? How was it?
What's Nearpod? Go ahead, Andrew. And then
Nearpod is a bit of online software which allows you to build lessons and interactions with students that's either live or that's it, or remote. And we were just looking at it because it looked interesting.
Go ahead, Emily.
So a couple of my districts have purchased Nearpod and have been using it pre-pandemic and pandemic. And the upside to Nearpod is that interactivity. So you can ask a question, students can respond. You can put up a poll question in the middle of a PowerPoint, and like kids have to answer it. You can show clips of video. You can have a running chat in the corner. Kids can do it with the teacher live. So the teacher can, it's teacher paced or student paced. So you can put something up and students can work with it asynchronously. I don't have it. There's VR and AR in there too. So you can do virtual reality field trips. There's AR, like you can take a heart and turn it around and look at it. The downside to it is that it was just purchased by Renaissance Learning. And they seem to be purchasing everything. And they're the ones who also own Freckle now. I gave you guys some demos of why Freckle is not my favorite platform. And so I'm a little concerned that they're creating a monopoly so that you're going to have to purchase more of their suite in order to get more of the tools. Currently, they say that Nearpod is going to remain independent, but for how long? Until they get enough people on board, and then they force you into purchasing Star and purchasing Freckle and purchasing whatever else they own. They own everything. So that is a downside that I was upset about because I think they were doing their product really, really well, and the kids enjoyed it. the one thing that I wanted to see from them, and we've been talking to them at corporate council and stuff, is allowing students to create Nearpods. Currently, they theoretically can, but the teacher has to end up doing most of the work. Like the kids like kind of plan it out, and then the teacher has to build it because there's not really an interactive way for students to share out their pod with their whole class. And so giving the students that creative control would be really nice, but they've been receptive to that information, but they haven't said if they're adding it anytime soon.
Next question.
Paul Wallace, Austin, Texas. How will Facebook retain everyone and shift from the toxic social media talk? Almost a fifth of Facebook employees are now working on VR and AR. How will education catch this wave? And he links a Verge story.
I will say that thousands are probably working on it. 10,000 working on AR and VR is. I don't know where that data is coming from. Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out. I'm not clear that it's that many people, that are working on it. It could be, but I don't know if it's that many. But still, I guess the question is how do they? I think that's probably a little outside of the education realm. But it is. I think that Facebook would have a hard time engaging in education for a variety of reasons. In a way that was meaningful. Next question.
And the last one we have in the education piece is please explain your setup for telestrating when you're showing the jib photos.
There's a talk. There's a whole hour about that on another day, but I can explain it a little bit. Let me see if I can move some stuff around here. I have a Wacom tablet, and let's see if I can see how good I can do how well I can do this. Let's see here. So this is the ATEM that I'm cutting into. You can do this on the ATEM Mini, but this is the Extreme. This is the tablet. This is a tablet, and that goes into, that's just a whiteboard on my laptop here. So if you look at it goes in the weird thing is that what I do from the tablet, and I'll try to explain this a little bit more heads up. We talked about this, and there was one I talk in more detail, but we've got a little time and not a lot of entertainment or not a education questions. So I'll explain it a little bit. So what I have is a tablet that's here. It's funny. It's very meta, the tablet talking about the tablet. Anyway, and then I have a computer. This is my laptop. And then this goes into the switcher. Let's see, this is the switcher. Put little buttons on the bottom. So what happens is that what I'm looking at in this tablet is actually the output of the switcher goes into the tablet. The tablet, the USB goes out. This is the USB, goes out to the computer. The computer has a little drawing. You can use any kind of drawing that you'd like. And then what happens is that the computer's output, the black and white image, and you can just see that. Let's see if I click on that. That's what's actually, it's just black. This is green because of the template, but I'm just drawing on white and then keying that over top of myself. And so the black and white image goes out of the computer into the switcher. And so the mouse, when I'm touching something here, it's moving what it needs to in the computer, but the computer's output is going into the switcher. And then this is basically a down, if you think about it like this, you have this top layer is my drawing, right? And the bottom layer is my video. And I'm simply compositing that one over the top of the other and then sending that output back to the Wacom tablet so I can see what I'm doing.
Can I clarify that that's a Wacom, that's a Cintiq, not just a standard Wacom tablet? Is that?
There's a new one. Hold on.
Well, it's a video monitor that's.
Yeah, this is a Cintiq.
Okay,
that's the cheaper one. What is that? Is that still called a Cintiq? I think that's called a Pen 1 or something like that.
I'm old school, but I have a Wacom tablet sitting in front of me that is not a monitor.
So this is this is the other one. I'm actually replacing the more expensive Cintiq with the less expensive one, and the reason I'm doing that is because this one is actually smaller and more compact on on my desk. So I'd
Thank you.
actually rather use the one. The Cintiq, the big advantage is the Cintiq has has buttons down the side, which are kind of nice. But it's if I show you again, hold on. I'm watching some video that is, I can't see what's going on. Anyway, so one of my issues with this right now, if I focus in, is actually this address right here. So this is really funny holding this. This right here is a problem because it's really stiff, and the new one actually will come up out of here, and it's one small connection instead of a larger one, and this gets in the way of everything. So so it's why I'm not why I'm moving away from the Cintiq is just because of that. It's much cheaper as a model as well. So anyway, so that's that's how I'm doing that. That's how that telestrator works, and it's in presentations and trainings that I do outside of this. I mean, I use it a little bit. We're very conversational, so it's not as needed. But in presentations, this is lethal. Like I finished a presentation about a business plan with someone in VC, and they said, "I don't know if I'm going to invest in what you're doing, but I want to know how you did what you just did." like that's that's all they cared about was how did you do that, you know? And so, but being able to draw, I mean, I agree with John Edelson but being able to draw over your video is really important. I just think this is easier because what you'll see there is me jumping from one input to another. If you have glass, you have that one place that you can draw on it, which is cute. But I can draw on everything that I put through an ATEM. And so anyway, I would highly recommend it. It's worth buying an ATEM just for that. Like you're talking about an ATEM Mini plus an ATEM Mini plus the tablet is still going to be $700. You add a Mac Mini to it, and you're talking about $1,500, and it's life-changing when it comes to presentations. All right, we have one more question that is not really. There was a question about Clubhouse office hours, which we have a little time to do because we don't have any more education questions. So we'll take a break here in a second. But it's funny. I think we need more than an hour. We need more than an hour, but maybe not 2 hours for all the questions. And so go ahead, Roscoe.
Well, actually, that is an education hour because our third education hour is Emily and Aaron on Thursday nights. So,
is that okay? I didn't know whether it was which one was what it was applied to. So, Emily, how are the education hours going?
They're going. I actually this week started making templates with the questions on them and putting them out to social media and then having other people push them out, just kind of trying to see if people will connect. But that time period is tough because 8 o'clock on Thursdays, there's like 7 other education conversations going on, and all the people that I follow are in those conversations having them. So Aaron and I were talking about maybe finding a different time, continue running the Thursday night for an hour just to check in, chat, and it can maybe be more localized.
How long is the talk?
We usually go about an hour. This week we went like an hour and 20 minutes. Like most of the time we could go longer. I'm just exhausted. So I get up at like 4:45, 5 o'clock, and then 9 o'clock at night, I'm like, I need to go to bed. So
that's the big challenge for me on the evening ones. like I'm not, it's a hard lift, on my end. So my brain is not moving as fast as it is in the morning.
Yeah,
so,
definitely.
Yeah. So there you go. All right. It's a pleasure. Yeah, go ahead, John.
I was going to say, I mean, I think this is a teachable moment when we had to compress the education hour. We felt we needed more. We expanded it. I think it's going to take a little for our brain memory to get back to the longer length, and that this is more a programming issue.
The other thing is that I do this experiment where I either do or don't tell people we're running out of questions until the end, and it's kind of I admit you're all guinea pigs in that area to see what happens and whether people will naturally look at it. And I find that in general, when we get down to 3 to 4 questions, if I don't tell everyone that, and when I tell everyone that, like I did it in the last show, and we run out of time for the questions. And if I don't say that, we just get to the end. And so people, and it's just people are in the conversation and they're not paying attention to the questions. So it's a there's kind of experimentation process there. So I want to thank all the educators again. Just it's so great to have you here, and thanks for coming every week and having this conversation. I think we're figuring stuff out. We're thinking through things. This market is going to move really fast, and there's going to be a lot of opportunity for us to, I think, make a big difference. And I think that this is kind of a core group thinking about that and questioning each other and throwing out ideas. And so it's very valuable. So thank you all. And we're going to leave it open. People can keep talking. I'm going to take a little bit of a break to get ready for the next one. But you can keep talking here. We can let more people in if they want to be part of the Resolve training. It's going to start in about 25 minutes. So we can keep on talking amongst yourself. If you still have questions, remember, color page is what we're really trying to look for, but go ahead and post questions. And we'll be talking mostly about the color page at 10 o'clock. And go ahead, Jonas.
Where will we do the Pi activities?
Same place. We're going to do the same thing.
We'll just keep it open.
We'll just keep it open. We'll bring more people in.
Okay.
This is kind of like the post show, except for the fact that it's the webinar thing, so people can raise their hand and jump in and do mic checks between now and the top of the hour. Okay, I'll let you guys talk amongst yourselves. Yeah. Go ahead.
Hey Alex, do you want to plug what's happening in April?
We have been over during the week, so Saturdays at 10 o'clock. We haven't. You missed the memos. We've already been talking about them. Yeah. So Nick will be starting talking about Unreal. So he'll take the 10 o'clock slot at in April. So if you're interested in starting to get started and building sets and so on and so forth in Unreal, there's Nick in his palace, his virtual palace. So Nick will be showing how that comes together and walking us through it, and it'll just be for 4 weeks. So it's important. So
limited time only.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. So definitely
the Bat Cave.
Yeah. So start thinking about that as well, and we'll talk more and more about that as we get a little closer. Yeah. Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, and this might really speak to Emily. Maybe so much. Have we talked about Raspberry Pi applications for education?
Today, we'll talk about
it. Yeah, we'll talk about it in the Raspberry Pi, but absolutely, there's lots of them. But we'll go ahead, and I'm going to take a break here real quick. I'll let you guys talk amongst yourself.
So what about certifications?
Yeah, we talk certifications. But on the Raspberry Pi, Tony, while people are building them, we need to have stuff to talk about. So it's going to be steps that we're going through. And since it does actually take some time to put a heat sink on and do things, while people are doing that, we'll discuss various things, and then we'll go to the next step. I described to Mickey the 12 noon will be like Big Brother and Survivor in real time.
Hopefully nobody gets voted off.
Can I reflect back to an earlier discussion we had when people were talking about education for work, skills education, or even the education system as it creates people who can function in the economy? To me, there's always been this thing in my mind, well, that's one function. The other one is to try to maximize human potential. And I'm just wondering how people think those two things are in conflict, and where society needs to continue to go forward. Do we continue to train people for jobs, or do we move or adapt to try to maximize each person's needs, even if it's not economically based? And I'm not going to call on people. We're going to figure out who.
Go, Emily.
You do it, Roscoe.
Go, Kara. I'm serious. Let Kara and Emily discuss it back and forth. I think
that'd be an interesting
We'd all
thing.
be interested.
Whoops, everybody's muted.
Okay, I'm good now.
There you go.
Okay, so I guess I just wanted to talk about it because I had a pretty unique experience. My bachelor's is in mechanical engineering. So I started off at a school where I got put into a big classroom and, lecture hall, huge lecture hall, which compared to some of these universities was not actually that huge. But for me, I got lost in the shuffle and it didn't work for me. So I transferred to what's called General Motors Institute, now Kettering University. And that model there is extremely hands-on, so tons of labs, but also the model is co-op. So I did 3 months of school and then 3 months of work. And I tell people all the time, this is the only reason I got a mechanical engineering degree. There is no way I would have done it in a school where I was in a classroom, in a lecture hall. So the hands-on was the biggest thing. And so now some of our businesses that Paul and I run, we actually have interns and residents coming through all the time. And so I would love to hear other educators' thoughts, or business owners maybe, like creating internship models where people get specific problem-based activities that they're working on. And what it does for you as a business owner is it helps you, like you have a project that you want somebody to work on, whether it be software or anything, you can put an intern on it and they get a great experience, and you end up with at least some fact finding at the end of like what this could do for your business. And it's such a great model. And I see the students that come out, we've got a 3D printing lab that we have interns run. We have, and they pass it on. So they collect the data, they run the experiments, and then they pass it on to the next intern. And it's so beautiful as an educator to see that I would love to see, more education go in that direction.
So you'd point education as much as possible at economic results.
And at real life application, at being woven into the theory and the academic part of it.
So do you less emphasize things like, let's say somebody's interested in being a therapist, or something that is not so job oriented, not that therapists aren't wonderful jobs, but the elevation of an emotional intelligence quotient over technical skills, does that play in? And how do students who might resonate with that side compare to the ones who might resonate with a technical side? And I don't know any of these answers. I'm just interested in the different kinds of kids that you guys all see in classrooms and their needs.
Yeah, I think there's a need for both, especially in the engineering side, where some of the people who are most sort of either culturally or socially sort of prone to jump into engineering, that's not their first set of skills. And so like computer science is the model for getting internships kind of sucks, because it's not, there's, at least in California right now, as much opportunity there's still a lot of competition, which is not great. But most of the students that I work with over there, 4 years will do somewhere between 1 and 3 internships with a company. And the cool thing for them is they are often working on projects that go live. I mean, one of the TAs that I worked with, this was now probably 8 years ago, built the prototype of Gmail's did you forget to attach a file in this email? And the initial versions of that were written by, with help from engineers, right? But an intern working through doing some of the modeling. And so I think, those are just skills that, I teach a project-based class. We work on them in the classroom, but there's no substitute for working with someone in the real world. And to your original question, there's a time conflict between some of the theory and some of the practice, because time is not unlimited. But in general, I think that if you plan and you try and set your priorities, you can weave both in a really important way. I personally would say, I think that us fetishizing as a society, Harvard, I'm going to put Berkeley in that, the 4-year R1 research institutes is not super productive, because not everyone needs that kind of background or experience for most jobs. For people who enjoy it, I think it is super useful. That's why I went back, right? I enjoy some of that theory and the abstract work. And I think that when you find the time to apply it, you can get a lot of it. That's why research is a valuable thing. But I think that there's, it's very clear that there's not only one model. 2-year community college is more than enough for so many jobs, and continued educational learning while you're working at a job is probably way more effective than trying to learn it up all, everything up front too. So I think we kind of need everything.
Emily, the blood's draining from your hand.
Yes, actually, just the tremors like make me crazy, so I start making these weird hand movements. Anyway, yeah. So one of the things that got me into education, we talked about it in our clubhouse this past week, was I got to see something called the Big Picture School, and the Big Picture School was created, and it's now a brand, and I don't know how effective it has been in the last like 10 years since I last saw it. But what they did is they had students in small groups doing the liberal arts stuff in the classroom. So the reading and the discussion and the philosophical and things like that. But it was built around making relationships in the community where you could send the students out. So if a student had, wanted to learn about live audio, like they would have contacted my husband and been like, hey, like, can you show me, can I come work in your facility? And they would show up on a regular basis. So it was scheduled, and they would go to these, different areas in the community, and they would learn firsthand in an internship if that's really what they were interested in. Like, cause sometimes they'd get in it and they'd be like, this is not what I thought it was. Can I get out? And that gave them the 4 years that they were in school to either dive really deeply into something they were super passionate about, or take the time to figure out, oh, I thought nursing was going to be this, but in reality it's this, and that's not what I'm into. So maybe I actually want to go down this different path. And I think that those hands-on community connections are super important and can be super helpful to students figuring out what they want. And then the other thing that I kind of, and I'm going to speak with this with a little bit of, I don't truly understand. I used to live in the UK, and when I was in the UK, the way the students explained it to me was that they go to college after high school. What is their high school? They go to a college, and college tended to be more of a overview or liberal art. Then they'd take a gap year, and then they'd come back and go to university to pursue something a little different and more deeply. And I think that us pushing people to, oh, you have to do this, and this is the only path for you. Like, I hate the conversation of, and I understand it's built in data, of like, well, if you don't get a bachelor's degree, you're going to make this much less in your lifetime. That does not hold true for everyone. My husband does not hold a bachelor's degree, makes more money than I do and will ever make as a teacher. So it has to do with passion. It has to do with what career you're pursuing, what the mobility within that career is, whether you can move up in it or move sideways in it and learn new things. I think a lot of it has to come from passion. I think we kill wonder in public education very early on. It happens pre-middle school, where we tell kids to stop asking questions and to play the game. You have a game to play. You have to get this many credits in order to graduate, and you need to get a good GPA because otherwise you can't get into college. And a whole bunch of people get pushed to the sidelines in that game playing because some kids are really smart and see through the game. And they're like, this is a game and I don't want to play because it's arbitrary and it means absolutely nothing. Then you have other kids who are like, I see the game. I'm going to play it to get all the points, and I'm going to level up, and I'm going to go to a 4-year college, and are miserable because they just did what was expected of them instead of exploring what might be of interest to them. And then you have people all through that middle, that just somewhere fall through it. So
Chris has had his hand up for a long. Let's do Chris, then Andrew, and then I think we might be at the end of time here.
Hello. I think it's time for a little humility on the part of us educators. We're at the end of a 100-year experiment that's tacked on to 10,000 years of recorded history where mass education didn't happen. It only started roughly before or after the turn of the century, the 20th century. So a lot of the systems we've invented that have been true and got us where we are today over the last 100 years or less are first drafts and pilot tests of how do you do this thing? How do you strike a balance between what we call training and what we call education? And who's got the monopoly on education and who's got the monopoly on training? And and what happens when you mix those two together and fail to meet the needs of every student. So if we could, instead of being as self-critical as we have been, if we could treat it like a 100-year experiment and then ask ourselves, let's take a sabbatical. Everybody take a sabbatical. In a sense, we've been in a forced sabbatical due to COVID, and say, take a step back and ask what's been working over the last 100 years, what's been not working, how do we amplify or broaden the scope of the things that have been desirable for the common good, for happiness, for fulfilling lives, and what's worked against that? How about competition? Is that a great thing for everybody all the time? We seem to be in a competition-based system, but that may be toxic. It may be hazardous to our health as a happy, fulfilling society, or for a subset of the people we signed on to serve. So, to reiterate, it's time to be a little more humble, not so much competing for claims that our one best way, the one best way that we're affiliated with, or that got us where we are today, is therefore probably the best way, and we should just push to get more market share for that approach, and instead take a more anthropological approach about evaluating what we've done to ourselves over the last 100 years, and that maybe it's time to rethink the data.
One of my observations has been competition, and particularly in that thing, it can be incredibly empowering for the kid on one side of me and incredibly damaging to the kid on the other side of me. And you can't tell which is which most of the time until you get there. Andrew, you had your hand up for a little bit.
Yeah, in the UK, we've started pushing these things called apprenticeships, where young people work for basically 80% of the time in a company, and then 20% of the time is out for learning, and you're meant to be supported during your work. In fact, we've got apprentices in our schools, and we've even promoted 2 of them to being running the school ITs in 2 of the schools. And you can even get apprenticeships in banking and all sorts of things. So that's sort of going away from the university model. But then the other thing that I wanted to point out was, I don't know if anybody's heard about the Minerva University, where it's just set up a couple of years ago. And for instance, professors are not allowed to talk for more than 4 minutes at a time, and then students have to do something, but they also take their students around, I think it's 7 cities during their degree, and they have to sort of immerse themselves in the culture of those cities, as well as doing specific focused study. So it's well worth looking at. There's some stuff on YouTube on it, Minerva University, well worth a look.
Yeah, just thank everybody for the discussion. I'd seen something last night on TV about how during this COVID thing, there's been a spike in drug use and things like that. And I'm just trying to figure out how this disruption affects so many people on so many different levels. And so thank you for the discussion. Emily?
So I want to normalize something, and maybe you guys can help normalize it. Can we stop referring to it as learning loss? We are telling students before they go back into the classroom that they have lost a whole year, and it might translate to a year and a half worth of learning. And the kids hear that and they internalize it, and they go, oh, I lost out and I'm behind. And it's going to happen from grade K through college, where it's you lost out, you lost out, you lost out, you lost out, and we have to figure out how to get it back to you. And if we keep saying that, they're going to internalize it. Kids are super resilient, and they will be able to bounce back if their basic needs are being met. And I'm going to talk about, basic needs being food, shelter, they're not being beaten at home, or otherwise neglected. If they do that, they make huge gains, and they don't need to hear this constant talk in the media. I'm sick of hearing it on the news every night. I'm sick of hearing it from educators in every single PD that I go to. How are we going to make up the learning loss? It's important to talk about, okay, things happened and we're going to have to adjust. But by putting this label on it, I really think we're doing more damage and setting kids up for failure than if we just start talking about how are we going to reapproach education when we go back and stop talking about it as a loss. And now I get off my soapbox, but I really need people to start saying that everywhere.
You made this panel look like a set of bobbleheaded dogs. They were bobbleheaded dolls. There were so many head bobs going on while you were saying that, Emily.
So true.
Dogs. That's too weird. Bobbleheaded dolls.
I heard something has to be said over and over again, but I missed the first part. I was getting my coffee.
To Emily's point, all the studies show they only remember about 20% of what we teach them years out. So if they're only going to, remember a fraction of what happened in the past year, then 20% of that isn't even that big of a difference.
Emily's point was she wishes people would stop talking about learning loss, and that people are way more resilient, particularly kids are way more resilient. Stop focusing on all the negatives of what you didn't get during COVID and just move on. Is that fair?
I just had that conversation with my wife.
Reframe it. Just reframe it, because if it's that Henry Ford. If you say you can, you can. If you say you can't, you can't. If you keep telling kids that they lost out, they hear it and they internalize it, and they will go, "Oh, I'm part of that COVID cohort that lost out," and that, I think, is doing a bigger disservice to everyone. And like I said, to hear it everywhere, repeated over and over and over and over again, is more damaging than the actual loss itself.
Yes.
That's kind of my inspiration about, Alex, you're listening to the Stanford thing and taking action to educate and modify the energy in a positive direction. And
one of the things that I
finish, because that inspiration again is with regards to the plexiglass debacle.
Alex,
how do you modify that energy?
Yeah, I think that one of the things I have in the article is just saying that it's not a it's not Zoom that's going to miss out from what's happening in, with that Stanford article. It's all the people who are gonna do all those things and look stupid. It's gonna undermine their own ability to move forward. Again, one of the things that I learned pretty quickly was how you know what, and Mickey, thanks for the note. I want to make sure that they're coming into the right one, because we got rid of the other. Let me check. But yeah, I think that, to get back to both what Emily's talking about and what you're talking about there, it's people get bad information and then they're acting on it individually, and it puts them at a huge disadvantage, while, yeah. So, that's the big challenge, is people listening to bad ideas puts them at a huge disadvantage, because there are always going to be people who aren't listening to those bad ideas, and they're just clearing the way for them to move forward.
Well, and it's usually the middle part of that conversation is where things get muddy and silly. It's the receiver is looking for good information. The person that wrote it, apparently, according to John's quote last week, you read all the way to the end of the article, mm-hmm. It was not as malicious as it became, as a thing to grab and throw in front of people's eyeballs. So it's that middle person. Oh, Michael's thumbing upping something.
Oh, no. When you say it's never as it's not as malicious, academic papers, it's kind of the same thing, but there's always 10 times more nuance than what gets reported on, even when it's positive, even when it's negative.
But the problem is that it's just that the reason it needs to be kind of pushed up against is that in the fact that it's so inaccurate, just painfully inaccurate, and then that it is being, it has me questioning a lot of different things about what I see in the news and everything else. It fundamentally is this huge, it's as big of a shift. For some reason, this article, and especially as I've critically looked at it and looked at the response of it, has when I was in Zimbabwe, when they were reporting on the elections in 2000, watching CNN on TV and being where they're reporting on it was my break. Like, I just didn't believe anything anymore. Because it was just like, because it was like, I'm here. That is not what's happening at all. Like, you know, and I am 3 blocks from where they are, you know, and it was like, wow. Like, it was just like, because I'd never been out of the country, and it was just like this bloop, and I couldn't ever go back. And in the same way for this article, this idea that we are, it's being put out like the truth, and it is, you know, and regardless of what the writer intended it, that's how it's impacting the world as it becomes this thing. And so, by the way, it goes out on Monday morning because I couldn't get I was having a problem with images. Images wouldn't load. Medium sucks. I'm sorry. I just hate Medium. This is probably the last set of articles I'll do on it. It's just the format is so bad. And so the formatting. And so I was having trouble with it, and it got to noon and on Friday. Anyone who works in the press knows you never publish something on Friday afternoon because no one will, you know, it'll die in the cycle. Go ahead, John, and then we'll. Hey, Mark.
Oh, if you look at the Zoom blog, there was a blog about the truth behind Zoom myths. And that's the challenge of this article, that eventually these myths people believe are true. Yeah. And there are 5 Zoom myths that even Zoom felt they had to say, let's get the truth out there. And I think part of what you're trying to do with that article is prevent this becoming a myth that is urban legend type of what it is.
Right. So we'll see. And we'll see if the press wants to backtrack, because I'm going to put it out and I'm going to send it to a bunch of folks that could make a difference, and we'll see if they do or not. If they don't, I'll get a lot meaner. Like, if the press thought that I was nice before, if they actually let me, do something about it, then I'll be like, oh yeah, people are reasonable. If they're not, if you thought that I was negative about the press before, just wait until they ignore that process.
If it bleeds, it leads.
Yep. All right. So, we are going to shift gears again. Anyone? Charles is here. Mark is here. I think we're our resident experts here, and so we are going. I know that a lot of what we want to try to at least prioritize is questions around the color page, but I think that we've got a lot of different questions popping up as well. So we'll. But if you have questions about Resolve, we have between Mark and Steve and Charles and a couple other folks here. There's a lot of really good resources here to answer your questions. So. Definitely, let's focus on color pages to prioritize those. But any questions that you have, we're all talking about Resolve right now. Get them, go ahead and throw them into Makana, and we'll address them with the experts here. And welcome back, Mark. Are you back in the country?
Yes, I am. How's my gain? First of all, is it okay?
A little bright. Yeah, you might want to turn it down just a little bit.
I thought we talked about this, Mark.
we did a test, and I brought it down yesterday. Is that,
if you look at that, if you look at the meters there, I'll stop talking there in a second. If you look at those meters, you're trying to hit -24. Like, somehow I'm going really high.
Okay, so I'm talking now, and I'm hitting about -22, if I talk louder, I'm about, that's a little hot, huh? Okay, I'll bring it down some more. And now I'm talking, and bring it down a little bit more.
I have all the Iconic questions on my phone.
There we go. Okay, that's better.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay,
great. So let's go ahead and jump into the questions. What do we got, Bill?
Okay, the first question comes from TJ Asher, who is hot on, in the training video, in some places a clip is inserted in the main video timeline, and in other cases a clip is added on top in a new video layer. Why the mix of layers? Why not either always add a clip to a new layer or always insert a clip into the main timeline?
Okay, I can address that. I'm going to, tell me if I share my screen. We have...
we see it. We see the lake.
It's not... Do you see Resolve?
No.
No.
You see the lake. Okay, it's sharing the wrong. This is because we tested in Skype, and now we're in Zoom. So I need to make sure it's sharing the correct screen. But I think I can get around that by simply sorry, it's not sharing the correct screen for me.
Normally, if you stop screen share and reshare your
Well, I don't
screen
think
again,
I don't
it'll
think
give
Spark.
you-
I think you're going through. Are you going through an ATEM, Mark?
I'm going to an ATEM, yeah, and I've switched. So now it's actually sharing my my laptop screen, not my LG screen, which I have Resolve running on.
Well, since I created the tutorial and I know why I did what I did, maybe I should answer that question.
Go ahead, Steve. While Mark's working on that, go ahead, Steve.
So basically what I did is, typically when you lay out a story, you have you lay down your interview of whoever's talking, you cut B-roll over the top of it. There's really two approaches. One approach is to cut the B-roll into another track, and that gives you flexibility of easily moving that B-roll relative to what's being said. And I show that, but I also show taking the B-roll and literally smushing it right down into the same track that the interview is. And the question is, well, why would you do that? Well, it really just depends on what you, well, I did it because I needed to show something specific. Typically what I would do is just cut B-roll over the top of the V1 track. I just put it there. But in that particular instance, I wanted to show you how you could take B-roll and put it right in the same track. And some editors, some traditional editors like that approach because they want to see everything clean in one track. So when they export an EDL or an XML, everything is cleanly on one track. It's just an approach. It's not right or wrong. I just showed both ways.
Well, go ahead, Charles.
One example was in the video that we did for the remotes, the band, in what section we have one of the players that was tracked over. And what I needed to do was have that clip sit on top of everybody else and add an alpha layer out so I could color correct him. So in my timeline, I have all the players, but on top of that with an alpha layer, so you just see that one player in their box, it's just him. So that wouldn't interact with anything else that I did. So that's one reason why you would start stacking up things.
Yep. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's very common when you have sort of a typical interview and B-roll situation, which is in the tutorial here, and you're cutting to B-roll. It's very common to put that B-roll on a V2 track because it gives you the flexibility of moving those clips around in time relative to what the person is talking about. If you put that B-roll, if you overwrite those clips on top, you're not going to be able to do that.
Go ahead, Mickey.
In terms of track organization for videos, I think just one important thing is you don't mix like footage with stuff like graphics. And you want to be able to easily take graphics out in case you have to output a clean output, a textless output of it.
Go ahead.
And also I point out, because we're talking about color, when you move that timeline into the color page, it's really nice. You could see the V1, V2, V3 tracks. You could toggle those and just say, I only want to see everything on the V2 track for grading. And it takes everything out of the the thumbnail timeline. So I think that's one of the reasons why we recommend putting on a V2 track, because for grading, it makes it really easy to deal with just your B-roll.
Charles and then Chris.
Yeah. And to add to what Mickey said, I'm working on a project right now where I have compositing. So like the video layer, and then I have a bunch of characters that are tracked into the scene, right? And all of those characters have their own mat. So those are stacked up in their own layer just so that I can spit it back out to the editor once I'm done doing the color.
That's great. Go ahead, Chris.
I know for me, and I know I've got bad habits, but I know for me, like when I did a music video recently, I don't know what I want to go to next. So I have options on different layers of going. If I want to shift the energy in certain ways, I want to have different options for my B-roll or whatever the next thing is. And it's nice having them stacked on top so I can just like activate and deactivate. The other thing for me, I come from a music production background, and I'm sure that there's something in my brain where if I don't see lots of tracks, it's not quite right. And I know that's bad and that's a bad habit, but I think it's just a musician or a composer kind of seeing multiple instruments and things like that. I know we're talking about two completely different things, but I think I'm bringing a habit over from that world.
Next question.
TJ Asher back again with another one. When pasting the film damage filter to the other two B-roll clips, the filter did not apply until I manually went to the clip and turned the filter off and back on again. I had to do that with each clip to get it to apply. Is this normal? And he's working Resolve 17.1 on an Intel Mac and using Resolve Studio if that matters.
Bug.
Bug. Bug.
Yeah.
So is there a report? I haven't actually reported bugs through the system. What is the system to report bugs inside of Resolve? Is it built in?
No, I don't believe so, Mark. I think you go to the Blackmagic forums. They have it. You know what? There may be a link to the. I have to check. It's been a while. Mark, do you know if there's a link to the forums within Resolve?
That's the best place to do it is in the forums. I don't have the link right here.
All right. Next question.
Don Pruitt of Huntersville. When using F11 on my Mac to replace a clip in Resolve, it shows my desktop. How do I stop that?
Sure, I can address that, and I wish I could show it, but when I use my ATEM and switch, it's just giving me my background image, and it doesn't allow me to show my apps for some reason. And it worked perfectly in Skype, but it's not working in Zoom. But if you go to your system preferences and you go to keyboard, there's a checkbox to use function keys, and you need to disable that so that hitting F11 won't do the OS operations. Same with F9, 10, 11, 12. So you always want to turn that off in system preferences.
Yep.
Go ahead, TJ.
Another thing you can do is also F11 is you can turn off specifically or change the function key that F11 does. I had a similar problem, but in a different software.
Go ahead. Next question.
Sky Gleason in Seattle. Steve, when you introduced Lift Gamma Gain, you did not bring up the scopes. Why not lead with adjusting the scopes levels as the baseline tool to achieve balance first? And by the way, he says, thank you for this great training tool.
Hey, thanks, Ski. Really, I appreciate your point, and you're right. It's sometimes easier to explain, okay, this is what's going with the lift relative to like the bottom of the traces and the gain with the top. My thinking was, I just wanted them to start playing with the tools just so they could see what they did, and then get into the scopes, because it would have introduced it a level of complexity that would have had to explain off the bat. So I opted just to push that later in the tutorial. But your point is perfectly valid. I just made the choice to do it that way.
I figured.
Yeah, I mean,
thanks.
I do feel like. Yeah, I definitely think playing with it makes sense because you visually look at it and then you see, oh, right, that the scopes make a difference. I will say, as a user, the only thing I care about, I shouldn't say the only thing. But I look at the scopes really fast. Like I don't know how you approach it, but I peg the scopes almost immediately, and then I go into it, decide what I want it to look like. Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah. So once I get my colors into the space that I want to work in, my next node is a balance node where I'm trying to get my highs as close to the top as possible and my darks as close to the bottom. And then I know where the image sits. And then my next one is my saturation. And then after that, I start working. But yeah, that is one of the first things I do. It's just I try to stretch the image.
Oh, look.
Yeah, there we go. We're working.
I'm cheating. I'm not using the ATEM. I'm just using Zoom's share.
It's working from this side.
It works.
Okay.
Good, Mark.
Sorry, go ahead, Charles. You were talking.
Yeah, so that is one of the first things I do is try to see how far I can push the image within that color space, whether it's 709 or 1000 nits. I try to find the limits and I try to look at the image to see where it starts to break up and I start to find out where it sits comfortably, and then I start to play from there. But yeah, that's one of the first things I do.
And Charles, when you're let's see here, pull this over. It's hard for me to. So what is your just to kind of take a side route real quickly? What is your general approach to every clip as you go into color correction? So it's, as you said, it's to balance it, then you affect saturation.
So let's say if I have clips from all the same camera, right? So it's a Blackmagic. I want to work in Arri log C. My first node or first two nodes, I'll be bringing that from Blackmagic Raw to my Arri log C. If I do have a lot of noise, that'll be like the first node where I try to deal with that. So it'll be noise, then my color transform, then my balance, and then I do some saturation there to see where things are starting to sit and what the camera captured. And
Mhm.
after that, I break into my parallels, into my qualifiers, if I need to do windows, anything like that. But that's usually my like those 4 or 5 nodes I have on everything as a starter.
Right. Very good. Next question.
The next one actually turns out to be Sky, more of a comment. Steve, thank you. I'm appreciating your training because it is from the user, not the engineer's perspective. So thank you for showing your own footage. Just
Okay,
showing the real
okay. I'm
world
a
process.
fanboy.
Very
I
useful
admit it.
info.
Sorry.
That's funny. Just aside, we got down to this little ghost town in Nevada, and it's like, I didn't know what we should. Couldn't get anyone, and no one there would be on camera. They wanted to charge me $150 for any person I interviewed. Like, forget it. I'll just make up my own story. So I made up this whole alien thing while we were there. And this came out better anyway.
Well, it's real world. It's us. You are us in that sense. And so that helps us get our hands up there and grab onto something. So thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
That's great. Next question.
Ray Maxwell here in the panel says, I did not find training on monitor selection, monitor color space, calibration, profiling, system profile, or tone mapping. Why was this foundation of all color adjustment not covered?
Mark has a good answer to that.
Well, that's a very big subject, and I think in a basic introduction tutorial to the basis of color grading, it would be impossible to cover all of the different variations of monitoring color, and it also gets directly into deep discussion of color management as well. So I think the idea was to just introduce the concepts as best as possible. I will point to, if you really want to do color correction and resolve, Alexis Van Herkman did a fantastic tutorial for Ripple on color management and understanding color management, and it's outstanding. I really highly recommend that to understand what's going on. And I think color management is something people have stayed away from, but in 17, it's actually been made a lot easier, and Alexis really makes it approachable. And I'm much more tending towards using color management now because it's a way of automating the process of getting all your clips into your timeline color space without needing to apply LUTs either to the media pool or as a node. Basically, Resolve will do all of that for you for any clips that have the metadata to do that.
Yep.
That's great. Next question.
Christina Borer is up next with, I wanted to sync 2 videos based on waveform. And when I right-clicked on the 2 video, I didn't see the choice to auto sync audio. Is this only on the paid version of Resolve?
Can I ask one other question related to that? Are you assuming that trying to sync 2 clips on the same timeline? I'm assuming that's the question.
I think that is. I think it is.
No, that feature should be available in the free and the paid version. But just to clarify, it's a feature that was introduced in Resolve 17 where you can have 2 clips in the timeline. You select them both, right click, and then you could choose your syncing logic, either by time code or audio. And it'll take those 2 clips and immediately bring them into sync. So I think it's a fantastic feature. And I'm glad it's in there, but it shouldn't be based on the version. So I'd have to see what you were doing. Maybe there's a step you're leaving out.
Next question.
Jeff Dooley of Chicago, Illinois. When syncing audio, the waveform display had a very small amplitude displayed. Any way to increase the audio waveform to correctly sync audio? Thanks.
Well, the way I show it in the tutorial is I sync dual system sound. I don't do it in the cup. I do it in the media page. So you take your audio and you sync them, and you have a little tiny window that's up in the corner of the in the upper right corner. I think it's the audio tools section. It's a panel, and she's right, or he's right. I'm not who's asking the question, but there's a little waveform there. There's no way that I know how to expand it. It's you look at it and you can see the spike where the clapper comes together, and you just line that clapper up with the closed sticks, and then that's your sync point. So the short answer is I don't think there's a way to increase the audio waveform size there. So if someone else knows, I don't think there is.
And as a note, we have more time than questions. So if you've got questions about Resolve, this is the time to throw those questions in. So we've got some good experts here. So if you've got more questions as you kind of work through those things, to go ahead and throw them up, or we're gonna take a longer break, or we'll talk about Resolve in general. we might just chit chat for a little while. Go ahead. Next question.
Christina Borer says, when I select a clip and press, it deletes the clip, but moves the other clips into the blank space. This didn't happen in the tutorial video. To delete a clip without the other clips moving, I have to use on a PC. When the lesson says to click, I have to hit, and that's where it stops. So it looks like have to hit backspace. I'm sorry, there's things that's not being parsed here. So I have to click delete was the former one. Let me read it off the other display. When I select a clip and press delete, it deletes the clip, but moves the other clips into the blank space. This didn't happen in the tutorial video. To delete a clip without the other clips moving, I have to use backspace on a PC. When the lesson says to click delete, I have to hit backspace. Sorry about that.
Can I just demo that?
Yep.
See my Resolve screen here?
Can.
Yep. Great. So here's a clip on the timeline. If I just hit delete, I'm on a Mac, but it should be the same. I'm just hitting the delete key. It's going to leave a gap by default. If you select that clip and hold the shift key down to delete, you'll get a ripple delete. So again, just the delete key by itself is a lift, just leaves a gap. And then holding the shift key down and hitting the delete key should do a ripple delete. And it should work the same on the PC. I'm not quite sure.
Can you do me a favor, Mark?
Yeah.
Can you select the trim tool?
Yep.
And now do the same thing. Just use the delete key. Okay. I just wanted to see. All right. Yeah, that's the behavior. The only other thing I can think of is keyboard, go to the command set and make sure it's using the Resolve command set.
Right. And so it could be a different
right up here.
set.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Right up here.
Otherwise it should work exactly like he demoed.
Go ahead, TJ.
On a Mac, there are two keys labeled delete. One on if you have the full size keyboard, you have the one above the backslash and the pipe character, and then you have the other one in the little central area next to the home and end key. There are two different ASCII codes underneath those two different keys. So depending on which key you're hitting, one is quote delete and one is backspace, and that's how it maps to Windows.
It's a really good point.
That's great. Next question.
Georgie Kennedy from the panel here is in with Mark. Steve, can you give a quick overview of lift, gamma, and gain, please?
Sure. I'd like to, let me share my screen again. And go, am I sharing? Yes, looks like I am. I'm going to go to the color page. And so what they're referring to in the color page by default in the bottom left corner are a set of color wheels that say lift, gamma, and gain. And the simple way to think about this is you're splitting up the luminance range of a clip into three areas. The darker areas are the shadows, and this is a rough idea to get the idea, but lift would be the shadow area, the gamma would be the midtones roughly, and the gain would be the highlights. And by splitting it into those three tonal ranges, you can adjust them individually. So for instance, for this clip, if I were to bring the lift down, you can see I'm affecting the shadows. And in fact, if we bring the scopes up, you can see this a little bit better. So I've got my RGB parade. And if I adjust the lift, you see how the shadows are being affected more than anything else. The highlights are barely being affected at all. The shadows are primarily being affected. So actually I can bring that lift down and do what Charles was talking about, is get get my blacks down to the zero line there. And by the same token, gain is going to be the highlights. So if I drag on the gain wheel there, I'm moving up the highlights, and I'm really not affecting the shadows at all. And I'm not affecting the midtones as much as the highlights. So by separating out the tonal range into these three areas, you can affect them somewhat independently. You can see how they overlap, but you can affect each of those ranges more than the other. And that's actually a typical process there that Steve talks about in his training of expanding the dynamic range, especially with this log encoded clip that isn't being color managed here. So I'm basically doing a manual grade to kind of balance the shot there and expand the tonal range. That's a basic idea. The only other thing I'll mention is in 17, we have these HDR wheels. If you select that, instead of having those 3 tonal ranges, you can see these banks up here. You actually have 6 tonal ranges to work with. Anything from specular highlights all the way down to blacks. You've got black, dark, shadow, and then light, highlight, and specular. And what's so cool about this is it just gives you much, much more control, particularly for HDR images. But these tools, even though it's called high dynamic range, work great on SDR material. But it's the same basic idea of splitting your image into tonal ranges. The nice thing about this HDR is, besides having this many, is that you can control exactly how those ranges are determined by using this zones control here, and to say, hey, I want the blacks to be this amount, and you can determine the fall off between them. So just want to sort of hint at the power. The color page in Resolve is absolutely outstanding. I mean, it's the oldest page in Resolve. It's how Resolve started, and the feature set is very deep.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I have a graphic that I borrowed from I think another tutorial that I took a screen grab for my own personal use. I don't know if I'm allowed to share it, but it kind of shows a difference between lift, gamma, gain versus shadows, midtones, and highlights.
Yeah,
Is
go
that
ahead.
something I'm allowed to flash on the screen?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
right.
I don't know if that makes sense or if that's accurate. If you guys
It
have
is. It's kind of
something to say.
ranges.
Yeah.
It's kind of the ranges of them. It's not like they're not hard lines. They're kind of, bits and pieces there. But it definitely, thinking about where it goes, I do find that it's taking an image, even an image of a color chart or a grayscale chart, and putting it into Resolve, and then looking at it in scopes, and then playing with each one of those ranges helps me a lot understand what it's doing. Because you'll see, when you move the gain, you'll see the top part going up and down. You move the lift, and you see the bottom part going up and down. You can see where it's affecting it just by looking at the scopes with a chart kind of in front of you, because it gives me a sense of what does each one of these do. Go ahead, George.
So Mark, thank you for that quick little demo. And I kind of purposely did that because a ton of us on this panel right now are using Blackmagic cameras, and we're trying to paint those cameras on a daily basis or somewhat. So it's good to get that kind of idea, because a small part of Resolve is actually in the ATM software. Eventually, hopefully Blackmagic will bring some more of it in there, but it was good to see what is actually going on when you're trying to paint your camera. So thank you very much.
Go ahead, Charles.
Just a side note, I'd really like Resolve to come up with a new panel between the Mini and the Advanced that has all of the 6 HDR wheels on it. I would buy that in an instant. Just saying.
That's great, Mark.
Just to show you where that is in Resolve for the lift, gamma, gain versus midtones and highlights. So I was looking at the primaries wheels, which is lift, gamma, gain. But if you click this pop-up menu here and choose log, you'll see shadow, midtone, highlights. So if you play with each of those separately, you'll see how they work differently, because shadow, midtone, and highlights have less overlap than lift, gamma, gain, which is what what Chris's image showed.
That's great.
Thanks, Mark.
Next question.
Charles Klein here in New York, from New York City, says, Steve and Mark, what steps would you take before updating from Resolve 16 to 17?
Back up your databases.
Yeah. Back your database up. Which, by the way, yeah, definitely back your database up.
Can you show us where those live and what we should look for?
Well, they live where you decide to put them. Is my answer to that. If you, let me just share.
Bring it up real quick, Mark.
Well, so I'll bring this up. I'm going to hit Shift 1 to go to my sort of project manager here. And if you don't see this by default, it's closed, but you click this little icon on the left, and this will show you, I actually have multiple databases set up here so I can switch between different things I'm teaching. But when you create a new database, you determine where that's located. And when you first set up Resolve, you do that. I think by default, it's going to be in your documents folder, but you can choose the location of those databases. If you right click on one and choose Reveal in Finder, it'll show you where that is. Of course, brought something else up here. I have a bunch of other open windows, which is not helpful. So we're going to skip that. But if you right click and choose Reveal in Finder, it'll show you right where that is and you can back it up.
Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, is it okay if we have Chris Comfort to share that image again? We had a screen share up, so the spotlight didn't go through.
There you go. Great.
That's a great image. Thanks.
Yeah,
That's
it's super.
a really good image.
Thank
Next
you.
question.
Chris Comfort has the next question, interestingly enough. In the edit window, is there a difference in the processing math between putting an effect on an individual clip versus on an adjustment clip on top of those individual clips?
don't believe so.
I was
Go
talking
ahead.
to TJ about his film damages thing, and he said he had multiple clips, and I just gave him a little side note in the chat in the Mukana about like, and I've done this with dynamic zoom. Also, if I want a dynamic zoom between multiple clips with like a coherent zoom over on top of all of them, where I just put above those clips, I stretch out an adjustment layer on top of that and then throw the effect or do the effect on that. And I just wasn't sure if the math was different or we're going to get a artifacts or anything different other than, because that adjustment layer can be super powerful if there is no difference.
Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah. There are some limitations before you're using it. Excuse me. I've seen that it's perfectly fine. I've seen some people test out different looks, like soft grades that they want to do and stuff. So they'll put that on adjustment layers instead of grades inside of the color page, where you just have different grades by hitting it's Command Y and you just make a new grade.
Oh yeah.
Right. So there's different ways to use it, but I think for what you're speaking of, like, it's perfectly fine. You shouldn't see any deviation between the two.
Next question.
Comes from Sky here in the panel. And Sky says, can you demo how you create a color looks list that you keep for the whole project? Also, is there a best practice for source side color correction versus individually color correcting the clips on a sequence?
Yeah, I can address that. Let me share my screen and address the second question first. So this is actually a good example because this is an interview with some B-roll. Actually, I go back to the edit page. We can take a look at it a little bit. And this was actually sent via XML from Final Cut Pro for grading in Resolve. And for instance, I just did a grade on this first clip here, and you can see the other clips of the same interview subject aren't affected. So, and that's how Resolve works by default. But by default, Resolve is using something called local versions. So if you right click on a clip, you can see I've got version 1 loaded here, and you can create multiple versions. So it's very easy to create different looks and toggle between them or put them all on the same screen by doing a split screen. But besides local, you've got an option for remote versions. So if I go to remote version 1 load, notice that clip returns to its default state. It doesn't have a correction on it now. But let's say I were to desaturate that clip. It will desaturate every instance of that clip in my timeline. The reason you're not seeing that now is I'm on a multicam clip, okay? If I weren't on a multicam clip, every instance of that clip in this project and other projects would take on that same color correction. And that's the difference between remote and local versions. It's very, very powerful because you can do a grade on remote versions. And when you're done, you can then copy that remote grade to your local version or vice versa. So I highly recommend you check that out so you don't end up needing to copy paste a grade, especially across an interview clip, across hundreds of clips. You just switch to remote grade it once, and it'll pass through to everything.
I have a somewhat related question of, when do you do a lot of the correction in one node versus maybe having a couple different nodes that you're using one after the other? Do you do as much as you can in a single node or in a color correction node, or do you break it up into multiples?
I actually do as little as possible. I'll usually have Charles was talking a little bit of this. I'll have an initial balance node for normalizing a clip to make it sort of consistent, so that all clips look pretty consistent. They all have good dynamic range and good color balance. Then I'll do a separate node for any clip specific adjustments. And then especially if I'm doing secondary color correction, like using a qualifier to change the color of a specific item, always do that in a separate node so that you can toggle those on and off separately and evaluate what you've done. It's also super useful because you can copy paste individual nodes to other clips. So sometimes you don't want to paste a secondary correction or qualification because that was specific to, I wanted to change the shirt color of somebody, but you copy paste just the balance node across to a bunch of clips. So it's super useful to break your color correction up into multiple nodes.
Got it. Next, go ahead. You want to say something, Charles?
Yeah. I think that starts to walk into you're going from the technical side to the artistic side and the preference. I've seen very high-end colorists that refuse to use more than a few nodes. Like that is just their thing, and they're trying to balance everything in there and have a simple thing. But then you have some other colorists that will just go to town on tweaking every little thing. So it's a personal preference, but I agree with Mark. I try to keep things as simple but as separate as possible so I can fine tune each individual thing. As I'm getting notes from a client, they might want to change the color of a shirt here, or the shoes, or the trees, or the palm trees, or something. I need to have those notes separated so I can attack only one thing. One of the last things that I have on my note tree is one for a director, one for the producer, and one for the DP. Right? And they could fight it out, but at least I can tell them, hey, I did this for you, I did this for you. And then if I want to turn them on and off, I can do that. So
Hey,
Well,
hey,
and-
Mark, what's that cut to the next edit? I mean, or copy to the next edit. I mean, that it's a real quick shortcut key that it's a real nice
so
tip.
if I
Bang.
Sure, let me share that again. So if I want this clip here to have this clip's grade, you can just center. You need a 3-button mouse. If you're using Resolve, you got to have a 3-button mouse. But if you just center mouse click on the clip you're copying from, it'll just paste. It'll paste that grade over. So just center mouse clicking will do that. And again, I'm in a multicam clip.
And you can also grab multiple clips and do that. And so pop.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just center mouse click will copy from one to the other. There, you can see it there. I'll undo that. So if I want this grade copied to this clip here, I'm just center mouse clicking and bang. Or you could select multiple clips, like I've selected this, and then you could select multiple clips and then center mouse click, and it'll be applied to all of them. There, just applied it to all of them and ruined them all, but that's the idea.
Well, and that's your good observation of why do you do multiple nodes is because there's a vignette. Maybe you don't want a vignette on everything. So
right.
Features.
Good, Chris. And then Mickey.
I think this screen up here is a good example of naming each node. I don't know if it's routed by default, but I routed F2 to all wherever I could to rename things. So I just rename as I go. And obviously, like someone like Charles or the two gentlemen who did the tutorial, they have their workflow already. But we'll all develop our workflow as we go.
You good, Mickey?
What's the best use case or typical use for the still store as compared to just copying grades?
Well, the best use, and I say it's in the tutorial, that I think one of the best uses of the still store, Mark might want to demo that, is that it takes a grade with all its complexity. Like here, you can see there's 4 nodes there. If I save that as a still store, it basically encapsulates everything that's on that's applied and puts it in a still store that then can be applied at any clip. So you can create essentially a bank or a library of different looks that are always there in the still store gallery for you. And so you're just building up a kind of a series of looks that you work with, and then you just drag and drop them on a clip, and there's that node tree. And yeah.
And you're not able to, like, for those old enough to remember Shake or even Motion, you're not able to expose just inside of a concatenated or a node. You can't expose just sliders that you might want to adjust, right?
No, you have to apply it to the clip, and then you mess with it in the node tree.
Right. Yeah, because that's to me where the real magic would be great. Would be to have that and do what we do in Motion, when you're building a plugin, or what we used to do in Shake, where here's the node tree, but I'm going to expose these 3 sliders or these 4 things, back up, and then package it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good, Charles.
Yeah. And also just keep in mind that inside of your media, inside of your gallery, each time you save a still and it keeps all that information, it can either be to that particular project or into your power grades. And your power grades essentially are things that you use often. Like I have a cacophony of things that I use all the time that I keep in my power grades.
Yeah.
Whether I need to, like a vignette and stuff like that, if I need to split my luma and my chroma, all those things I keep there because I will use those on every project that I work on. So if I do a simple thing, like I add 10% blur, I might make a still and I put it in my power grade. So when I move to the next project, it's always there for me. So
next question.
Michael Sweeney of Chicago says, in general, can Windows Float be repositioned and resized, then saved as a custom workspace?
Some of them can. I think let's see, I have to share this again. So for example, you can pop out your scopes to a separate window. It moved onto my other screen, but let me see if I can move it up. Not letting me move it up. Grab my scopes and move them up. There we go. Okay, so you can pop out your scopes. You can pop out the color warper like that. And in terms of saving, under the workspace menu, you've got options for layout presets, and then you can save any layout that you create as a preset, and then call that back. And you can also, of course, reset your default layout.
Next question.
Moving on to TJ Asher with another question, who says, if I have several very long clips of which I only want specific parts, is it better practice to split up the long clips into several smaller clips, or can I be lazy and bring the clips into the media pool and bring them into the timeline by setting multiple in and out points in each clip?
Yeah, I would absolutely do that, because meaning I would just bring in the entire clip and use your in and out, so you've got access to all the media. One nice thing about Resolve that frankly Final Cut doesn't have is if you bring in a huge clip and only use pieces of it, you can media manage in order to save a copy with just those pieces that you've used in the project with as much handle as you want. So you're not forced to live with that mess. Might be it was a huge raw hour interview and you used 5 minutes of. So
not to go back, but didn't Final Cut 7 do that? If I remember correctly, Final Cut 7 would media manage it with I believe it did. Like I was looking for it the other day. I was talking to somebody who would know, and I was like, "What's the deal?" Like it worked 15 years ago.
I did notice in the media management they did change something. There was like copy and the transcode and copy, and they removed the move option where you're moving media to another. I didn't see it there anymore.
I got a hint once that part of the reason is because of keywords. You can apply ranges of keywords that cross all sorts of boundaries. So suddenly concatenating clips into subclips like that would destroy that system.
the one thing also that's cool about Resolve is not only can it do that, but it does it with B-Raw. So if you're shooting with a Blackmagic camera, I think it's the only thing that can do that. You know, that it can, you know, you can cut your whole show. We do a lot of stuff where we shoot it all in B-Raw, and then we're cutting the whole show in B-Raw, and then we're able to media manage it down. Especially, you may end up saving all that content, but being able to deliver a client a 1 terabyte or 2 terabyte drive instead of a 12 terabyte drive, super useful. You know, so it's you know, you don't want to get rid of it, but it's nice to be able to deliver only what they need, especially when you think you're done with the project. You think as best you can. Final. Really, this is it. Next question.
TJ Asher has the last one that's temporarily on the board, at least for right now, until somebody pops in another one.
No pressure.
Is there a fundamental difference between having a fade in and out on a clip or on a video layer above another, or having a cross dissolve between 2 clips on the same layer?
Do you want to explain that, TJ?
Yeah.
So when you're editing, you can do, you know, you grab a clip and you have the little handles in the upper corner, and you can bring it in to have like a fade in and out kind of thing going on. And if you have that over another clip, then you get a transition from the video on the upper layer into the video in the lower layer. I'm just wondering, from a performance or media standpoint or something, just, you know, how does that compare to having it just a cross dissolve on one layer between 2 clips?
I think it's just 2 different ways of doing it. I mean, that's all. If I have it on a B-roll layer, again, having it above gives me a little bit more control where I place it. And if the fade handle is always there, the fades move with it. It just makes it easier. But in terms of performance or whatnot, it's not gonna be any different in terms of how it plays back. I do like the fact that the opacity fades are actually exposed. They're always there, and you just drag them. You don't have to open up something to get to them. I appreciate that feature.
Next question.
David Guzman of San Jose. So what is your go-to editor for quick projects? Are you still using Final Cut Pro, or are you starting to use Resolve for everything?
Really good question. Personally, I'm primarily using Final Cut for anything fast. I'm just so fast with Final Cut, and I just, that's what I'll do. I mean, between the metadata tagging and the ability to, you know, find stuff really easily and build an edit quickly, I will do Final Cut. I'll go to Resolve more if I really want to do more with color, or if I want to do more with Fusion. So Resolve for me is more about Fusion and color than it is editing, for me personally, just from my history.
I admit that I'm in the same boat where again, and it's not just the speed. I just feel like no matter how good I get at Resolve, I'll never be as fast as I am in Final Cut, because of just the way Final Cut's set up now. The problem is when I do heavy lifting, I find that Final Cut is hard to do that with, like, you know, with really heavy, like if I go, because I'm starting to get into playing with a lot of, you know, surround stuff, and I'm just kind of like, that might be, you know, like I don't think that Final Cut's the place for that. And HDR, if you just want to cut your HDR stuff and do some basic color correction and punch it out, Final Cut will do it. Color management and that process and everything else, and really needing to have the fine tuning of it doesn't really, in my opinion, exist in Final Cut at the level that I need it to run at. So I think that becomes the and then also when I work with companies that are really worried about color, they're all handing me, you know, MXF files. So Mark and then Sky.
Yeah, I was just going to add to that. I mean, besides, we know the feature set of the color page is deep, but one thing that's not talked about as much is just the workflow tools. When you've got a lot of clips to deal with, Final Cut just can't handle, like, you know, applying a color grade using remote versus local grades, for example, or groups, right. Pre-clip, post-clip. There's just so many tools for handling large projects in Resolve that Final Cut for something big is just not going to be able to do.
And to get back to that, you were showing something sent out of Final Cut. How smooth is the process of cutting your whole show in Final Cut and then finishing it in Resolve? Is that how's that transport work?
in my opinion, it's a bit painful. You saw and I just sent a couple over today, and sending the XML and bringing it in takes seconds. But if you haven't, first of all, you really need to have picture lock, because if you're going to send it back to Final Cut, you're not going to have handles. But you can just finish in Resolve, which is fine. But then any titles, transitions, speed ramps, transformations, anything you've done beyond a kind of a straight cut thing is going to be problematic. But if you think about it in advance, that, hey, I'm just going to do a clean straight cut piece and then finish in Resolve, you're comfortable with the tools. The thing for me is Final Cut, all those other things are so great, the titling, the transitions, the plugins to do all that stuff, but none of that stuff's going to show up in Resolve. So that's where it's a little complicated.
Yep. Go ahead, Sky.
Well, we ask this question, we try to answer this question almost every day. I love Bill's quote the other day is, it's a difference between an organ and a piano. They're both tools. And I love that kind of definition. Also, Steve, to your credit, a week ago, when you really hooked my brain into Final Cut now is a, what do you call it? The sequence editor versus a track editor. That was a huge, and that magnetic concept, that was a big flip. But again, if this is how you're making money, it used to be one person, one job, and the equipment used to be $40,000, $80,000, $120,000. And so it was a very high barrier to entry. But now that the tools are ubiquitous, Final Cut is the best piece of software out there. They stole all the great ideas from all the highest end concepts. It's just, they're really a vertical within their own world versus being able to share, as Mark just pointed out, playing with others, not always the Apple way.
I have to admit that I was just doing some tests, and it didn't work perfectly, but I was doing some tests with an M1 Mini that had only had 8 gigs, and I opened up 6K.
Oh no!
No, it was fine. It just played. The frame rate was a little slow, but I opened 6K RAW, and I would just open it up. I just wanted to see what it would do. I didn't expect to actually do any work. I just was like, oh, let's see what happens here, and it totally worked. It just was running a little slow on the frame rate, and I had to back up for a second and go, I've been doing this long enough, and remember how much an Avid cost and how much a Media 100 cost and how much, we used to have to reformat. This is the old man telling you, going backwards in the snow. We used to have to reformat our raids every week. So every Friday was when we would have drinks, and we'd reformat the Media 100 raids so that it could run at 30 megs a second. Because, oh my gosh, 30, you have no idea, 30 megs a second. We have to reformat and the drives over and over and over again. It was the end of the week was reformat them. It was good because it was TGIF, and it was, it was the 3 o'clock thing to do. It took a couple hours for us to do whatever we had to do there. And so, and I was just thinking of holy smokes, I have a 6K camera that is, $2,000 or whatever. And I just kind of loaded it, and I have a little stick that was holding a half an hour of footage, or a little card that holds a half an hour of footage. And I popped it into a little computer that cost $600 with, 2 apps that cost $600 total. I was like, we just have to back up every once in a while and go, life's pretty good.
That's your first world problems. And I
don't need a razor. I don't need a razor blade. And when I cut audio, when I cut audio, although I do kind of miss the to find the beat. Anyway, go ahead, Roscoe.
So just to be clear, you were 6K RAW in Final Cut, not in Resolve.
No, it was in Resolve. I opened
you were in Resolve, and you were getting
low frame rates, but outside of that, I mean, it was otherwise it worked. And again, I didn't expect the Mini to be able to take 6K RAW and play it out.
This CPU is what's handling all of it. You don't have a GPU in the M1.
Oh, it's RAM, and it can't cache, and it can't. There's a whole bunch of things that it can't do that I don't think it could. It was playing 16 or 18 frames a second back.
Again, I'm totally agree, but it used to be separated out to multiple processors to do what you're asking one processor now to do.
Yeah, go ahead, Mickey.
And yeah, with the 6K files on the M1, just give it a couple of minutes, or depending on how much footage, a couple of hours to automatically generate its.
Yeah.
I forget the term, but the proxies.
Cache.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, just to say that on my M1 MacBook Pro, it's got the 16 gig of RAM from the Ursa Mini, and I did upgrade to the latest beta release for the M1 of Resolve. it's been buttery smooth.
It just goes right through and it plays back. That's great. But that's 4K, right? That's 4K.
Yeah, it's 4.6K.
Yeah. The 6K is where I hit it. 4K, well, 4K Apple ProRes, it just plays back just fine. It's just like, oh yeah, I got this. It was the 6K cold, just being dropped into it, that it took a little bit more time to run. But yeah, 4K Apple ProRes HQ, which is a lot of the footage that I have right now, is it just played it. Yeah, I was like, I got this. And I was like, it's a little $600 machine. All right, next question.
Charles Klein in New York City says, Stephen, Mark, for your individual workflows, what's your favorite addition to Resolve 17?
It's going to be a silly one, but I love the feature in the Resolve 17 Studio where it'll take a long clip with a bunch of cuts in it, and you can just run that algorithm and it finds all the cuts and chops it up for you. I love that feature. I know it's silly because, in Final Cut, I can't from the timeline output individual files. I can't. So I spit out a big old ProRes, bring in a Resolve Studio and go, run your little, I forget what it's called right now.
Scene cut detection.
Run scene cut, boom, 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 boom. It cuts up my ProRes file into all these little shots, and I then send it over to the deliver page. Boom, I output it. It's great. That's my favorite feature.
And that was inherited from the original DaVinci. That was the scene detect from when
I think
was a $1 million suite.
Yeah, I think DaVinci 9 or 10. I think it was brought in.
My stretch goal there is someday either write a script or have somebody else do it, or have it where it does the scene detect, then it takes the middle frame and it exports all the JPEGs. Like it just goes, give me a movie, and it just scene detect the whole thing, grab the middle frame of each clip, whatever that is, just grab the center frame, and then export just a frame sequence of all of that. Would be super useful, because then you can see the color. Yeah, Charles is like, yeah, I have forced employees to do that for me, but I have not actually. It would be better with a script, and people get less upset about the fact they can't move their hand at the end of the day. Go ahead, Roscoe.
Yeah, Shot Deck is pretty good with that. It's not every scene, but it's certainly some of the best cinematography from each movie has been pulled out and put in a pre-canned.
No, I think that it does great. Number one is I want to be able to process it to any movie I want, or any YouTube video or anything else, and also my own stuff of just like, I'm working on something, grab it. I'm working on something, just grab all of the stuff, grab the middle frame, and export a JPEG out. Would be really useful for even my stuff, especially as it compares to something that from a movie. Like I want it to feel this way, and being able to see it. And what's great is when you see it. What I find fascinating about that is, and Shot Deck is great for this, is when you see when you see it really well colored, a real well colored movie, you really can see the scenes. Like you can see that they've done something, they've created a flavor for this location and a flavor for this location. Obviously, probably the most dramatic one that I can think of off the top of my head is Matrix, right? Where the digital world is green, the real world is warm. And if you look at the scenes, you just see it completely broken up. And anyway, so I love looking at that stuff. Anyway, so I just wish I could throw. I really like what they did, and I really like what they did with that YouTube video, and just throw it in there and just have it just pump out a frame that I can put on the wall. All right. Anyway, next question. Oh, go ahead, Mark. Sorry, Mark. Go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to respond to the feature thing, but before, another great movie that uses different color for scenes is Traffic, with Steven Soderbergh, where everything that's blue is DC and everything that's orange is in Mexico. But my favorite feature, although the new color page features are amazing, my favorite feature is the updated color management. I think it's just so much more approachable now, and that's the thing that I'm really into.
Mark, have you seen the Criterion release of Traffic?
No.
Oh. They go all the way down into the film. So the Criterion release of Traffic is one of the best Criterion releases. If you don't know what Criterion releases are, for everybody, they used to do Blu-rays, and then they did DVDs, and whatever movie they choose, there's tons of interviews and tons of behind the scenes. Think of like Lord of the Rings extended edition DVDs, but for every movie that Criterion does. And the Traffic one, I've used it in so many courses because it's like a master's course but they talk about the film processing for Mexico, And they also take, they have the scene where someone does coke or whatever, kids do coke or whatever. They have the whole Avid scene, and they start showing how they're editing it together. So you see the actual Avid interface as they're cutting the whole thing together. It's the basis of something we're going to do later this year. All right, next question.
Coming up for Chris Crumford of New York. And Chris says, can we chat about the use case for group nodes and timeline nodes in the color page?
Yeah, let me try to do that very briefly. Let me just share this screen again. So what he's talking about is, by default, there's this thing called clip in the top left here. And that's all you have, but this is not a good thing to demonstrate it, but you can take your clips and put them into groups. For example, you might put all the clips that were shot in a particular location into a group because they have similar features. You would grade them in a similar way. So you take what we were talking about before, maybe all the Mexico clips, and put them in a group. And you would take all of the Washington, D.C. groups. So I'm going to select these clips. I'm going to right click, and I can put these things into a group. Add into a current group. Okay, so now I've got a group, and you can create multiple groups and rename them. So let's just take a simple idea. We've got a group of Mexico clips. We've got a group of Washington, D.C. clips. Once you've created those groups, in this pop-up menu now, you can choose group pre-clip, clip, group post-clip, and timeline. And the basic idea is that you can take all the clips that need a similar adjustment and adjust them all at once by choosing group pre-clip. When I choose that, you'll see these little links, and any grade I do to one will be applied to all of them because I'm on this group pre-clip basis. So you grade all those clips together that were, for instance, from a similar location, and you do that for each group. And then when you go to clip, you're back into individual clips because maybe an individual clip within a group is now a little bit off. So you can tweak those individual clips. And then when you're done, you can go to group post clip. Now that all your clips have a similar look and they've each individually been balanced to match better, you go to group post clip, and then you can apply, for instance, a look across all those clips. So one way to think about it, there's many ways to do this, but one way is on a pre-clip basis, you normalize the clips. On a clip basis, you fix individual clips. Then in the group post-clip, you create a look. That's one way to think about it. Timeline is a little odd and a little dangerous. If you select timeline, you won't see any nodes appear to tell you that it's a little dangerous because anything you do here will affect every single clip in your timeline. And really, maybe adding some noise or adding a vignette or adding time code or something like that. Although time code you can add in a different way. But really, you focus on these three. So it's basically a really cool workflow option.
We have a situation in one of our projects where there's, in the process of delivering the project live, there's a color shift. It shifts. The color is shifting in the going through the pipeline. And so one of the things we're working on right now, we don't have it totally solved yet, but one of the things we're working on right now is building a timeline shift that is addressing that, because it's a constant shift to everything. That addresses, and that might be a projection, like your projector is a little blue, or your screen, the screens that they're going to might be a little, warm or whatever. It's making an overall correction that I don't want to do something to all the clips. I have something that looking at a resolve looks perfect, but when it goes through the projection pipeline, it's coming out a little blue just because of the pipeline that it's going through. Rather than trying to figure out the electronics of how to fix that projection, it might be easier for me to just create a timeline clip, make that color correction until it looks just right going through the system, and then leave it alone. And that's, and then just, but you're kind of reverse engineering it because your handle, what we decided is that our handles, like what we have control over, the best handles for that is in Resolve as opposed to in the rest of the pipeline, and so it's just easier to control it there than to try to get it to work somewhere else. Next question.
Keith Lewis of Austin has a kind of a specific use case. I'm in the process of digitizing my dad's old 8mm videotapes. Each tape has a number of different clips. Can I split those individual files into clips in Resolve, or should I split them before importing them, or should I use a different Mac app? If the second, which app should I use?
I mean, that's what we were talking about before with scene cut detection.
He asked
It's
a
in
little while ago, I
Resolve.
think. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, he just asked it
You
before we asked
gotta
it.
have the studio version.
Studio version. Yeah. Next question.
TJ Asher says, MXF files, please define.
Anyone want to define it? Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, so with the MXF format stood for Materials Exchange Format. It came out of a SMPTE standard that's been around for a long time, and it basically defines a package that contains digital information that many systems can understand and use.
And it doesn't necessarily mean that it's uncompressed or that it's really high quality or that anything else.
Would you say, Bill, it's just like a container?
It is a container format. It's not a specific thing by itself. You know, people say, well, can you take an MXF? And you're going, well, what codec, what's the nature of the stuff inside the MXF? It doesn't really tell you anything about itself, except that things that read MXF at least have a shot of understanding the file.
Go ahead, Mickey. Oh, Mickey froze. Oh, there you go. So that's Charles. Did you want to add anything to the MXF?
Yeah, they come in very handy, and they come in all kinds of flavors. So
they do.
No, but Final Cut still doesn't. Final Cut still doesn't read an MXF, does it?
It does. It both reads it and it exports it.
Okay. Okay. Great. There you go. So you can. Is that new?
No, that was like 3 years back or so.
Okay.
It's been there for a while.
Okay. Okay. Good. Next question.
Keith Lewis of Austin, Texas said, do you all use just a mouse and keyboard to scrub clips, or do you use something else?
Go ahead, Charles.
I'm in love with the Apple trackpad. I will scrub through minutes by going like this. It's been amazing. So
I will admit that I have a bad habit of I have a 3-button mouse, and when I get into certain types of editing, I use it. But there's a lot of times I use my Magic Mouse because my little it's like a trackpad on top of it. And when I don't have it, there's certain kinds of editing that I'm doing in Resolve, and I just feel literally like I'm tripping over my feet all the time. I'm like, oh, when you're used to being able to just go like this and just move through the timeline, it's like super easy. So I actually have both mice usually connected to that, so that, because there's a lot of things, I want to use this mouse for this, but when I'm just going really fast and scrolling through things, I'll tend to grab onto my Magic Mouse because I can do this. Although if I do it too much, I can't lift my arm. Yeah, it's like go. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Chris, and then Ken.
I think it's called a Contour Shuttle Pro 2, this old thing, and it works just fine for scrubbing back and forth. I just had it from previous usages, but it works.
Yeah, absolutely. Ken and then Bill.
Yeah, I use the Resolve. It's this thing here.
Speed editor.
Yeah.
And does that work across all the pages or just in the cut page?
It's mainly the cut page, but it can not all the functions work across the other ones, but the scrubbing with the wheel it does.
Yeah, that's great. You were gonna say, Bill?
I haven't owned a mouse in 8 years now. I do everything on a trackpad, and the reason I adopted that and pushed myself into learning it is because I want the experience on a desktop unit where I take a trackpad and center it on the keyboard below, and my geometry of using my laptop when I'm in the field to be exactly the same. So you learn one set of motions and it works across everything consistently, and I never think about it.
That's great.
Charles.
Yeah, one thing that I did find over time, I like to separate the tasks that I'm doing between my right and left hand, just to relieve the stress on one hand. Because as you mentioned, Alex, after an entire day of working with one hand and a 3-button mouse, you will, like that hand is dead. So I've noticed that at the end of the day, after using the trackpad and the mouse and the Wacom, if I'm working with both hands, I'm even at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And it is good to, like I do, if I was doing more Resolve and I was actually accountable for it, I'd probably get one of the controllers, only because, my experience is that I think I've told this story before, but I learned Alias Studio really fast because I was at ILM and just got trained. So I burned out one hand where I couldn't lift my hand. I literally couldn't close my hand on a door. And then I was like, oh, I'll just go left-handed. And I learned, but my left hand has never done this before. So I burned that one out too. So for a couple of weeks, I couldn't open a door. And even today, I can't. I typed that article that I'm putting out next week, and I can't move my hands until, I won't be able to really move them effectively until Monday. Go ahead, George.
I know Charles just mentioned it, but I've been using a Wacom tablet for a large, medium for the past 8 years. And that's all I use on my desk. I haven't used a mouse in a while.
I like doing that. My Wacom tablet. Anyway, excellent. Thanks, guys. Mark, Steve, thanks for hanging out with us for an hour. We really appreciate it. The training is so good. I've been watching the videos, and you guys just rock it. We were talking about it. You guys weren't here to hear us talk about the training, but the videos are just so clear. They're just, they're just so well thought out and so clear. I just really, just great work.
Awesome. Mark's working on his advanced color correction tutorial now. So all the stuff he kind of hinted at today is going to be in his next thing. So I'm super, super excited about that.
Yeah. I mean, I think pretty much I've gotten to the point when it comes to this kind of thing, the only training that I'm using other than yours is the stuff that you haven't done yet. like it's always, so it's good. Anyway, so thanks guys. And what are we talking about next week? We're talking about
Fairlight.
Audio.
So everybody has to just watch the videos, do some work on the Fairlight.
Yeah, and
come up with a question.
This is something that if I could just
please do
implore you to put your questions ahead of time. I mean, audio is a big subject. I have like this, but there are questions I can guarantee are going to go outside. My
so
my pay grade, as it were. And
so we'll
push really good.
We'll push everybody. We'll push everybody towards every day to make sure that they get their questions in, make sure that they're doing their Fairlight homework.
Yeah, the Fairlight's only two lessons. It's like in 30 minutes you can watch both lessons. So that's your homework. Watch the 2 lessons on Fairlight.
I think I've gotten to the point where I can do it. I'm at 1.75, so I can do it pretty quick. I can absorb it at 2. Any faster 1.75, I don't think I could understand what was going on. Go ahead, Roscoe.
Alexis, you can do it too.
Yeah, Alexis, you can do it too.
I was just going to warn you guys. Our Tuesday group is deep when it comes to audio, so hopefully, hopefully we'll get them in early if they're going to ask questions, because they go for 8 hours discussing a microphone connection.
Yeah, audio people are weird. I'll just say it right now.
Careful.
It's required. You don't get to. You can't see it, so it's required that you have a lot of imagination, because you have to be able to visualize the audio. You have to be able to think about it.
It's funny, but just on the side, it's like you have 2 different audio engineers. Like, this is the way you do it, and they're like, no, this is the way you do it. Okay, that's been my experience.
We only have Mickey's way.
Yeah, that's Mickey's way. It's Mickey is right. It's I'm really looking forward to the Fairlight discussion, and then as we move forward into the surround discussion, down the road, I've had the opportunity to work with someone who does a lot of sound for film, and he's got this huge sound stage or recording. So to mix surround for a film, you need a film-sized room, and so it's 55 feet wide and 40 feet wide, or 55 feet long and 40 feet wide, and it's this giant room. And because they have smaller rooms, but they won't finish them except in the big room, because the resolution of hearing how it resonates is different in the big theater. And he said he's been doing this for 20 years. He can literally tell you whether something was mixed in a big room or a small room just based on, the resolution of how they're making changes, because it just sounds different. And, but, I'm looking forward to when we're ready to have those conversations where there's enough of us that know it, that we can then have him come on and talk about, that from his stage. It's pretty slick. But, a lot of this is me hoping that we're going to be able to, get enough people. We're kind of building up enough people using Resolve that both in Vision and Atmos, we're able to take full advantage of that. It's just we have to get through the tools first, to understand how to use the hammer, and then we'll start figuring out how to build stuff. So anyway, thanks guys. We will see you guys next week at 10 o'clock. We will work on getting questions in early. We have a Mukana that was built for you guys, but no one used it. So I'll have to figure out a way to make it more clear. Go ahead, TJ.
I used it, and somebody else used it. But
yeah, there's two people that used. There's two people that followed the instructions, and then nobody else did. So we're going to go back to it.
Should we put the link in Mukana right now?
Yeah, put the link. Put the other Mukana link into this Mukana so that people know where to go. But if you ask, here's the thing: is if you ask those questions ahead of time, you're just going to get so much. It just gives Steve and Mark enough time, and even Charles enough time to think about it, find some examples, put some stuff together. So getting ahead of that, the questions and putting them in beforehand will definitely make a better hour on Saturday, because it just gives them time to get their to find the right examples to show. It's just hard to have everything available all the time. So anyway, all right, everybody, we're going to take a break. Again, you can still hang out here. You don't have to go anywhere. We're not going to the post show yet. The next thing, we've got a 45-minute break until the next session, which will be building Playoutbee on a Raspberry Pi. So we're shifting gear. We went from education to resolve, and now we're going to be. I got my little Pi. So we're gonna build a little hyperdeck basically inside of a Pi. And so for those of you who have those, or those of you who just want to watch, we'll start that up with at noon with everybody. Everybody, look at that. We got a whole bunch of people with their Pis, and so we're ready to play. And but otherwise, keep on. You can talk amongst yourself. If you want to jump into the room, go ahead and raise your hand if you want to hang out with us in the room over the next 45 minutes, or do it right before we get started. Jonas?
Will you turn off the feed, the YouTube stream for the?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. Do you want me to, or did you want it to be turned off, or do you want it to? Yeah. We're gonna leave it on.
It may be strange for people to watch a stream where just a few people are hanging out, but how you want it?
Oh yeah. Oh, this. Yeah. People can just watch us talk. I guess we're talking in between. Well, maybe we'll turn it off. We'll turn it back on again. Here, let's see.
There's usually still a lot of decent content. During
the
past break.
Just be aware. Yeah. Just be aware that we're still streaming to YouTube. That's all. It's just that the mic is still opened, but otherwise, we're used to having the post show is not streamed, so we talk more freely. But I think that we'll leave it open. Were you gonna say something, Steve?
Hey, ours at post show with Pliny the Elder.
Yeah, exactly. Pliny the Elder. Do you have Pliny the Elder?
No, I don't. But I miss those post shows with Pliny the Elder.
I know. We had so Steve and Mark when we had Final Cut user groups. We had we found that if we sent the right people over to the store, they had Pliny the Elder and Pliny the Younger hidden in the back of the Petaluma Market. They would give it. We would get
Santa
it.
Venetia Market has it.
Oh, right now?
Well, I haven't checked recently, but they always have it. They almost always have it. Santa Venetia. It's where Rocky's Meats is.
How is that possible?
Always.
Mickey?
Sorry, changing topic. I was wondering, for your export a frame per shot thing, maybe have you tried exporting stills from the color page and then exporting those stills from the still store as JPEGs or TIFFs?
Yeah, there's a lot of manual ways to do it. I just haven't seen it in a way that you literally want to just put a video. I mean, people would do this all the time, I think, if the feature was there, that you just dropped a video in, it cut up all the, it sliced everything out, found a midpoint, because the problem is the beginning points where a lot of these are showing up.
Yeah, you could export, you could grab stills from the midpoint of clips.
You can, but can you?
It takes a while to do each one.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that it's 2,000 clips. It's 2,000 cuts, right? I don't want to do, I don't want to do 2,000 of them. I want at 2,000. But here's the thing is that that script or that feature would literally take 10 minutes if the feature existed where you just hit the thing and said, export frames, and it just went through and did that whole thing and then pushed them all out, or it will take days. Like when I've had people do a whole movie for me, it took days to do it. It wasn't, and that's I thought about where can it, we just found that if you just get because I was having an intern do it. If you just, there was a lot of like, do we do the first frame, the last frame? It turns out middle frame is not perfect, but it's good 98, 99% of the time. Go ahead, Charles.
And especially when you have fades up from black, that
Exactly.
first frame is useless.
Exactly. And that's why the mid frames
And
work
this
so
is
well.
something that I'm so glad that you mentioned that, Alex, because I've been running into that a lot. I'm like, I'm trying to spit out these frames so I can show the client, so I have some reference. This option would be perfect.
I wonder if you really dug into Automator, if you could do a script that would do it.
I don't know if you could do it inside of, it's a matter, a script that would do it. Well, the problem is that you have to have an app that can identify the scene cuts. And then
Right, but you have Automator launch resolve, do the chop up, put them in a folder, have Automator go to that folder, open it up. You'd have to figure out the length of the clip and then do the math to get to the center point.
It's a lot of media.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like it's moving a lot of media that way. That would be the, it would have to move a lot of media if it's, well,
I wonder what Sal's doing these days. He's
but I think it just has
like
to,
something.
It has to be inside of the app.
Yeah.
It won't work outside the app.
Think like
It will, but it'll take forever. It'll be.
FFmpeg can do it.
It can do scene detect?
It can do, I just searched, it seems it can do scene detect and it can extract a thumbnail from the middle of a clip duration. That might be it.
Oh, okay.
How good is that scene detect? 'Cause
All
we
I could
could
say,
throw-
That's the big question.
Yeah, exactly. We could throw the remote video at it and let's see about that.
That would be interesting.
Oh man, that would be crazy. Because you know, if you're going to two night scenes, the content is pretty subtle in terms of a cut between a medium shot and a close up in a dark scene.
And again, you know, I wouldn't want to, it doesn't have to be perfect. Like if it's 2000 and it screws up, you know, 20 or 30 clips, it doesn't bother me. It's just a matter of, it's the advantage of having it in an app would be that it would, it'd be fine. You could almost build an app that just was called scene exporter, you know.
Yeah, basically it's auto storyboarding. You just want to take the heart of an already done piece of content and turn it into a storyboard.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're basically doing that. Yeah. Anyway,
I got to sneak off.
All right, Mickey, are you sticking around for the next one, or you hit the end of the day?
I'm good. I'm good.
Then you take a little. Okay, we'll give you at least a little break.
Refill this
Okay.
thing.
So I'll see you all Monday morning. Take
All
care
right,
and have a great weekend.
see you, Bill.
Bill.
Thanks.
How is Mickey alive? I don't know.
I
how he
know.
does it.
What time is it, Mickey?
3:20.
Yeah.
3. Wait.
That's great.
Two
All right, I'm
bullets,
gonna step away for a couple minutes. I'll see you guys in a minute.
Yeah, my shortcut is I just think of what time it is in New York and then add 12 for the Philippines. What's East Coast time? Although right now, because you guys are
And now it's currently 13, but tomorrow it's going to be 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same time as as in Hong Kong. You know.
Yes, sir. Hong Kong, Singapore.
Charles disappeared. I was hoping to,
Oh no.
you know, the question I brought up, if I can share a Maxwell story. I used to go over to the bookstore. Remember those, you know, where before Amazon, where you used to peruse books? And
sometimes.
Yeah. And I used to pull all the Photoshop books off the shelf and read them I would go specifically to see what they had to say about color management. And I found that 80% of the Photoshop books would tell you all about how to adjust color, but none of them, or 80% would not have anything about calibrating or profiling your monitor. And to me, that's the foundation. If you don't know what your monitor's showing you, if it's showing you the right thing, all of this adjustment means nothing. So to me, that is step one in setting up your system, is you've got to choose the correct monitor. And Charles, I'm glad you're there. Speak to that. I'd love to hear your opinions on that.
Yeah, that is one of the things that has been a bit of a barrier to entry for a lot of people, because proper color correction, whether it's photo or video, as you stated, Ray, the thing that you're looking at, like your monitor, needs to be as accurate as possible. The same way that if you're doing audio, your speakers need to be on point. If not, you're going to be delivering a hot mess, you know? So a part of what I had to deal with when first starting to understand all the color management and how that whole thing was a little difficult, because you needed to be at a facility, and only the facilities knew the black arts of how to properly do this. And then you had the issues, if you're doing video, you needed a 10-bit monitor. And even now, most people are still working on 8-bit, right? So the cost to entry just for the monitor itself was astronomical, you know? So that is one of the biggest things that I found just trying to get into this, and trying to invest on my own to build my own studio, was one of the first things that I knew my biggest ticket item is going to be my monitor. You know, my main grading monitor, that's going to be the biggest expense that I'm going to have, as a one item. And then everything else just adds up at, like on top of that. But I found that same thing that you mentioned. When I was in school, I tried to find books at Barnes and Noble, at the local bookstore, trying to understand how do you manage all these things and these standards that weren't exactly spoken about publicly. Like, you needed to be an engineer. That's why a lot of these facilities, they have dedicated engineers that don't really care what things look like. They care if they're accurate and if the pipeline is accurate. And then you have the colorist that's just concerned about the color. So you have a team of people that are working together to get this thing out. And nowadays, especially right now, we're all working from home. If you're lucky, you're a part of a facility and you still have those contacts that you can call, and maybe you can still go into the studio and social distance and all that. But for me, it was a very big difference because it's just me. So I've had to pick up the ball and learn a lot about those things, about how to properly get that pipeline working, where before I would be called in to make things look pretty. Just make it look nice so the client is happy and we could all go home, right? But the color management, I think the information is getting out there slowly to the public. It is still a bit of you need to put your technician engineer hat on to visualize what the color is doing going through your pipeline. I tend to like those things, so it suits me very well. I tend to like technically difficult things, but it is it's something that I struggled with when I was in school, trying to get that information, and the only way that you could find a place at that time, it was if somebody had an inferno or a flame, you know, and those people would know how to properly do the color and finish jobs. Or if you walked into a Resolve studio back when Resolve, before Blackmagic bought it, you know, that was a room that was $500,000 and up, you know, so yeah. But just the proper color management, you know, that's such a big part of the puzzle. I'm happy that we're able to actually share information, and it's it's slowly getting out to the public. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, when I worked at Creo, across the street was Electronic Arts. And I knew some of the people over there. And one of the things I found interesting in discussing all this with some of those guys is they had one guy in their building who all he did was go around and put on the plug, pattern and calibrate people's monitors so that the games were consistent color. And that was his full-time job. He didn't do anything else in the company except run around and calibrate monitors all the time. And of course, they had, I don't know how many monitors in that. It was an 8-story building or something, and they had a lot of monitors, and that's all that guy did. So, but when I got into the printing industry, the very first meeting I went to was supposed to be a session on color. And I naively stuck up my hands. This was I'm trying to think what year it was. But at any rate, it was back in the bygone days. And believe me, color in the printing industry was an art, not a science at that time. And anyway, I stuck up my hand and said, how many people are using color management and color sync? And people looked at me like I had said something nasty about their mother. I mean, color management. We don't want that. And anyway, there was one guy in the room that worked for a subsidiary of Hallmark. And he ran and grabbed me after the session, and we went off and had a talk. And he was doing very high-end art reproduction for galleries. You may not know it, but some galleries do not display the originals. They have them in a safe in the basement. But he had a machine that actually did a plastic impression of the brush strokes and produced a 3-dimensional, and color accurate, and you couldn't detect it from the original. And any rate, he used color. Any rate, we got on. We kept in touch with each other for years, but yeah, it's a lot of it is art rather than science.
Yeah,
but now
it
it's
is.
gradually becoming more mainstream, and more people are accepting it. And I helped. I served on the SWAP specification for web offset publications. That's magazine publications. And I served on their technical staff for a few years, and we changed the standard, which was an eyeball standard. They had master press sheets, and you compared new proofing devices to these master press sheets by eye. Okay, and that was it. And they had no tolerances or anything. And while I was there, myself and a number of other color scientists from big printing companies and the film companies, we got it changed to a instrument measured and tolerance system using delta E. And, but it was like pulling teeth, because man, this technical stuff just overwhelmed people. But now it's very well accepted, and individual commercial printers will send out profiles for their press.
Right.
And so forth. Any rate, but I just find it funny to talk about, color correction and stuff, and nobody talks about, well, what monitor are you on, and is it calibrated, and what color space does it represent? Is it right for digital cinema? Is it right for high dynamic range? Etc. And if you don't talk about that, all these adjustments and
Yep, like it doesn't mean anything. Yeah, that's very true. It's, I found I was having a conversation with a client the other day about trying to get them to do all their work moving forward, master it in HDR, right? Because you could still pull your SDR for 709, and and a lot of the executives were mostly concerned. They have a color palette that they know, and they have very specific brand specific colors that they need to stick to, and they don't want to move to HDR because that whole shift in brightness, and they're concerned about that. And I had to remind them, a lot of consumer TVs that have HDR 10 or if it's Dolby Vision or whatever it is, the manufacturers themselves are doing that transfer from SDR to whatever the capability of the TV is within the TV, and you have no control over that. And when I mentioned that they had to stop, and they're trying to go back and rethink their approach now, because they started to realize we can put out what we think is correct just in SDR 709. But as everybody buys like the LG CX or the C9s or the Samsung TVs, that now the new it thing is HDR, high dynamic range, wide color gamut. But that's being done individually on every TV. And it's not like most people are calibrating the TV in their living room. So that change right now, people starting to realize this is where we're going. I think it's bigger than when we went from SD to HD, because at least you could, yeah.
Is this like automatic transform? Or are you talking about like with optical media?
It's just for broadcast.
Okay.
Right. So I have a client right now that just has their colors, and that's their thing, and they're very specific about it, and that's awesome. But what they for some reason didn't realize, that as soon as it gets to the TV, any new TV in the last 2 years or so is going to start to push those colors into a higher dynamic range. And it's being done, like the choices are being done by the manufacturer, not by you anymore. Which is a very, it's not the best thing if you are very concerned about your brand specific colors.
Mm-hmm.
So that, I find that very interesting. But
and this Dolby Vision not solve this, or is it you just want to take it a step further?
It does, but only if you master in Dolby. Because if you're doing, let's say, like for Apple, like you have to master to HDR 1000 nits, and then it's an SDR trim, and then they ask for a 600 nit trim, right? So let's say if you have a TV that can only do 400 nits, right? It's going to find those two trims between 100 and 600 and find your happy place. All right, so at least you have some control over there. If it's 800, then it'll pick the 1000 and 600 and then find your happy place there. But at least you have some control over where that's going. But if you're just putting out SDR 709, then at that point it's just, it's like going to Best
Algorithm
Buy.
does its thing.
Yeah.
By the way, isn't there a preference in Resolve for tone mapping to try and match the profile of your monitor if it's not an HDR monitor? Oh, there's one in Final Cut, I know.
Yeah, there is, at least in my Dolby Vision tab when I'm in Resolve, I have that option to tone map down to 100 nits from my HDR grade, that I can see exactly what that is, so that I could do my proper trim, because rarely will your HDR grade just down convert to SDR and then that's it. Usually the colorist will try to make the most of what color space you give it.
Right, and the other thing is Final Cut Pro has a plugin that does SDR to HDR conversion and vice versa, as I recall. And again, I mean, you always have to go in and touch things up. But
Yeah. Like I've seen, I mean, sometimes people just tone map an HDR to 709 and then call it a day. You know, and I'm like, I don't think that's making the best of the 709 space. You know?
No, it's a compromise.
It is.
Like
It
so
is.
many things.
Exactly. But yeah, trying to make sure that you're looking at least the most accurate thing possible. I think people are starting to get an understanding of it. But at the same time, the technology for screens is getting a lot better. Like for Apple displays, you know, you're sort of in a kind of ballpark, you know, of something that, you know, if it looks good on this screen, it should look okay when it goes out, you know. So a lot of people use that. And I think that I told the story before. I was sitting in a session, I wasn't coloring at all. But the clients would only approve something once they looked at it on their iPad Pro. You know, and they had a $30,000 Sony BVM, you know, X, whatever, in the room, but they needed to see it on their iPad because a lot of people were going to view it on their iPads, you know, or their phones. So,
well, things are so much better now than the color CRT days. God, you know, when you turn on the TV and 30 minutes later it was a different color. You know,
oh
they
man, remember
drifted
when you
all.
had to like let it warm up for 20, 30 minutes before you could do anything?
Well, the broadcast stations, the cameras too, you know, the giant old cameras, they a lot of stations just left them on 24 hours a day because if you didn't, you needed to, you know, before you started calibrating them, you had to, leave them on for hours before you dare calibrate them and then set them up for the day. I mean, forget it.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's amazing that I can come into my room, hit a bunch of switches over there, you know, have my water and everything, and I'm like good to go in a few minutes. You know, it's, yeah.
Well, what you guys were talking about earlier about TV sets, having presets. Now, almost every TV set comes with look presets. They'll have a cinema, they'll have gaming, they'll have sports, they'll have, what is the other one? Well, user is the only one that's adjustable, and there's only one of those that you can save. And all the rest of the looks, you just go, there's a button and it just cycles through them. So you don't know what your TV is set on. It should be set on cinema, or it could be set on gaming, or it could be set on vivid, which
Right.
pumps up the chroma of everything. So
Yeah.
you don't know.
You hit on the one that I hate, vivid. And of course,
Vivid.
when you go in and look at the TVs in a store, they're all
I-
set on vivid.
I was gonna say the
Yeah,
same
some
thing.
of them just used to have a demo mode, for the store that would hype up the contrast, hype up the color saturation,
Yeah, and I'm like, I don't think
And the sharpness
human
is-
skin
100%. Yeah.
is that radiant. They look nuclear. Like something doesn't look right here.
Well, mine is. I always look like a tomato on the stalk here with the green shirt. My skin is just that color.
Ray, could you drop down 2 or 3 dB, and Courtney just a dB, just a little nudge down. Lou, do you want to do a quick check?
Yeah, definitely. Thanks, Mickey. How's it sounding? How am I doing?
What mic are you on?
I'm not cordless. You want me to go on a wired? Let me switch to my wired.
Yeah.
How am I doing now, Mickey? Am I down in the in the range? I won't be so excited.
Yes.
I'm in the normal range.
All right. Yeah, you're in good shape. Thank you.
How am I, Mickey? Am I in the right ballpark now? Testing one,
Yes, sir.
2, 3. Now is the time for all good men.
Yes, sir. You're about there. Thank you.
How's this
I'll
sound,
pipe
Mickey?
in too and take a check, because one thing I wanted to say, Charles, going back to your iPad,
we built workstations for them doing the testing on the iPads for quality control in the very early stages, and they were tight restrictions.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm looking forward to seeing if Apple releases a new iPad Pro. I want to see what technology they use, if they're going to use OLED or micro LED. I'm still not sure if they're using 8-bit or 10-bit screens on those. Like, I think that would be 8-bit because they're so cheap compared to a regular 10-bit monitor. Yeah, but I'm not sure.
How's this microphone? Is this any better? Looks like I'm a little bit low.
Yeah, sounds a
Close
lot
enough?
better.
Okay.
Yeah. Could you bump up maybe 3 or 4 dB?
Sure, let's give that a try. Is that any better? No, needs a bit.
Yeah, I didn't hear it
Talking
change.
one.
So Mickey, I'm trying to do an audio test now with my headset mic. How is this working? Test 5, 4,
Need
3, 2,
to
1.
need to bump up a little bit as well, John, like 4 or 5 dB up.
Okay, now is this a little bit better? This is a test. I'm using my pile microphone rather than my. I've got too many things going on here. I've got my overhead camera. I've got this camera.
Yeah, I think you're about there. Thank you.
Okay.
And it's interesting that your overhead camera is coming in as another person.
Yeah. Is it? I don't know what I am doing. I'm very confused. Let me do a quick play out also.
Well,
this works.
Yeah, you've got two, John. You've got your camera on your back and then the overhead cam. Your sound is coming through with the overhead cam. There he is. You're on mute.
When
Mickey,
I'm
is this
building,
any
I'm
better?
hopefully going to be like this and switch the other camera off.
Good idea.
See if
Looks
it
good.
works.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mickey, I had original sound off, so that might have been why I was my level adjustment didn't take. I also have a pile if you want me to switch to that, but
I think you're all right. Just bump down a dB or two, Lou. You're coming
Okay,
in a
yeah.
little hotter than earlier.
yeah, I went up to 6 dB when you set up 3 or 4 and you saw no change. So now I'm down. Is this good?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
You.
I'm going to bow out, guys. I now have to go to a virtual meeting of the annual general meeting of my glider club and get our gliders back flying this year.
Up and away.
Ray has the most interesting life. Cheers, Ray. Good to see you, buddy.
May the thermals provide.
And
Mickey-
Paul, yeah, if you're gonna use that shot, Paul, is there any way for you to flip that around and have it more of your point of view? All right, cool. Thank you.
Mickey, JJ here. I plan on
Yes,
using
sir.
a different instance for my audio.
Oh my gosh. Okay, there's more. Go. Actually,
So-
I'd rather
so
like
I'm over-
whatever. Whichever
ahead.
account you use to show yourself, I'd rather your audio go through that, as opposed to your audio coming in through the.
So this, okay, I can do that, but this side over here, cancel. That is where my mic is right now. So I plan on having this account, which I'll raise my hand.
Oops, sorry guys.
Where my hands raised is where,
Yes, sir. Bringing it in. But yeah, just know that I would most likely rely more on Guy's, Jonas's, and John Edelson's shots, just because they're mostly the ones driving the discussion. But I mean, I'll cut to you guys when the opportunity comes up.
I wore my appropriate hat for today.
Nice.
Can I do a quick video test?
Do it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Gotta get the right one here.
I suppose the other shot there, John, is your portal, is it? The
It
other
is the
account?
portal, yeah.
Okay.
Hello and welcome to Wagner's. A couple of inserts here. Read me first.
So is this working for you guys?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's coming through.
But now without sound.
Maybe just a little hot on level, John. I don't know if you can turn it down a little bit.
The problem is,
Do you still hear it?
I thought I turned the audio off on it.
No, but
Yeah.
earlier when you first started playing.
No, we're not going to use any of the audio.
10-4.
We've got, so we got some shots here of this. It's a good video. Okay, let me stop that share.
So Mickey, you want it around here?
Yeah, or maybe even a little more toppy, if at all possible.
Something
Yeah.
like that. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll try to do that. Yeah, I set it up and then I was like, oh no, there's a big thing in my main shot. Yeah.
And Jonas, do we need 2 video cables, or you just use one video output out of the Pi?
We just use one. 2 is for some reason buggy.
Okay.
JJ testing audio 1 2 6 7 1 2 6 7.
Sounding very COMC, JJ.
Hey, I'm out of the scene, but I just want to test my audio. Kara has a little bit different than I do. So if somebody could, Mickey, are you floating around there still?
It's not floating around, but you seem to be coming in pretty well around 23 or 24 if you want to do a little longer
Little
sentence.
up, little bit up.
No,
Hi, this is Paul
we aim for
Przykowski.
24.
Paul
You're a little hot
Przykowski
now.
here, a little hot, going to come in a little bit lower. How about now? This is another
1
hot day
dB
in
down
Florida.
from there.
1 dB down. How about now right there? Good, looking good, right about there. Okay, awesome.
So I obviously missed the invitation to what's happening right now. I'm just going to sit back and watch because this looks awesome. What are the pieces that everybody had to get to build their little.
We let the Amazon crew put it together. It's a preset kit that has everything you need but a keyboard and a mouse and a screen for the Pi. So a number of us made Amazon very happy.
This is awesome.
Or Charles, you buy the all-in-one, the 400. It's got everything in one box. No assembly required.
Well, you got to make your own Ethernet cables real quick.
Oh man.
Yeah, if you look in the invite, there is a link to the Amazon kit.
Oh, okay, great. I'm gonna check that out.
Oh, I was going to ask that. Do we need Ethernet or can we just use Wi-Fi?
You could use Wi-Fi, I think. I've never built one, but Jonas is the guy that would know.
Mine's running here and connected to Wi-Fi, although it's gone to sleep.
I'm on Wi-Fi. I'm on Wi-Fi too.
Wi-Fi is just not automatic. We have to go into there and do the settings. Of course, because I don't know every Wi-Fi password, even if that would be cool.
Well, I didn't follow instructions and I already have mine up and running, and I hope it's the same Raspbian image, or if you require a different image, I'll have to start over again.
I was going to ask that of Jonas. Are you using the Noob 353 or are you using the new installer that's on the website? I don't know what people got in their box.
You will reformat the SD card and use the image you get when you buy Playoutbee. Or for the people that didn't buy Playoutbee, we can use the normal Raspbian OS, the latest one.
Yeah, this now gives me a project for my Raspberry Pi 4. I just had hanging around on the shelf for a while.
Oh man, I think I know how my next weekend is going to go now.
So Jonas, what's the considered fair price for people buying Playoutbee on your site? Oh, it has a price there.
$1 million.
I think Ken is at a rave now.
That's cool. Can we have a party? Let's do a party.
Ken brings the party.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Looks like that's the first cable that JJ's put together.
Yeah, it's cool that we have all that. That Mickey has all these inputs he can cut to. Yeah, I like that.
I had to rename a bunch of you just for organization's sake.
I think office hours is one of the best things to come out of this pandemic.
Oh yeah.
I'm just going to keep saying that because this is awesome.
I think next time we need to be all on Zoom OSC and mixing the cloud with vMix, right?
Office hours is a pandemic in itself.
It's contagious.
Jonas, what was the name of your company again? Spite something?
Talalak, you're coming in a little hot, so you might want to go down 6 or 7 dB if you have control there.
We might want to do a quick audio check, Mickey, because we got a lot of new people coming in.
Yeah, I think so far the only person
testing.
Yeah, the only person we haven't checked yet is Talalak.
Sorry, I came in a little late, and I did come down. Is that any better?
Another dB or 2 down, possibly.
All right, testing.
Yeah, but
testing
you're close.
Okay, thank you. I hear myself coming back.
Yeah, John was unmuted earlier.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I don't have my
Sorry,
normal
John,
audio.
it was John Preto earlier.
Is Makana going to be operated during this?
Good question. Charles.
Guy,
Oh, looks like Charles left.
okay. Guy, do you have the YouTube video queued up? I've got it queued up here also.
I do have it on my iPad, yeah.
I don't know if we want to go through any of those steps or do it on our own, but
Yeah, I think it would be better if. I think we have like a lot of people that could show stuff, so I'm not sure if we would need a separate like video to pipe content in, but we'll see how it goes. Let's just play it by ear. Are you gonna unmute your Portal's video, John Edelson?
which video?
Your Portal.
I wasn't planning on it.
Oh, okay. So should I put it back into attendee then?
Well, my setup's not as clean because I turned my back on you guys, so that's the only reason I have the Portal video here. So when I'm using,
Oh, just so that we can see copy.
I don't see myself in there. I must be here somewhere.
Your other camera is off. Yeah. Your other instance.
There we go. But as you said, I think there's plenty of people. We may not need to go to mine. And pretty amazing looking at all of these setups and overhead cameras.
Alex is gonna love it. It's gonna be like a cooking show, looking over everyone's shoulder.
That's pretty awesome. I don't have that option over here. I also have a missing component. I realized that I need a micro HDMI to regular HDMI.
Mine's already cooked.
It's pretty good. It's a pretty slick setup, I must say.
Cool. Hopefully there'll be no smoke test here where we actually see smoke.
So
I've done one. I've had one of those in my past life, John.
Haven't we all?
I watched $50 million go down the drain.
I've never seen 50 million. I did see 250,000 in one little thing.
This is a prototype IBM mainframe in the late 80s. Serial number minus. You'd think about serial number minus 20.
The best story I have is Lou Polizzi, who was doing a Ballard webinar with CNN, and the barge with all the video equipment sank.
Oh, well, the best one is San Diego's 4th of July. You saw that, right?
I was there.
Oh,
you were at all 15 seconds.
It was great. I was like, they should do that every year.
It was pretty amazing. It was, they did the one shoot, or actually did 4 because they shot one from each of the islands to see the wind direction.
Right.
And then it's all simulcast with radio, so you heard all the talking about and getting ready for it. And then bam.
So now who is leading the charge on this? It's not me. Is that you, Guy?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and lead it. So,
okay.
Does everybody who all bought the same kit? How many people have the same one? That
I think I have the same one.
All right, so that's 1, 2, and then who's already done? Courtney. So Courtney's gonna have to lead us along.
I'll just hang back and watch you guys go.
All right. So
mine's already feeding into my ATEM mini here. So.
You already totally skipped the class.
I want to see Courtney.
I built mine about a month ago, and then my Pi 4 died, which I thought died, but apparently it was the SD card that was the problem, and it was more of a reformat and reload. And now I'm back to where I was.
Yeah, I ordered the Cana kit like last Monday, and it said it would come on Tuesday, and then Tuesday rolled around and Amazon lost it. And it said, well, we don't know when it's going to arrive. It was scheduled for delivery Tuesday. It may come Thursday, it may come Friday. And if it doesn't come Friday, you can cancel it. And I went, well, then I won't have it. So I was all prepared to do it on my 3, but then it came yesterday. So.
Wow. The README. Ensure you connect the micro HDMI cable to the main port marked HDMI 1.0 IO or HDMI 0, the port nearest the USB. Anything in here to be aware of? Ensure Pi 4 compatible software is used if you reprogram the micro SD card with different software. Use a different card. Do not insert the micro SD card in the board until after the board has been fully assembled in the case.
Yeah.
Anything else to watch out for?
Oh, you can't see me. There I
Throw
am.
that away.
So, yeah. Has someone, I think John has an overhead shot of what it's all included.
I do too. I do too. I just laid it out on my
Got
desk.
quite a few of us here have got it all there.
That's cool. So you all have the Raspberry Pi kit, the Raspberry Pi, and some form of a case. I have a metal one. There are these ones. Then you all have an SD card and power brick and a cable. Cool.
And a helper.
Yeah. So the first step probably is to just have a look at the Pi. For those of you that never seen one, this is a brand new one. What's new is it has more ports. It has USB 3.0 ports, and it has 2 micro HDMI outs and an USB-C for charging and other cool stuff that we might get on. Then common things you will hear with a Pi is the GPIO pins. Those pins here can be programmed. For example, you could do a button that then triggers a function in a script or something like that. And then I think, John, will you start opening the case and adding it to the Pi?
Well, I can do that.
John, what are the 3 heat sinks for before we get too far? Mine came
Oh
with...
yeah, first assemble the heat sinks. I have to find mine.
Make sure you put those heat sinks on.
Yeah, I know enough about those things to know that they go somewhere. I just want to make sure everyone saw them. And Alex is just going to watch.
I was going to follow along, but I kind of just want to watch what happens here. Like I've decided I need to be conscious to what's going on. I'll watch the video later and do it, but I just kind of want to. This is so fascinating that so many people had so many third cameras that I just want to watch the experience.
Does it matter which way the fins go on the heatsink for the CPU? Because it could go either way. I guess line them up all the same way, huh?
It does not.
I guess it would make more sense to have a specific direction if there was a fan.
Right.
But since there's no
there
fan.
There is a fan, but the fan is directly above it, so blowing down on it or away from it.
Yeah, I actually contacted Canikit about the fan direction because there's no instructions about it, and they said whatever you want to do. So having the experience I've had, I set up my fan to blow out since it's on the top, so to take the heat rising and push it out.
Recommend you
and
put
a matter of polarity on the leads.
Yes,
it depends on how you pop it into the little container. You can put it in either way. It just snaps in, so But
So
the
I could
whole-
see, where does the littlest heatsink go on your picture, Jonas?
Put it on first.
But which chip does it go on? I didn't know. I couldn't tell that one.
I know. It's when I saw, there it is.
So I only have 3 heat sinks. So that's why.
Yeah, you've got one more heat sink than it comes in the kit on that one. Whoever's showing that, Jonas. Yeah.
We're missing the second to smallest heatsink that Jonas has.
Okay, that's the question. That answers that question.
I apologize, guys, but I don't. Is this the heat sink?
The little things like this. Oh, you can't see my camera, but oh well.
The small silver fin like
look like
items.
combs.
Yeah, combs. That's a good.
My challenge is getting the blue backing off.
Yeah.
Well, this is a 4-hour meeting, right?
We need the Gilligan's Island theme music, right? 4-hour tour.
I didn't see the list that said you needed fingernails.
Well, don't try and do this it's fun to do when you have neuropathy, which means you actually don't have much sense on tips of your fingers anymore.
It is best if the direction of the heat sink is the grooves is in parallel with your HDMI, because you want the air to have this ability to escape. If you put it the other way, the air is going to hit the USB and the Ethernet port, and it cannot escape.
Oh, it's a pity you didn't say that 3 minutes ago.
I was on YouTube. I decided to join and tell you guys.
So you want it going off to the. You want the fins aligned with the short side.
Yeah, most of the cases they have opening next to the GPIO pins, so the air will escape. Yeah, that's perfect.
Oh, that doesn't work for one of the pins, but the long one does work for. Yeah.
Yeah, the main one is the CPU. That is the big one.
So between the two, now I already see that some have the fins on the second to smallest thing, and other ones have them on the smallest IC.
Yeah.
So can you tell us what those ICs are so we can figure out which one we should put the heatsink on out of the two?
So right now I see what you've done, this image. The heat sinks, there is no way you could get them wrong because there are 3 heat sinks and they just fit on 3 IC, so to speak.
Well, somebody had it on the smallest one next to the Ethernet port. It doesn't go on. It doesn't go on that one. It goes on the one next to the USBs.
Right.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And you can put the one that on the CPU, which is the biggest one, on either direction since it's square.
Courtney, can I see yours again?
I was going to say the directions on page 3 show it going to the one next to the USB port, the small one.
Directions? Do we have to read?
Well, that's what I was going to say. RTFM, right? It also shows you what pins to put the fan connection
Got it.
on.
Okay,
So
I'm on page 3.
Page 3
So
can be
this
your
one?
Page 3.
All right.
The big one goes on this one right here, right?
Yeah.
Big one goes on. Yeah.
All right, here it goes.
That is the system on the chip, so to speak.
And what fooled me was the GPIO plug isn't numbered on the motherboard, so you don't know if one is on the left, one is on the right. It tells you what numbers to plug it into, but not the
It is on the
orientation of
top
board.
left. It starts from top left.
There's a nice card though.
Yeah, top left if you're looking at the board from which direction.
Yeah, when
the GPIO ports are on the top, on the top of the board, then it'd
yeah,
be the
top of the ports. Yeah.
Okay, got the heat sinks on.
Do you have a fan with 3 wires or with 2?
2.
Interesting.
And this is what it sounds like.
It is very loud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there is the option of plugging it into the 5 volt, the 3.3 volts.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that I've been using mine for a while, is much quieter. Also, as Jonas may point out, the new version, and I don't know if Playoutbee supports this, but if you use GPIO pin 14, you can have a temperature sensor will turn the fan on and off. But I find it still runs a bit hot before that kicks in, even at its lowest setting.
Okay.
Yeah. You can enable that in the current OS that we use for Playoutbee.
Oh,
but
okay.
yeah, I'll leave it on 24/7.
That's what I do, so I just didn't know, and I just put it on the 3.3 volt, and mine runs around 104 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know.
So do we put it in the case after heat sinks? Is that the goal?
Someone with
Read
that
the
has
manual.
the case should tell you. Yeah, I'll try it to get that exact kit, but then they don't ship to Germany in a few days.
Yeah, the trick with putting it in that little bottom, the bottom of the case, the bottom comes off of that case if you've got it together into 2 pieces, like is shown there on Guys, is kind of wedge it under the opposite. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, wedge it under the right side first, and then snap in the side that has all the USB connectors and Ethernet connectors on. So.
Yeah. But don't you need to put the fan in? Oh, I see. Okay.
Fan's the last thing you put in.
Yeah.
Snap it in the case, then put the fan in. All right.
I'm in the remedial group. I just got the final heatsink bin. I didn't know.
Guys, I
just got the
apologize.
heatsink done too.
Can you show me? Can you point again to the second one? Heatsink.
The easiest thing, Tony, for me was to look on the manual on page 3. It kind of shows you where they go. There's a picture.
Yeah, it's number 2, the black one in the middle. And
Yeah,
number
so
3
Tony,
is the
the
next one.
biggest heatsink goes on this one, if this is showing. There we go. I find using a letter opener or a straight razor blade is the easiest way to get those blue,
Is it the
covers off.
same case, Alex, or is it a different one?
Alex has the clear version.
Interesting.
Is that correct? I'm not.
I don't
It looks
see at
correct,
the
yes.
moment.
Okay.
Yes,
And-
Tony, you got it.
Yeah.
And then put the bottom on. You can safely put the bottom on when you put in there, right? There's no screws.
Right, it snaps in to the bottom, but you want to put the side without the connectors in first at the top.
Yeah,
And
but
make sure your memory card is not in when you do
Yeah.
this.
No, I understand. I mean, my case comes apart in 3 pieces, the bottom, the top,
Right.
and the sides, right? So I dropped it into the sides. And I'll drop. Got it. Yeah, you got to. Thank you for that tip on the bottom.
One last thing to think of, and
Setting
that is to
first.
center those heat sinks as best as possible. And if you've got like a little turn in your heat sink, you might want to straighten it out so you don't see any of that processor that you're covering.
Okay.
If you haven't already pressed it down and it's sealed in.
Is that good? Can you guys see? The last one.
Yeah, that's the right one. Maybe try to cover all the black circuit. move it just a bit.
So where do the pins go for the PoE, the two PoE pins that are here?
The red one goes on the second one. This one.
No, you mean the PoE. There is a specific
These two right
PoE
here.
header you could use.
Yeah, these are two PoE pins, it looks like.
Yeah.
You-
You can
yeah,
use a header to make your
Right, there's a-
Raspberry Pi PoE enabled.
Yeah, you got to get a special hat. The thing I couldn't figure out is how to use that with a heatsink.
You can't. That the hat has a fan as well. It replaces the top part of your case.
Oh.
Can't use this cover case with the hat, I don't believe.
Does the CanaKit label go?
I put CanaKit label up.
Okay.
So that it pushes the air out. There are no arrows on the fan to show you direction. So you have to plug it in, let it spin, and see what way it blows. But I put the plain side on the inside and the label pointing up. It's not as aesthetically pretty, but that's the way to get the air to push out the top.
That's what I had to do. I put a Kleenex on top of it and figured out the direction,
Right.
and then plugged it in.
Yeah, and there are multiple ways to do it. Some people believe that you have to push the air in and some want to suck it out. So yeah. But I don't think it really matters in that particular use
Just get
case.
flow involved.
I've never seen a server in a data center pushing the air into the server. So that's the logic I used.
I looked at the design of the case, and if you look at the design of the case, there are some vents on the bottom, but the biggest vents are around the edge here. And if you have it blowing out, it's just going to suck air in from the edge, which is above all the heat sinks, and suck it back out again. So I theorized it'd be better to blow it down onto the heat sinks and then let it find its way out the bottom vents. Just a theory.
No, it's a good theory, Courtney, and I struggled with this. Like I said, I even contacted CanaKit. They didn't have an answer. They just said, whatever you want. But I figure heat rises off of the, heat sinks going up, and the fan is right above them. So try to pull that air right away from them instead of pushing it into it.
Right, but my point is that since there's a vent all the way around the edge of it that's above
At the
that,
top.
it's going to suck. I don't know. Maybe it'll form a nice venturi coming off the heat sinks.
Exactly.
And to be clear, these are the two we want, right? And this one is red.
No, I think it's one down from there. I think.
Yeah, you're one off.
Yeah,
You
you
just
don't
touch
do
one.
anything on the
You
corner
are one
pin.
off.
It's the two that are red is the second pin and black is the third pin, I think.
So this one here that's red.
Yes, but that's at 5 volts, so that's at
5 volts.
at full speed, so to speak, or fan on high.
Yeah.
If you want to use the fan on low, you'd plug it into the 3.3 volt pin and leave, and that's what I do. Leave it on all the time.
And that would be diagonal, the one left.
So black stays
This
where
one
it
here?
is, but no, the go
The
closer
one
to
down.
The bottom row.
bottom row.
Bottom row, far left.
So this one here.
That's 3
Yes.
volts. Yeah, 3.3
Red.
volts. Yeah.
So red goes here,
Mhm.
and then
Black there.
black here.
Right. For the slower fan.
I'm showing a GPIO layout on right now.
Just like this right here. I don't have the same one as you, but it's the same board, same.
It's really loud. What is that?
If you guys playing video in a loop, I highly recommend that you leave it on the 5 volts. Just put it away from you so you don't hear it.
So Are both of these the same with the 5-volt? Are both of these the same 5-volt?
Yes.
Yeah. Pin 2 and 4 are the same, and then pin 1 is 3
So you're
volts.
grounding to here, and it doesn't matter which one you put into here, other than you keep them together.
Yeah, it's a
as long as
ground.
your red goes to a power and your black.
No, but I'm just saying that you could push it into either one of these as red, right?
Yeah.
Right, but your original diagram, you had it both plugged into +5, which
Yep. I had because I hadn't read the manual. RTFM. I'm just following along.
So Jonas, if we purchase Playoutbee now, will there be time to download and get it, or does it take a while to process the payment?
Oh, it will be instant.
Oh, okay. I missed the part of needing to purchase to down. Not.
It should be instant. Yeah, you should be. Let me check if it's the correct file you get. But normally it's after the payment, the second page is the one where you can download it.
All right, I'm gonna plug mine in. I think it's gonna not smoke. Let's see. Power. Here we go.
We need a live shot of that.
Is it gonna smoke? Oh, I hear the fan. It's on. It's on. It's alive.
You have the video
So
output
now-
connected to something, yeah.
Oh no, that's next.
Now, did you already put a an image on it, or did you just plug it in after you built it?
Yeah, before we can boot it up and see something, we need to put the image on it.
I think the ones that came from CanaKit already have the image, right?
Yeah,
On
they
the
have the
card.
Raspbian 3.3.
So before I plugged it in, I should have put the card in?
It won't hurt it, but it just can't do anything without a card.
So unplug it, plug in the monitor, plug in the SD card, and that's the next thing?
Yes.
Give it a shot.
And then
Did
we
every-
wait for
You will need
everyone.
a keyboard and mouse to select things once it comes up in the configuration menu.
Did everyone get an Samsung Evo 32 gig, or did you get a different type of SD card? A reason I ask is I've noticed my Samsung Evo is much faster than some of the other SD cards I had laying around.
Mine was an Evo, yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
I couldn't figure out how to use that USB adapter, a USB adapter that we see in that picture. I just could not figure out how to insert that SD card into the USB adapter. Anybody figure that out?
Yes. So the first trick, there we go. First trick is to take off the cap, and then here's where it gets weird. There we go. You need to look at it, but the card actually goes into the small slot of the USB connector.
Right, on the side that has the little cutout so that you can get your
Yeah.
fingernail in there to pull it out. And the card,
Exactly.
the side of the card that has the little lip on it goes up. Yeah.
We need a
And then
hand
you
model
insert that
to do this.
into a USB of your computer?
To load the Playoutbee image. I'm sure Jonas will
Right.
get
When we
us
get to
there.
that point, I'm going to have to figure out how to purchase and download the program itself if I've already have it formatted.
I think I'll put the link in Discord. I mean in Mukana.
That would be good.
I think this is right, Jonas. Please confirm that I'm not buying it from some hackers out there, and that this is your legitimate site to purchase it from.
Byte Hive.
Yeah.
If we bought
Now,
it,
do
do
we-
we put it on a SD card? Copy that, what you sent us in the email after purchase to SD
Yeah,
card?
one moment. I'll guide you to the steps. The software you need to put it on the SD card is the Raspberry Pi Imager. That's the next step to download that.
Does that work in Windows and Mac, or is it just a Mac utility?
It's cross-platform. It should work on every platform. And I put in the link if someone needs the image.
There is another application, I believe the name is Belena Itcher or something like that. That is working on Mac very well as well. You could just drag and drop and it'll do the...
I have seen problems with that one with the latest Raspberry OS version.
Yeah, I was going to second that, Val. That's what I've been using on cross-platform, but yeah, I haven't tried the newest version.
In Mukana, there is a link for the Raspberry Pi website where you can download the Raspberry Pi Imager. And as soon as everyone has that, I'll guide you through the steps to do it.
Do you have a place to download Playoutbee itself without the image, since I've already got mine up and running and I want to start over again?
In the email you get after the purchase, there's an app image and an image, and the app image is the one for existing images. The naming is a bit confusing.
Is there an American priced version, or just do the euros version and have it do the conversion?
It should convert it to the dollars, I think, but it
Right
will
below.
charge you in euros. I couldn't test that one.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not going to show my screen with my credit card number, but right above the pay button, Courtney, it shows you the US dollars.
Mine still says euro. Where it says name a fair price?
Go past that. So put in a fair price, and then it'll show you how much it's going to charge your card.
Yeah, because depending on where you are in the US or in the world, they have to charge you for taxes difference.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's the hard part when you sell something worldwide. Figure out pricing.
How you doing there, John?
Not
John
that I have a
overhead cam.
Which John?
You, John Idelson. How you
I
doing?
think I'm doing okay here.
Just got the case on.
Trying to get the case on, and it's not cooperating very well with me.
Mine snapped right in.
There must be a trick.
Jonas, have you experimented at all with running this on Raspbian on a virtual machine? Is that an option, or I don't know a use case for it yet? Just curious.
No, I didn't try to run it on a virtual machine.
Okay, guys, I got a couple of questions. So after you put the heat sinks on, then you put the fan, connect the fan?
No, first put it into the case.
All right, so I have it in the base.
Is there a discount code for office hours?
Yeah, it's office hours.
The words office
Tony,
hours?
you've got it
Now you
correct.
tell me. I didn't miss that. Oh well.
Just put the fan in the case, and you could just slide the case, top of the case on the bottom and lock it in.
Put the fan where?
If you flip the case, which you have on the left side, where your left hand is, No, not that. Yeah, the lid. Yeah. Now just put the fan in there. There's a square right. You moved it out of the camera, so I can't see it.
And if you look at mine, I think you can see the
just
that
there you
case.
go. Yeah, Alex has it.
Oh, turn it upside down.
Yep.
The information should be not showing.
We have it up. I have it. Which way did we decide? Which way is it pushing? It's pushing towards the logo or away from the logo? Is this current configuration sucking it in or pushing it out?
Pushing it out. It pushes
This is
towards
pushing
the
it
logo.
out. Based on my research, most of the images that I saw on the internet, it was pushing it out. So I just followed that.
But pushing by if we want to push it out, we have the logo pointed towards the case, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And you could change the direction it runs by switching the cables, right?
Yes, wiring it backwards would have it blow the other direction.
But that would be sacrilege.
I was just gonna say.
So the Playoutbee image on the download is Raspberry Pi, Raspbian, and the Playoutbee, and the
exactly, and the app image is
just
just
the application, right? Okay.
Yeah. If you want, I can show the next steps with the Raspberry Pi imager. That's the next program we need to download. So, has everybody succeeded in building your Raspberry Pi?
Not me.
Okay, we'll wait a second.
You need the pin configuration there.
The pin configuration. It's who had the image.
So this is what I got. So
it.
you missed the first pin, and then the second pin is red, and then the third pin is black on the farthest row.
Yeah.
The first pin is red.
There's my.
Or you skip one?
Yep.
Yeah, skip one. It's the second. Second is red. Next one's black. Page 3, the menu at the bottom.
Like this. Although I'm now seeing that the my pin configuration is kind of reflecting on that first pin, so I'll move it back.
I believe what he said is both those 1 and 2 are both hot, so it shouldn't make any difference.
As long as the black one goes into the third one is the ground.
Yeah. So the next step is to go to Mukana and get the link. I'll post it again. That will get you the Raspberry Pi imager, and then you download the zip file I provided you and unzip it, and then I'll take it from there.
Does that look right?
One second. Yeah, I think it. You left the first pin blank and then second and third one with the cables.
Yes.
Yeah, then it should be right. Oh, John, I just killed your video. Wanted to unpin you.
I don't know if anybody else had this problem, but I had a real problem getting the USB connector into any of the USB ports on the Raspberry Pi. Mine, I really had to force it to get it in there. It was like, I don't know.
Yeah, I had the similar issue, Courtney. It felt like I was going to break the USB connector on my computer, but
I had to
it does
check 3
loosen
times
up a
to make
little
sure
bit.
I had it going the right way, and I did, and it's like it still won't go in there, and still I can't get it into 2 or 3 of them. I don't know what's going on there. Wrong dimension.
It's tight. Yeah.
They use the cheapest
Where's the
keep it
link
under
in,
$35.
where's in the link is in the Raspberry Pi? Where's the link in Discord?
In Mukana. That's the link
Mukana. Oh, in Mukana. Sorry, I was in the wrong place.
for the Raspberry Pi
That makes
software.
way
There
more
you
sense.
download the Raspberry Pi image.
Yep. I went to the wrong place.
That's the right tool. The next step is to download a zip file to then add it.
And if we're just installing the application, do we need anything special? Do we just need to put it on an SD card and plug it into the USB port if it's already running?
Yeah, you have to move the app image to your current install.
And you want to do the Raspberry Pi full, is that right?
No, you want to do the custom image if you want to have the easiest possible way.
Yeah, I always want the hardest possible way, so I guess that's what I went with.
Yeah, you need, if you do a manual install, you need the one that has, the full one. But without the recommended software, we don't need that.
Does the Mac and the Windows and image installer work the same?
Yeah, it's 3 buttons.
And Jonas, one more time, which version of Raspbian OS are we using?
I'll show you. Okay. You download the zip file I provided you and unzip it. And then you go, mine is in German. You scroll down to custom image. It should say custom image. And then you select the net.image from the zip I provided you and open it.
So you just grab the Playoutbee image, you select your card and hit write.
Yeah, after you have to extract it from the zip file first.
It's interesting because it just says it's looking for a zip, like it on the map.
For some reason, it doesn't work.
Got it.
Because the problem is, I think it wants another zip format that I didn't use.
So what should it be?
An IMG.
Okay.
You unzip it, and then there should be an IMG.
It says net IMG. That's the one.
Yeah, that's the one.
And on the Raspberry Pi imager, that goes to the SD card.
Yeah, then you select the SD card, so the one you just plugged into your computer, and then you press write, and it does the rest and notifies you if something went wrong or if it's done.
So which of the operating systems did you want us to change to select for that?
You scroll down on the operating system list and use a custom image.
Custom image.
And there you use the unzipped Playoutbee image.
Which is net.img, right?
Yes.
some.
I just point out this is just super awesome, you guys.
So much fun. I thought I was going to be able to sit and just watch it, but then I was like, no, I got to play.
Yeah.
Can't.
I had my Raspberry Pi for today in the last 2 days, and I was like, I have to wait. I don't want to do it first. Yeah. But then it's also a bit nerve-wracking.
I've been trying to move your
What did
screen
you
rather
say,
than my
Jeffrey?
screen.
I said I feel sad that I've already done this. Just sitting here looking at everybody.
But at least you can look at us having fun.
Yes, we're in the peanut gallery over here, I guess. Those of us that didn't follow instructions and jumped ahead of the class.
Oh well, no, I've had this for a couple months now, and so I put it in the oven long ago.
Yeah, I'm at the point where I have the I have it open, and I think that's the application that I just downloaded and bought, but I don't know what to do next, so I'm waiting patiently for you guys to catch up.
I can help you with that, because the West doesn't have to do that, because you want to go the hard way. So the first step is
copied it. Is it put it back inside of that USB thing adapter, or do we put it inside of this part on the Pi, the OS? Put it in here, or do we use that other thing?
So you now have burned it
The
with the
reader?
Raspberry Imager.
Yeah.
Then you put it out of the adapter and put it into the SD card slot. That should be located.
So using this thing, or
No, you don't
pull
have
it out
to
and
use
put it in.
Pull it
in there.
out and put it into the SD card slot.
And that's this little piece right here, right? It's not a lot of focus. I can't quite.
Yeah. That's on the
end.
Should the Pi be off if you're inserting it?
Yeah, the Pi should be off.
Oh, good. Thank you.
And is it? Do you know if it's logo up or like text up? I guess it'll only go one way, right?
Yeah, it's only
Looks like
going
pins.
one
Text
way.
text
The
will be
pins
down.
need- Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, text will
Pins
be
up, text down.
By the way, was that JJ humming earlier? I thought that the whole meeting was going to end.
like this, Jeffrey.
And does it stick out a little bit like that?
Yeah, that's normal.
Okay.
That's a different song.
Yeah, it doesn't have the auto ejector on it. You gotta pry it out with your fingernail if you gotta get it out of there.
Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum.
What is
There
that
it
song?
is.
I thought I was singing that for a second.
Jonas, is there any reason the download should take a long time, or is it just me?
Downloading the file.
They're moving real slow. Yeah, it's 620.
The writing of the file.
The writing of
Oh,
the file can
download.
take some time. The
Good point.
downloading, I don't limit it, but Gamut may limit it, but it's not that slow.
Okay.
The writing might be quicker if you have an SD card converter or an SD slot in your Mac versus that USB adapter that they give you is only
No, I'm just
USB
trying to get them
2.0.
down off the internet.
Oh,
It's taking. They're going really slow.
That shouldn't be. Yeah, maybe it's your internet connection.
Should be instant.
No.
Well,
I mean, it's not a small file, but it shouldn't take long.
only 61 megabytes.
Those of you that got the switch with your Kano kit, you know, the little plug-in inline switch, power switch, do you know if that, when you kill the power switch, does it just cut the power, or does it signal a Pi to
It
do
just
a normal
cut the
shutdown?
power.
It just cuts the power, so that's not good. Yeah.
it's the same as yanking the cord out.
Yep.
Which is not the recommendation.
Just makes you feel better.
One thing, Alex is going to have an advantage that we don't. One of the disadvantages of this black case is you can't see the lights on the inside to know when it's actually shut down and no longer active, to know that you can shut your switch off. I've thought of actually, grinding a hole in the side of mine so the lights can come through. Jonas,
Fiber optics, my man. Fiber optics.
Now
I
we're
got the
talking.
Playout image, the 190191. That's what I'm writing.
Yeah.
The
Did you
1.4
unzip
gig?
it?
Yeah.
Yeah. The file should be named net.img, and that's the one you write on the
Okay,
Pi.
that's what's writing now, I believe.
Yeah, you can see it says net.img on the bottom, so you're good.
And Jonas, if we bought the Pi version, can we get the Windows version to try out as well, or where does that?
I have to think about that, but you will get an email if it's available, and it should be available pretty soon.
Oh, because it's still a work in progress then, huh? Yeah.
Yeah. Did some. I can't. Oh yeah, I made a design change that every API I use is something I will document for other people to use, so developers could hook into it, and that was a bit more complicated then.
One question, Jonas. Should I have unzipped my file to a drive first before I downloaded that to the SD card?
Yeah, you should unzip it before you burn it on the Pi.
And make sure you're using the Imager software from Raspberry Pi.
Yeah. And as soon as you have burned it, and then you put it into the Pi, connect an Ethernet cable, or if you need Wi-Fi, I'll guide you through that process. Connect the video output and connect the power cable, and if you start it, it will reboot one time to set up, and then you should be able to find it on your network.
I'm in the verifying mode.
So the .NET image, so in the Raspberry Pi imager, you choose the operating system net image, and then you choose the SD card, and then you hit write.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you use the custom image loaded into the use the net.image, and then choose SD card and just write.
Okay, that's what I did. I plugged in my HDMI 0 or HDMI 1.
It shouldn't care. Sometimes it's better to use the one that is near the power source.
Okay.
If your device that you use it is a bit picky.
I'm not seeing.
Did you see the? Did you see the splash screen for a second?
Yeah, I think I saw like a. Was it like a colorful thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it went by.
And now you're confused because it's black, right?
Yeah.
You want it to be black. Now go into your browser, and I'll paste the URL in the Mukana chat. You
That's what it
open
looks
that.
like. So go. Sorry, say that again. Go into the Mukana chat.
And click on the link I just sent, and let's see if it finds the Playoutbee.
Oh, okay. Mukana.
How's Tony doing?
I just stopped where I got the fan in, and I'm not sure what comes after that, but I guess at this point I'll just watch.
Tony, you should go to the link in Mukana that is the image downloader for your SD card.
Yeah, that's the next step.
Should I close the case or leave it open?
Yeah, close the case. Yeah, you can leave it open to see if it's working.
Jonas,
Guy,
what was the link you just put into Makana? What was that for?
That's seeing the controller.
Tony, you're good to close because you have the fan in it.
If your network supports host name. Oh, yeah, for you not, because you want to do it the hard way.
Yes. That's me, hard way all the way.
So you put the app image on your Raspberry Pi, right?
Yes, I have it on a thumb drive over here somewhere.
Then copy it to the Pi, and then for some reason I
keep forgetting wrong mouse. So I have it on the Pi here.
Yeah, move it to your desktop, for example.
Okay. I have the image on the desktop. Right there.
And then right click and change permissions to be able to execute it.
Where's permissions? Let's see. It's under properties. Permissions.
Yeah, permissions. And then execute to anyone.
It says anyone. Where's execute? Oh,
down
execute.
There.
Nobody. Anyone.
Then okay.
No geek left behind.
Okay. So now execute. Double click.
Yeah, double click. And then execute.
God, I have this optical thumb mouse. So that must be it, right? Seems awfully black.
Yeah, because you didn't upload anything.
Oh, I see.
So what you actually want to do now is close that window, the black one, because that's the output window, and Electron isn't hardware encoded. And now you see the Playoutbee controller. And now you can either use that one to put clips onto it, or use the web interface that should be at port 3000 /control. And in the settings, you have to disable the Electron output, or disable the enable Electron output.
So Jonas, I'm having a brain cramp right now. How do I execute the application to get the window up to install onto the micro SD card?
You need to download the Raspberry Pi imager.
Oh, is that a separate file from somewhere?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
That's from the Raspberry Pi Foundation.
Maybe if someone could grab Tony, if you could share your screen, see where you are, that would probably step by step us through that process.
For some reason, the Playoutbee is not loading for me. I'm not sure if it's an internet issue or what. But it's just showing.
The image?
When I clicked on Makana, it's just showing.
Oh, you probably clicked on the wrong link. You first need to download. I'll post it again. 1 second. So I just posted the link. There's the link for the Raspberry Pi imager. Download that one, and then we go through the steps again.
Okay.
Jonas, is it okay to change the password after you've booted to the Playoutbee?
Yeah, You can do that. It just needs the open port to, the port 3000 needs to be open.
So Jonas, after you download the Raspberry Pi OS on your laptop, we're supposed to put that onto the SD card then, correct?
You use the Raspberry Pi imager and then use the image you get for when checking out.
Be sure to unzip that first, though.
So
exactly.
Unzip
before using it.
Unzip it on. So I'm working with, right now I've got a colorful screen. So my Raspberry Pi gets turned on.
You want to use the imager to install net.image, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
You'll need to burn the image
onto the
to
SD
the card before you put it in the Raspberry Pi and boot up
Right.
the Pi.
Right. Oh, I must have installed this wrong. Oh, that's not very useful.
So should we be erasing everything that came on that SD card from the Raspberry Pi kit?
I think
it's
it's the Raspberry Pi imager will erase it for you if you install net.image.
Yeah.
And what resolution should that be outputting from the Raspberry Pi?
1920 by 1080, 50 frames per second, I think.
It doesn't look like it's showing up on my switcher. I'm just trying to.
What switcher do you have?
A10 Mini Extreme.
I mean, that should
I'll check a monitor. I'll try to plug it into a monitor.
Change the resolution on your Extreme if you're at 60 to go to 30 or be at 30.
Normally, Extreme should convert it, but sometimes I've seen that it doesn't do that.
And Jonas, in case other people have a similar challenge, using the link that you had, that's like once you get everything up and running, it's on the network and boot it and did its thing when you go to the Playoutbee :3000/control, that wasn't working for me. So in my home network, I just found what my IP address of the Pi is, put that in, like 192.168.12.53 was mine, :3000/control, and that got me in.
Yeah. What kind of home network do you have? Is it something special?
Yeah, it's custom. It's a lot. Yeah, it's a work in progress. It's my home network /home lab sometimes. So it's probably just DNS on my end if that's what you're thinking. That'd be great.
Yeah, because it registers as host name Raspberry Pi Playoutbee, and that's the way to find it in normal networks.
Now, am I dragging this to the desktop and then installing it on the card?
No, you just want to click that and open that program. And allow it to open. Yep. And then you'll need to go get the image from Jonas for the Playoutbee, which I don't know if you've done that yet.
No, I haven't done that yet.
Jonas, can you put in the chat a link for him?
I'll do that. 1 second.
So sad that I've done all this and now I can't get it going any further because I don't have a working micro HDMI cable.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I do find that they break a lot. That's why I use the Argon case, because it gives you full HDMI out.
Yep, that's exactly what happened. Mine broke. can't run to Staples.
Yeah, what I found is that if you use a small converter like the one I use and not a cable, they seem to hold longer.
Okay, great.
I saw a lot of micro HDMI to HDMI cable break.
Yeah, mine was just a black screen, so I went back to the card that came with it, and then I'm installing their OS. But now, once this finishes, I'll go back because I have a separate micro card that I put Playoutbee on. I just wanted to make sure that mine wasn't broken, so I'm in La La Land now. I went the other way.
Guy, you just need to hit Alt F4 to close that black screen and get back to the Raspberry OS when you've got Playoutbee up.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, is that all I needed to do? Sorry, I kind of freaked
Yes.
out when
No,
the
that's
black.
okay. Yeah.
I was just like, unplug. All right, let's go back to this other OS that came with it,
Yeah.
and let me just
I
make
did
sure
the
it
same
works.
thing. New toy
Yeah.
broken already. Darn.
Most users get
$100.
scared at the first time when they see the black screen. But then again, you don't want a layout system that gives you something else than a black screen if no video is loaded. So I'll probably just add a test video to the image.
That makes sense. I'm gonna try to grab an adapter. Hopefully y'all will still be here when I get back.
Jonas, do you have a list of video file types that work and or is recommended?
H.264. That's all it cares about. And yeah, 1080p 4K is not working.
So say after I've disabled my electron output, what's next?
So you open the Chromium browser and type in localhost, and then the 2 points, 3000 for the port, and then /control, not without a control, and you see a black image.
I don't have a Chromium browser here. Do I have to download that?
You should.
I didn't download your image file. I'm on the regular Raspbian.
Yeah, but the regular has the Chromium.
So this
yeah, that's the blue globe is Chromium.
Is Chrome. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
So I'm sorry. No, so say that again. Download the Chromium.
So localhost.
Localhost.
Down the double points and 3000.
Strange keyboard.
No,
localhost. Then what?
The double points.
Or
colon.
Colon.
Oh, double point. I didn't know it. Slash. Okay.
2 points stacked on each other.
Okay.
And then 3000, and that's it.
3000?
Yes.
Okay.
And so what my image does, it runs a script on startup that starts Chromium with that URL and puts it in kiosk mode.
Okay.
But if you now press F11 to do it in full screen, you can use it.
Okay. Now, where do we choose a file?
So you can either connect to it with IP, the 2 points, 3000 /control, or use it, or do a USB stick, copy the file onto the Pi, and then use the small utility.
I have some videos on the Pi here. So where do I find them?
Go into the other program, the Playoutbee tab.
That, yes.
And then press the plus sign.
Oh, there's
down.
Okay.
And then you probably store them at videos, or?
Yeah, I think I did. Maybe not. Other locations. Oh, great. I think it's under Pi.
I guess it's under home.
Home, okay.
Pi.
I apologize for interrupting, guys, but can you see my screen?
Yes. Okay.
Videos.
There we go.
Wait a minute, so I can see it.
I could see your screen, Tony.
I'm good.
Okay.
Let me get.
So, where do I guess pay for it, or?
I can see it on that display.
Do I just click on buy this, or?
You have to put a number in the box above it.
Oh.
Put them on.
Yeah, put $18 or something in, name a fair price.
Right where it says buy this, right
I think
above
you
it.
can.
There's a box that says put a number in there. Put a number, 18, 20.
I think
one
can
here.
One
Oh,
Charles.
he can.
Go back to where you were, the box right above it. Highlight the cursor. Now put a number there. Type a number, 20, 18. Just type a number. There you go. Now you can hit buy now.
Now don't show us your credit card.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now you might want to mute that.
Yeah. I use PayPal. So
It's not. Yes, it's not just us.
It's live on
Yeah.
YouTube.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Courtney, if you want to see your control, go to that same browser on like your local machine. That same site.
I'm sorry. So go to my same browser.
I just saw you had the control window floating on top, like you're browsing it in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's right, Jonas. He'll have to put
That
that
one.
Chromium back in. Like you can close that probably.
I can close this.
Put the
where is
Chromium browser back in the kiosk mode, so it's full screen.
Okay,
Yeah.
just a second.
And then on your local computer's browser, go to that same site that he mentioned earlier.
And,
Oh, I'm not connected. I don't know if I'm connected to it over my other computer. That's the step I missed, I think.
Oh, is the Pi is not on the network at all?
It is connected to the Wi-Fi. Yeah, it is connected to the network, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
then just check the IP on the Wi-Fi icon, and then you can connect to it.
And I was trying to find a cable, and I think I might have missed the memo of it automatically pops up in black. Is that correct?
Yes.
And
It
what's
should show a rainbow and then pop up to black.
And how do you disable that again?
Alt F4, except you have an old Apple keyboard that works as an USB.
No, I
hub, then you
have
need a different.
I have a PC, so it's Alt 4.
Yeah.
F4.
Got it. Yep, that worked. Okay.
How do I find out the IP
And-
address on the Pi?
Yeah, Courtney. So where you're at now, go to the top left. There should be a, I think there's a terminal window right there.
Oh, I see.
No, you can just hover over the Wi-Fi icon, can't you?
Oh,
Over the
that
Wi-Fi
might show you.
icon and didn't see much.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, there it is.
192.
168. Come on.
246.
246/24. Now, where do I enter that?
On your local machine, you enter that IP address.
On my other browser. Okay.
Then the 2 points.
Crap, it disappeared.
I like it though, Jonas. I got a couple videos playing on my end.
1.240.
1080.
Perfect.
It's great.
Yeah, Courtney probably has to optimize his Pi for media usage if he gets tearing.
So I might have missed something. How do I disable Electron? It says go to
It's-
settings, but it's not the Pi settings.
No, sorry. It's in the settings of Playoutbee.
How do I get there then?
Did you use you're doing a manual install, or are you using?
I use the image.
Yeah, then it's already. Courtney just has to do some different steps that I took for you by creating the image. Yeah.
So after I close the black screen, how do I get into Playoutbee to?
So, you normally don't close the black screen because it's.
Okay, that was my bad.
You can just reboot and then connect to it via your network.
But you need to find the URL or the IP, right? First.
Yeah, in this group probably because everyone has a strange network. But
tried-
normally you can use the host name.
This is what I get. 192.161.246/24, and it says cannot be.
No, without the 24. The 24 is not the IP. Remove the 24 and then use colon 3000/control.
So remove the 24 and then add what?
The points stacked on each other, 3000/control.
Oh, colon slash.
No.
No.
That's right. Between the colon and the slash, but 3000.
Oh, 3000. I wish this were bigger. 3000. Port 3000/control. There it is. Okay.
There you go.
Bueno.
I have to admit, I'm a little confused by where do I find the IP for the Raspberry Pi?
On the two arrows that signal the traffic on the top right. If you hover over them, it will show you.
Just hover.
Yeah, just hover over, Alex, and it will show up. It will pop
the
up.
IP address.
Got it.
And in normal home networks, you can use the host name because it's set to Playoutbee, but you probably have a network that doesn't support it.
Yeah.
Do I click on view content at this point, or?
Let me see where you are. Yeah, exactly. View content. And then download the Playoutbee image. The last one.
So now what I see in my network, it sees something, but it's not. It's just black on my browser. Is that right?
Oh, yeah. You have to put /control. I have to change that around.
And that's after 3000.
Yeah, after 3000.
Got it.
That's the controller. And if you now reboot your Pi, it will jump back into Playoutbee, and then you can upload clips using the web interface you just opened, and from there you never have to touch the Pi again.
Oh, we like to touch the Pi.
There's a scene from there's a movie with apple pie never mind.
Should I be getting a v6 address for the host name?
Do you mean?
Playoutbee.local or
no, it's just
v6?
Playoutbee.
Well, yeah,
Okay, Jonas, I'm at the picture. If you look on the Roscoe overhead, I'm at the picture with the spires, with the Chinese-looking orange sunset. Is that where I'm supposed to be? Way late in the group.
I can't find you.
I have a trash can in the upper left.
Oh.
I have an orange.
Seed. So you use the image that I sent you, right?
Yes.
And then you pressed Alt F4 to exit out of the black screen.
I haven't done anything like that. I got the rainbow screen. I thought I used the net.image, right?
Yeah. But then you shouldn't see that one. You should see just black. Try to go to the.
I have both inputs put in. Does that matter? Both outputs from my Pi.
What does it show on the other one? Oh, yeah, it's black. Yeah. So
It's 1080p 50 Apple TV, so I need to put. I'm on a Mac keyboard. That might be a problem.
Is it the old Mac keyboard?
It is.
It is. Yeah.
I don't know why that.
Do I need a new one?
Somebody say they were near the spires. I got here. You can see my screen where I've got this view, the Pi.
That's where I just was, yeah. And then I went to a different input. So I went to a different input and I got 1080p 50, which in a black screen.
Yeah, and the black screen is a Playoutbee showing you that you have no video.
Okay.
So two ways. If you can find the Playoutbee using the link that is in Mukana, just using HTTP Playoutbee, the link is in Mukana, then you don't have to do anything. You can just upload everything from there. If not, you have to press Alt F4 to exit out of the black window.
Got it. All right, I will look for
Find out your IP and use that.
Thank you. I will look for the Mukana link.
And does it have to be an MP4 or is it just or .move?
It has to be an MP4, sadly.
No worries.
I would love to support other file types soon.
What's it using for its player engine?
At the moment, a Chromium engine.
Chromium browser in
Yeah.
playback. Okay. And one question is on the, as you see here, if I click plus, I can't add anything from the Pi itself, from the network interface then, because I don't see that the folder that I'm pointing to.
Yeah. So that's also something I wanted to do right, and it's not in the first option because I would have to say to the network what is on the Pi. You have to upload it. In the Pi, you can import files, but importing is not yet supported via the web interface. If that makes sense.
I think so.
So
basically,
another way to say
build
it.
your playlist. You build your playlist from the Pi itself using the local interface, and then those files show up on the.
That's one way. Or you
load them
have
there, and then they appear there on the.
Or you use the web interface to upload everything to the Pi. And the Pi is, and then it's managed by Playoutbee.
Okay, so then, but the web interface, this one here, just sees the ones that are in the playlist itself, but it doesn't see anything else.
Exactly. What you could do is press the plus icon, and then you can upload any file from your local PC where you have the web interface open.
I see.
But the web interface can't see files that are not loaded but on the Pi.
I think I comprehend that.
Can the does it need to be 1024 by? I mean, it needs to be some standard video format.
No. It can be any video. You mean resolution?
Yeah, I had kind of a weird one that someone sent me, and it's not.
Yeah, try it.
It didn't like it. It's not. It doesn't show it playing anyway.
Oh. Doesn't.
I'm gonna try to just convert it real quick and just see what happens.
Yeah, there is one. I had one customer that was able to use some weird form of the H.264 codec that caused it to not play. But other than that, every H.264 file that is an MP4 file I threw at it just played. And it just scales every.
I just have someone sent me one that was just it's like 1024 by something or other, by 570 something. It's like a.
Yeah, but resolution shouldn't be a problem.
Well, it shows up. So it shows up like it's in the Raspberry Pi, but when I hit play, I don't see current time code and I don't see anything coming out.
What do you?
Yeah, I'm having that same problem.
It does say remaining time code 9.92, which is correct. So it sees the file, it appears, but it's
try, what was it? Try to click the file in the playlist again.
And
try now to play it.
Well, I only have one file.
Yeah, click that file.
Okay.
Now try to play it.
No, it's still not.
That's
I'm going to throw it away and try it again.
Huh. Jonas, I know you're getting hit with a lot right now, but a feature request would be to have the ability to customize that port.
You can
instead of
Can you?
3000. I'm asking, is there a way to use a different port than 3000?
It should be. Oh no, it's not in the settings. Yeah.
No. Yeah. Okay. I just I normally use my Pi headless and use XRDP to RDP into it, and that fails.
Oh, it uses
because
also
apparently,
3000.
yeah, it's also using 3000.
Yeah, I want to switch
all
it
the ports.
to 80 normally, so you can just type in
Oh
Playoutbee.
yeah, and then it would and then browsers and other things wouldn't have an issue with it.
Yeah.
But when I try to, it's working now.
And Lou,
No,
you already
it blew
installed
up.
XRDP?
Yeah, I did. I just did a
Okay.
sudo apt get XRDP.
Yeah.
I have
You're
about 3 commands I run every time I start a Pi up from scratch, and one is XRDP, one is Terminator, and the other is to enable SSH, which the Playoutbee already had.
You're on like level 5, way past
Sorry,
everyone else.
I've been
cool. I like it.
I've
I'm
been
with you.
I've been playing with Pis for years. Honeypots and trying to do Open Canary and such.
Yeah, me too.
Guys, I apologize.
Okay, Janice, I'm getting the one that says cannot connect. It just dropped right in the middle. Is that a good sign or a bad sign? I take it to be a bad sign.
So what did you do before that?
I was trying to I pushed the plus button to upload a file.
Was it a bigger file than a few gigabytes?
It was I'll tell you in a second. It was 20 megabytes. It wasn't a very big file. There's a short little MP4 loop.
And now you can't connect to the Playoutbee anymore.
That's right. Like Chrome now says I can't get to it. Now, can I have an old Apple keyboard connected to it? I mean, an old one. Can I force it to reboot from the keyboard, or do I very carefully take out the SD card?
No, you just unplug the power.
Just unplug it without it. It won't hose the card.
Not on the first time.
Okay. All right.
It will at some time, but not.
At some point in the near future, it'll just hose that card. But live dangerously.
Yeah, you have some time. I was going to suggest, I mentioned it on Office Hours the other day. There's an iOS app called Pi Helper, and you can set it up to connect to your Playoutbee, and you can get a terminal window from this or reboot and shut down. So as a way, in case your keyboard isn't working, for you to control it. It's a free app.
So Tony, where are you stuck at the moment?
I have it I guess installed, and I just need to know, do I need to drag it to the desktop or?
So I think you're still in a macOS installation process.
Yes.
Just can someone that has experience with Mac help him maybe?
Yeah, Tony, can you pin your or show your screen, and we'll help you through it.
He shows it.
Can you see it?
Yep. So go ahead and drag that Pi imager to applications if you haven't already done so in that window in your bottom left.
I think it's actually in application.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
You have it
okay.
open.
Then just open it up. There you go. Yep.
Oh, you already have it opened.
Yeah, I already have it open.
Okay, go to the app then.
Oh, close the window.
Yeah, you
in
can
front of it.
close these. Yeah.
Close this.
Yeah. And now go to the Raspberry Pi imager in the background and click on Choose OS. And scroll down to Custom. Use Custom. Click that one. Now click Allow. And then there you did download the zip file and unzip it.
Yes.
Now select a file. Where did you unzip it to?
Probably downloads, Tony.
Yeah.
You have to press OK again. And that is net.img. Click that one. Click Open. Oh, what happened? Did you open it twice? Press on Cancel and let's see if it worked. Yeah. And now choose SD card. Click on that button. Have you connected the SD card yet?
No.
Okay, that's the next step. Connect your SD card to the PC. Is it now working for you, Alex? I saw a video playing.
It is working.
Yeah.
It's just that one file it doesn't like, and I don't know why. I mean, I was kind of I don't have a ton of MP4s on my drive, and so I was just grabbing a bunch of.
Yeah.
You know, I think that file it doesn't like, but I'm grabbing other MP4s and it's playing back just fine.
Yeah, I just always download some stuff from Pexels to test.
Alex, do you have it connected to your ATEM now?
I do.
Yeah, I was going to ask, is that the next step? Because it's not showing up on my ATEM.
Well, it shows up as black. Then you have to. That's what I got stuck with. Was that?
No, I meant showing up in the controller software as a.
That's the next step.
Okay, I'll wait. Sorry.
Jonas, a quick question.
Yeah.
If you're going to format a new SD card for the Pi, how do you format it? I'm going to rebuild this.
Do you want to use the normal Raspberry Pi OS?
No, I want to use yours.
So you use the Raspberry Pi imager and it will format it to the correct type.
So the imager will do it automatically. It doesn't matter if I have something on it, will just overwrite it.
Yeah, maybe it will ask you if you want to delete it, but it will just do it.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it does pop up with a warning. It'll wipe out anything on the drive before it does it. Just make sure you pick your correct SD card and not your Samsung T5.
Yeah.
Just a warning.
Yeah. It will do what it's told. Is that what you're trying to tell us?
Yeah, it says all existing data on mass storage device media will be erased. Are you sure? I am sure.
Tony, did it work now for you?
I don't see the SD card. I plugged it in, but I don't see it.
So
try to see it in the Finder.
Well, one of the things I found, and I actually had to plug it into the back of my M1. I couldn't plug it into my other world computing dock that I have connected to the M1. I actually had to plug it straight into one of the USB-A ports in the M1. And I think, if I remember correctly, Tony, you are using an M1.
Well, right now I'm using my old MacBook Pro.
Oh, okay.
What you see is the old MacBook Pro.
Okay.
Is it that untitled one above, Tony? Right there. No, right there. Is that your SD card? No.
I think so.
No, that's your main drive. Try taking your SD card out and plugging it back in.
It might be that question one. Or is that a file? below OneDrive, it has something with a question. I don't know if that's it, but yeah, definitely unplug and plug it back in. See if it recognizes it.
Is that it?
No.
No.
Are you using an adapter somehow to hook that in?
Sorry, did you actually put the SD card into that USB adapter?
I did.
Okay.
Which is a handy little device.
It is, but as Courtney pointed out, it feels like you're breaking your computer when you try to insert it, or at least mine
I actually
does.
didn't have that. It went in fine on my one. So
Maybe it was just my USB thing was bent or something. I don't know. I tried 2 or 3 of them, and I couldn't get any of them in until I really hammered down on it.
My guess is the tolerances on this little adapter aren't at the level that
are interesting at best, is what you're trying to say.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I since I tried several, I think it's the tolerances on the ones that they use on the Pi are not that great. I think they're a little too tight.
That's what I meant. Yeah, this little adapter, the tolerance on this is not the same as what you have in your Mac or even a Windows machine.
Okay, so Jonas, I'm getting, so I can load it up, but if I try to hit the play button, it does absolutely nothing. Just does the remaining time, like Alex had. But I've been playing
Upload a
with
second
this for...
file.
Yeah, I put another file and it worked fine.
Yeah, I got 2 files on it and it works great.
Yeah, mine's playing out as well.
Oh, maybe you have an old version. There was a problem where, yeah.
Well, like I said, yeah, I've had this for a few months.
Upload a second file and reboot and see if that helps.
Where's the second file?
No, just another MP4. It could be the same.
Oh no, I went from, this one was a 720 file, and then I went to a 1080p file, and they load up, but they just don't play.
Yeah. If you have 2 files in your file list reboot, you might have an old update.
How do I update the Playoutbee from, or I'm sorry, yeah.
You just use you should have gotten an email with, like, I think the last one was hotfix for image.
Yep.
In there, you download the image and just burn it on the SD card again. I'm working on a updating thing, but then again, maybe that's something you don't want to have on a production device, something that can update. So yeah.
Is there a way, Jonas, to tell the Raspberry Pi using your image what IP address you want it to respond to?
Not in my software, but you can use normal. Under the hood, it's a normal Raspberry Pi.
Yeah, so if you close out Playoutbee, do an Alt F4, to get and go to the terminal, just Google, dedicated IP on a Raspberry Pi. You'd use the commands like an ifconfig. It's not easy. You have to know Linux.
No, I was just asking through the UI. Was there?
Yes, no, right. I'm sorry, I got you now.
I mean, somebody had asked for the port, and I was asking for the IP for the same reason, because for my production devices or my playback units and my ATEM and so forth, I have a very specific IP range that they live inside.
This is crazy that you could open it up in multiple browsers on multiple computers and the time code's totally accurate and you can play from any of the computers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a trick, because that one trips out sometimes. If you put second screen, let me see if that works. Because I coded a specific. How do you access it again? Someone needed a second output, and you can do that. Oh,
Is that using the second HDMI on the?
No, it's using.
Pi?
You can on any network attached device. You can see the output.
Oh, that's cool.
If I find the URL.
What is the Electron output? I didn't understand what that was.
So it's cross-platform, and the Electron output uses Electron, but they didn't implement the hardware decoder for the Raspberry Pi yet. That's why I'm using Chromium. That has on the Pi everything is a bit special. The Chromium on the Pi is a Chromium built by the Pi Foundation with the encoders, because Chromium won't do it. And that's why I can't use it in the other one.
So what was the second screen trick you were describing, Jonas?
I have to look into my manual real quick to find it. I always forget that you are.
Speaking of which, where is the manual stored? Or do you have
Oh,
to
it was actually back on the website. It comes down to the Kindle.
Or to the desktop, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Jonas, so I have a bug fix, an updated image, and a hot fix for image. Do I need to do the updated image first and then the hot fix, or
Just
do I
use
have
the
to go?
latest. Because it
The hot fix?
yeah, it's a complete image. It wipes all away, because that way I control what update you have. It also updates Raspberry Pi OS and stuff.
Okay.
The
It's a
hot
zip
fix.
file, so do I have to unzip it first?
Yeah, and zip it, and then you should see, like everybody else, the net image.
Yeah, the
And
only
I just-
disadvantage to that is you'd lose all your settings and your uploaded videos, right, from your Pi.
Yeah.
Jonas, it looks like I'm accessing, here's the Pi display on an external monitor. Fine here.
Yeah.
I'm on a laptop on my network. I see Byte Hive Playoutbee here.
Yeah.
I've uploaded 2 videos.
Oh,
Now,
and now
am I
since you
am I caught up?
pressed Alt F4 on the Raspberry Pi to close Playoutbee, reboot the Pi, and everything will work, hopefully.
Okay, so Alt F4 on the Playoutbee.
No, you already exited it. Just reboot now.
Oh, just a reboot?
Yeah, reboot the. Do you have 2 HDMIs connected to the Pi?
No, I do not.
Okay, just reboot it, and it should work.
Is there this is my first Pi. Is there a reboot button like in Windows somewhere, or is there
Yeah, it's in the
logout?
yeah,
top-
log
yes,
out,
log
and then
out,
it
and
asks
then-
you.
Okay, reboot. Got it.
All right, Jonas, I'm having a hard time actually connecting. I've got 2 HDMIs connected. I've got the Ethernet connected to a MacBook Pro, and I've got it says programming Geary, Thony Python, internet, sound and video. I can get to that graphic. Is that the page? Should I be running something from there?
Sorry, can you repeat it? Oh,
Yeah.
wait a minute. You also have an overhead. That gets confusing. So what is not working?
Well, I'm at the black window, but I can't talk to it from my MacBook.
How did you wire it to your MacBook?
Ethernet.
Directly or through a switch?
Through
or
a switch.
router? Through a switch or through a router?
No, through a switch.
Okay, so it needs a hard-coded IP now.
Well, it depends. I mean, if he has a router in his house, the switch is gonna.
I have a router connected to the switch also.
So he's gonna get dynamic IP, Jonas. He just needs to find it.
So connect the keyboard to the Raspberry Pi, press Alt F4, and go to the upper right corner and hover over the connection icon, and it will tell you its IP.
Where am I to find? Okay, I've hit the Apple F4, but I get this window on the left. Am I supposed to? Unfortunately, my son brought me this 43-inch 1080p. Is the other window over here on the right somewhere? Where the IP is?
If you're on a Mac keyboard, it might be Option or Alt F4.
Yeah, I got that, but I get a programming window. So I get Alt F4. And you, I don't know if you
Might
can
not
see.
switch outputs. We're just seeing your splash screen or something, Roscoe.
Well, you should be able to see it. I'm holding up my iPhone
Oh
showing
yeah,
you what I'm.
that's the start menu. And you are on a Mac keyboard, right? That
I'm
was
on
the
a Mac
problem.
keyboard, yes.
Do you have access to your browser settings and can see which devices are connected to it?
Say what you just said again. Access to my
router settings.
Oh, router settings.
Yeah, so you can look into there which IP address the Pi has, and then just connect to that IP.
Yeah, it'll take me a while to get to my router settings.
Yeah, I hate that keyboards don't work with the Pi.
Do I need? It's better off if I just get a PC keyboard. Is that what you're telling me?
There's one. Oh, we can do it. You press the. Do you have an Apple key on that keyboard or an Option key to open that programming window
option.
again?
There it is.
And then there should be go into accessories. I think there should be the terminal. Open the terminal.
Okay.
And now type in host name space -e. And that should give you
-e.
Yeah.
The minus came out as a beta symbol.
I had that same problem. The keyboard was set to German.
Was it?
Let me try this. Oh, found
Yes.
it. Use the real minus. Okay. Use it. Not the. All right.
Ein SZ.
And I got this.
Like his Pi is not set in GUI mode. It's in terminal.
No, that's fine. Press the up arrow to get the command again, so we can see if the
Host
command
names -e.
An I, not an E.
Sorry.
Yeah, spelling is difficult. So it didn't get an AP here.
It does. It says 0.1.1. I just.
That's no IP address, right?
127.0.1.1.
Can it have that one for you?
No, that's a loopback IP. That's loopback, so it didn't
so
get
giving you
get
the loopback. Try to ping Raspberry Pi.local from the terminal. Maybe that helps.
PING.
Yeah, and then Raspberry Pi.local.
Yeah.
Tony, how is your install going?
I think I'm stuck. I don't think the computer is seeing this SD card.
Oh, it's still not seeing it. Do you happen to have another adapter that you could use to attach a micro SD to your PC?
Hey, Tony, do you know how to use the disk utilities in Mac?
Not really. You think this SD card is dead?
Well, if you go to the disk utilities and you don't see it there, then it might be.
Or the adapter is not working.
That's where I'd go. Is go to Go and Utility, and then Disk Utility, and see if you see it on the left side.
Yeah. To make sure that the other thing to make sure is you inserted the card right in the little adapter correctly. That I had to really push it in and seat it correctly.
You mean try to take it out? Try to take the USB adapter out?
Well, if it's not seeing it, it's not seeing it, right?
Have you gone to utilities yet, Tony?
In
desktop, go to the Go menu.
In desktop.
Yeah,
He's on a
The
Mac.
top bar.
Yeah.
yeah, top bar go, and then utilities. And then see disk utility up on the right top right hand corner.
Okay.
Double click that. And click through all these untitles.
It shows as internal.
Those are all the internal drives.
Okay.
Yeah, you would see there'd be a space before the externals.
So
it's not seeing the
What
card.
you're dealing with is a adapter problem, very likely. So I would pull it out, reseat the disk, and then reseat the USB.
Just for humors, and I won't say what it is, but maybe one of you gentlemen can. Which way does the wording go up or down in the card as you're in the adapter as you're holding it?
Up.
It always goes so that the little lip on the card is in the little thumb cutout on the
Right, and it has to be. And my point of that is that card has to be seated very carefully inside that thing, otherwise it doesn't connect correctly. I already made that mistake once today.
Yeah, Toby, maybe try to reseat it.
Jonas,
Is
I
it
think I
working
may
for the
be-
rest now?
Jonas, what I had the regular screen come up and then everything went black.
That's normal.
And so I do the Alt F4.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the same thing happened. And I tried rebooting it and the same thing. What's my next step?
So it is black because you didn't upload any videos.
Oh.
If you press Alt F4, it goes back to the normal one, and you can look in the top right corner. If you have, do you have Ethernet or Wi-Fi for the Pi?
Ethernet.
So in the top right, it should show 2 arrows after
Correct.
you pressed Alt F4. And then hover over that and note down the IP address.
Okay.
And then you can use that IP address to connect from your other machine with IP address 2 stacked points 3000/control. And then we can reboot the Pi and upload an image through the network, and not an image and video.
Jonas,
We got an open mic somewhere.
It might be.
Somebody's having lunch.
Sorry, I was eating.
Sounded like ice cream to me.
Left my mic open. No, couscous. It's couscous and avocado. Very high tech. Sorry about that.
That's some weird
Tony,
ice cream.
can you show your overhead camera while you're reseating that?
Yes, John.
I'm not sure how I got into this mode, so I can't show it easily, but in the upper left-hand corner, my Raspberry Pi monitor is showing programming, internet, sounds and video. What mode did I get it into?
Can you connect to it from your network?
That's what I was trying to do.
So on the top right, do you have it connected via Ethernet?
No, I was going to try to do Wi-Fi.
Okay, so on the top right, there should be an icon where you can click on it and select the SSID of your Wi-Fi, put in the password, and then it will and if you then hover over it, it will display the IP address.
So I only see that menu on the right, so I don't see, on the left. I don't see.
Oh, yeah, press Alt F4 to close out of it.
Okay, so now if I do Option F4 again.
Yeah.
Is that what I need?
I think so. Is your overhead camera still working so we can see it?
Let me see if I could send this to you. Let me put it in my attempt. I'll shut up for.
All right, Jonas, I've got my IP address.
Perfect.
Now, I've still got the terminal open on Pi at Playoutbee. Close that.
Yeah.
All right. I switched keyboards. Maybe I should not have.
So can
Jonas,
you
this is where I am
I'm the same place. I'm the same place John is.
So yeah. And John, do you have a normal keyboard?
Yes, I do.
Try to connect it with a normal keyboard and press Alt F4.
Did that help?
It didn't.
What is Alt F4 on the Pi? Is it the same as close program?
Yeah.
Okay.
It just closes the kiosk view normally in 99% of the cases. If you don't have a keyboard that
has F11.
sends something strange.
Yeah. Yeah, on some keyboards you have to hold down the function key and then find the F11 on the keyboard in blue or something. Yeah.
Yeah, mine obviously isn't a normal keyboard.
While they're doing that, I have a different issue. I'm still trying to update this, and I came across a problem here that I don't understand. So I extracted the file to the net image, and I was doing like the other instructions said, and that's basically go to properties and choose the permissions to anyone.
No, the net image is the image that you burn on a SD card.
Oh, I got to burn this on on the Pi SD card?
Yeah, exactly, because it also includes an update to the Raspberry Pi OS, because they fixed a lot of stuff for video. Yeah, so probably do that.
Okay, we'll do.
So Jonas, does that mean we need Courtney and I need to make additional changes to the OS to optimize playback?
Yeah, I'll send you the link for that.
I updated mine to the latest version before yesterday, but it went online and found out the latest version and updated. But do you know which version is the best one, and where do we find that information on the Pi?
The latest version of PiOS is fine. The only thing you have to do is disable the compositor and force Chrome to use the hardware decoder, because Chrome doesn't want to do that. I'll send you a link later. I don't have it in my hand.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And are you able to play play it as a playlist, or it just plays one at a time?
One at a time at the moment. I'm working on playlist.
Mm-hmm.
That was going to be my next question, Alex. I was right at the same stage of like, can I have these play in a row?
Right.
You can loop and have one continuously play, but
yeah.
But it doesn't automatically launch the next one when it hits the end of the first one?
No.
Okay. So Roscoe, did you get past this?
No, I'm on a Mac keyboard. I think that's
let's see what could we do. So we need to find the IP address.
No, I have the IP address.
Oh.
192.168.7.199.
On your local machine, input in the browser, input that IP address with 2 points, the 2 stacked points, 3000/control. Do you then get the web interface?
Perfect. That's what. Does it care whether I use Safari or Chrome?
I've never tested it on Safari, but probably.
All right, I'll go to Chrome then.
So you're telling me life would be better if I plugged the Ethernet into this?
Yeah, because then, life would be easier with Ethernet.
I should tweet that.
There's so many things that would be better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Jonas, plus on Wi-Fi, don't you have to choose a country code? for regulation reasons?
Oh yeah.
Meaning Europe is a different Wi-Fi regulatory body than the US. We use different Wi-Fi channels. That's my experience on previous Raspberry Pis is you have to tell it a country code before you try to use Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
That can be set in the Pi
Jonas, you might have to
configuration.
default it to Deutschland.
I try to do it as international as possible, but then again, everybody uses something else and probably defaulted to.
Well, it's like can you use the minus key, or do you have to use the numeric pad minus key? You can get in trouble with that one. If you're used to using a German keyboard, it's in a different place.
Is there a standard keyboard for the whole world, or is
No, there is not.
Yeah.
That's why every Mac when it powers up and every PC when it powers up, it says, "Where are you?"
Yeah.
But if you can get out of the Playoutbee black screen, you can go to your Raspberry Pi config and set your keyboard to US and to match.
If all the 4 is working.
Right.
So the next step would be to connect it to the ATEM and see it in the ATEM software.
Yep, which I've done and gotten it to work.
Perfect.
Hey, Roscoe.
Now, Guy, I just need my Pro Extreme ISO to show up, so I don't have to keep plugging and unplugging things in the back.
Mine too, Peter.
They're coming soon. 2 weeks is what we're hearing.
I just logged in and checked the status on the site.
So, Tony, is that? Yeah, Tony, it doesn't look like you've got the card in there, or is that the card?
Yeah. Doesn't look like there's.
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
There should have been an envelope in your thing that looked like, well, mine's cut now, Tony, but it looked like this. It had a card in it.
A separate envelope.
A separate envelope.
Silver.
It was an anesthetic envelope. There it is. There it is. Inside that is a card. That has to go into that adapter. That is only an adapter.
Okay. Lord, I apologize.
But you're all good. All you had was a high impedance air gap.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
That's all right. That's all right.
That's what we do this for.
That's exactly what we do this for.
All right, Jonas.
Tony will never get any ransomware or other malware on his Raspberry Pi because he's got the perfect air gap.
Type the IP address /control CONTROL, right?
I was going to say that this the new acronym of the day is PBCK.
Roscoe, if you look at Mukana, I kind of tried to summarize it.
Sorry, I will go.
No, don't apologize. Yeah, your Raspberry Pi IP, then :3000. That's the port. Then /control.
No, the other way. You had it. You're holding it right. Hold it right with the gap with the little notch front. Put the words facing you. Put the words on the card facing you. Now slide it in right there at the top. Right there. Push it in. No. Push it on the top part of it, and push it in. There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
Bob's your uncle.
And now that plugs into your USB port on your computer, just like a normal USB would.
Hey, Roscoe.
Thank you, Lou. That makes perfect sense.
Roscoe, the keyboard I'm holding up, is this what yours looks like that you're having a challenge with?
I have that. I have that one, and I also have a really old one.
Okay,
So
I'll try this one right now.
Yeah. You mean like or a really old one, or just the small version of it?
I have the here, and I'll hold it up. I've got this one.
Oh wow!
And I've got one that looks like this one.
Oh goodness, yeah.
I've only got about 13 Macs still around the house somewhere.
Well, that's yeah.
G4.
iMac DV. The G5, yeah. My son took the G5s and made a bench out of them.
Your 2SC keyboard, see if that'll work.
Once we get Tony and Roscoe up to speed, Jonas, are you going to go through the settings just because there isn't really a manual to tell us what they do? And We lose Jonas.
Yeah, I'm doing.
Okay,
I was
sorry.
just muted.
And Roscoe, are you in at the moment? Did yours work?
I'm typing in my my command. No, just close all that stuff up. Tony, you don't need the disk utility anymore. You really don't. And if you're not used to using it, I would recommend you never open it up again.
Okay.
Yeah, just close the window. Just hit the little red dot in the upper left, close it. Now go back to the Raspberry Pi window there. Now click on that because that says it found it.
Now you can hit right.
And then hit right.
Woohoo!
Yes, you do. And
Do
now
the
you
pie
need,
dance.
now you just, because of Mac security, it just wants to know, are you sure you want to do this?
And it doesn't go very fast on the Mac.
No, it does not. It took me about 5 minutes for it to do, because it writes it and it verifies it, which is a good thing. Okay.
So Roscoe,
yes,
how
yes,
did you get from this position to on? I'm now hardwired.
I had to look up my IP address. I'm actually on a Euro system, so I was actually able to look it up through my Euro, and so I had to find a hard IP address that way. And then from there, the command that's in Mukana right now is what I'm mimicking. Roscoe, if you have to do this a bunch, which I found is I for my Mac, I got a utility called LandScan, which will just list out all the IP addresses and all sorts of information by IP address. Yeah, the Eero is real good at that too. I just forget that I have it, and I was like, oh, I have to get into the. It's like, nope, just go to my Eero.
Yeah, there's another utility for the Mac called IP Scanner. It's also available for iOS, and it does the same thing.
Yeah.
So
IP
you could run
Scanner
that.
Pro, baby, you got it.
Yeah,
yep.
That's
John,
my go-to.
What you could try is when do you have a normal network setup?
Do I have a normal network setup? Is that the question?
Yeah.
How many people on this Zoom call have a normal network setup?
Probably.
I'm trying to check all I have a lot of stuff on my network. So what will the Raspberry Pi?
That makes us not normal.
Mine's
As soon as you say
normal
I
for
have a
me.
lot of stuff on the network, you're like, may not be normal.
Well, what will it show up as? I guess is the question.
As Playoutbee. It registers the host name Playoutbee. And normally that works, but on this panel it probably never works.
And what are you cooking on your video there, Alex?
This is from
Tortillas?
I shot this in Dharamsala, India. It was the morning paratha. So it's a and he was, this is just one clip out of, I shot like someday I'll actually edit it together, but at this point I was just trying to capture the flame and the that, and I have the rest of him kind of putting it together, but it was what I was having for breakfast, and it was very expensive. I think it ended up being like 60 cents or something like that for the paratha, but I said, can I shoot video of it? I'll pay you for it. And he said, sure. Like he didn't know what to charge. So I paid him $20. I think he made as much money on the video as he makes most mornings. So he was really nice after that.
He bought himself a new Tandoor oven.
And you have it looping, right?
I have it looping.
Yeah.
And I'm able to stop it and start it. So I'm in the ATEM.
Can you do frame advance?
I don't think you can.
No, it's not that coarse.
Yeah, it's on or off and looping. The loop works, but if I turn,
you can use the speed control. The shuttle I still need to get myself in Hyperdeck to see how that should work.
Okay.
Because I didn't understand the concept of
it. Does seem like it. Now I've frozen it. Now it's not. I did something. Hold on.
Oh, good.
I got it into a state that it doesn't like. Let's try a different one.
Command period.
Oh, I know what you did.
Like when you jump to it and you're playing from something else, you kind of have to stop and start it again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's one thing I was wondering. If you play a video and click on the next, should it automatically stop playing?
Well, I think that the way that the hyperdeck works is you can click on the next one, and until you hit, I can't. Like right now, when I click to it, it just frozen. I think that if you click on the next one, you kind of expect it to go.
Okay, yeah.
I'll get a hyperdeck and try. I can't remember what the.
Are you controlling it from the hyperdeck, Alex, or are you controlling it from the web player?
I'm controlling it from the ATEM.
Oh, you are.
Yeah, so I just put
was I out of the room when we did that step? Oh, because I
We'll
did
do that now.
We'll make a
we
nature
didn't get
break.
there yet. Yeah, we didn't get there yet.
I got a
Alex
little
went
ahead.
ahead.
I was behind, and then I caught up, and then I went ahead.
So
And it just showed up for you, right?
It just showed up. Yeah. So I had to plug. I forgot. My ATEM was just connected directly to my computer, so I had to put an Ethernet in. But other than that, I just put the IP in of the Raspberry Pi. I typed the IP in, and it just there it was.
So
I don't know.
Type the IP
Jonas,
into where?
on mine, if you're seeing the screen, I've plugged it into the Ethernet. Should it be showing up on my network, or do I have to be out of this screen?
Plug it into the Ethernet and restart the Pi, and then it should show up.
Do a hard restart.
Just go to logout and restart.
And Courtney, it's in the settings. It's in the little gear on the lower left, and then hyperdeck, and then you have the 4 hyperdecks, and that's where you want to connect it.
So let's actually do that, and we'll do it again.
Jonas, may I recommend that you find a place where you put some statistical data, like the current CPU temperature and stuff, just so people could get back to you and say, hey, it's running really hot, or it's melting my Pi, or things like that.
Yeah, I'll add that. So, oh, that's wrong. So you now see, if you spotlight me, Mickey. Thanks. So you see the ATEM software control, and you go now into the settings, and then under these tabs, there's one tab called Hyperdeck. And if you start it, it will look like this. And what you now have to type in is just the IP address of your Pi. So in my case, that's 867. And press enter or connect, and it will connect. And now you can add it. For example, I have it on 3, and now it just shows up here. It is possible that after a reboot of the ATEM, it doesn't find the Pi. Sometimes I think that also happens with some hyperdeck. Sometimes the trick is to put in a false address, let it fail, and then reconnect to it. And that's everything that you need to do to connect it to the ATEM. And then you can select clips in here, play it.
Is it good to
change the
save your
speed.
ATEM state once you've gotten to that point?
Yeah. And I would suspect, given now it just looks like a hyperdeck to the ATEM, I can then use the companion OSC commands, the companion control commands for hyperdeck to control it. Because no,
They check for type. And since it's not a normal hyperdeck, I'm working with them to fix that.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. What people have done is using macros and then triggering the macro through companion. That's also how you can bootstrap basically the autoplay till I get that working.
I just found a bug.
What did you found?
If you try and use the little scroll wheel, it goes JavaScript error occurred in main process.
The scroll wheel, the shutter.
Yeah, that thing, yeah. The scroll wheel.
Interesting.
In the hyperdeck control, in the ATEM.
Well, but is that his or?
Yeah.
Yeah, the JavaScript error occurs on the Raspberry Pi.
Oh, okay.
That's interesting because that shouldn't be implemented yet. Yeah, I'll push an update.
Hey, Jonas,
when that happens, I guess it crashes the Playoutbee because it's no longer showing.
Yeah.
John has a question.
John?
Sorry, I'm in the remedial group, but I actually now know my IP address, but I haven't loaded any files yet.
Okay, can you connect to your Raspberry Pi from your PC via the IP address and then the column 3000/control?
And I just used a Chrome browser.
Yeah.
Let me give it the old college try.
And John, that command is posted in Mukana if you need it.
There's a command with the IP address. All right, or I don't need IP address.
You do in the middle of the command.
Yeah.
Where is it in Mukana? I'm trying to find
Could be one of the latest postings.
I'm one step ahead of that, and I've got a couple of videos loaded into the Playoutbee control. What's my next step?
You can just play it.
Yeah.
Do the play out dance.
The next step is to
Cocktail
connect
hour.
it to the ATEM, basically, and then there are no more steps.
Yeah. If you look at my window, that's coming out of the Playoutbee as we speak.
I'm watching cartoons.
Yeah. John, this one's for you.
Nice, thank you. I see that. Okay, I think I see the command here that you want me to do.
Of course,
How's
if
yours going, Tony?
you want a different one for John, we could do this one.
Looks like it's verifying the 74%.
Yeah, it does, Tony, it does take a while because once it writes it all, now it makes sure it wrote it correctly.
Okay, I have a question for you guys. So I don't have an external monitor. I was going to connect it to the ATEM.
That's fine.
That's fine. That's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing, to be honest with you, Tony, is I connected it straight into the ATEM and then I'm just using multi-view to taking the output from multi-view.
Okay, should I wait until the card finishes before I wire
Oh,
up?
yeah, you have to do that.
Please do.
Okay.
Thomas, so did it work for you to connect it via the ATEM software control, or should I show you the steps again?
I tried that and several times, and I got unable to connect with that.
Okay. But you are able to connect to the web interface via the IP address of the Pi.
That's where I loaded the clips.
Okay, so that's working. Then
when I pushed play, nothing. The time code.
Did you connect your ATEM Mini via Ethernet with the same network that the Pi is in?
Correct.
Huh. Do you need to restart an ATEM Mini for it to work?
I didn't. I did have to do your trick about backing off a digit and then typing the digit in a second time.
Yeah, that's.
Okay, guys, I'm impressed. This is actually working.
Woohoo!
Outstanding.
Do I
do the
just
playback
continue?
dance?
I'm sorry.
There it is.
Excellent.
You could have as many of these on your network as you want, right? I mean, 4 hyperdecks in the ATEM, but you can just load up clips galore, right?
So
it's crazy.
I've got my second order in already, guy.
Gonna need a second ATEM Mini.
Since mine crashed, I've not been able to see it on the ATEM anymore.
Did you restart the Pi?
I didn't restart the Pi. I restarted the app. I closed the app and then restarted.
Restart the Pi.
Yeah.
Restart the Pi. Okay.
Yeah, the problem is that I don't know where. I know in which line that crash happened.
Yeah.
But I don't
Jonas,
know
have you
why.
tried any of the pies with the NVMEs? Does that make a difference to have a faster drive?
Drive speeds doesn't seem to do anything for the tuning.
Jason, was it you? Jason Panks, was it you that had the Argon case with the NVMe?
No, but that sounds really cool.
Well, I have a 1 terabyte NVMe sitting here that I pulled out of my HyperDeck 8K before I sold it, so it's sitting here, and I'm like, I want to use it.
Hey,
it's only $43 for the case.
Hey, Jonas, does on the Raspberry Pi 4, does it have a memory split between graphics and system like the Raspberry Pi 3s do?
Yeah.
Did you already pre-configure that for us?
Yeah.
Copy. Thank
So
you.
when you connect to HyperDeck, you put the IP address in.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't see it, let's see, failed to connect.
Thomas, on which system are you on? Windows or Mac?
Mac. I'm a Macer.
And are you and your Mac in the ATEM is connected to the network?
The there's
that is the reason I knew that.
Very good air gap.
The reason that I knew that so quickly is I did exactly the same thing. I was like, oh, doesn't see it. Then I was like, oh right, I need to.
Yeah. Okay, I can do that. I'll be back.
So does it work now for everyone? No, someone had a problem. Sorry.
I think Tony's still slightly behind us.
Yeah, we'll figure that one out. That's on my mind. I think I missed someone that still couldn't connect to it from the ATEM. Where are you?
Thomas had a problem with that, but now I am playing actually on I restarted the Pi, and now so I'm able to play. I'll go ahead and try to attach that with my ATEM now.
Yeah.
Oh, but Jonas, we need a license for each one, right? So each Pi Playoutbee needs its own license. Okay. So I got this other one that Victor got too. It's the one the Pi's already built into the keyboard. I don't know if you guys have seen this. Pretty cool.
That's cool. How much is it?
$99.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, if you're just gonna run them headless, I guess it doesn't really matter.
The wallet that says set the flame again. Little Kindle.
Hey guys, do I need to just continue and take the card out?
Press continue and then take the card out. And then you can plug the card into your Raspberry Pi. And Guy, what you could try if you want, shut down your Raspberry Pi, take out the card, do it into the Pi 400 and see if it works.
Oh, cool. I'll try that. Yeah, and then Downy on the Mac for you guys for $20, I think $29. You could download any YouTube video in MP4 super fast with the Downy app and ties into Playoutbee. I was just testing it. It works great.
So, I want to thank you, Alex. Your fix worked perfectly.
Thomas, is that now seeing it?
Genius. Did you have to type in the IP or did it just find it?
I had typed it in because I found it.
All right.
I rebooted the Pi, by the way, and it still doesn't find it.
Did you restart the software again after you rebooted?
Restart the Playoutbee software or the ATEM control software?
The Playout software, because we didn't.
Of course, I had to because I rebooted. It wasn't running.
Yeah.
It's working over on the B. I can start and stop it from the control, and the IP address is the same. But I go over into ATEM control software, and it says, the connect button is grayed out.
Oh, yeah. We moved the last digit, put another digit there, press connect, and then put in the right digit again. That's a weird bug.
To the wrong one first?
Yeah, because you can't connect to something that already you connected once. Because they've
has to clear the cache. Huh?
That's that.
Okay, there it is. All right, good. Thank you.
Tony, when you put the SD card in, the labels, the numbers go towards the bottom into your Pi. So turn your Pi upside down. If you can read the SD card, then put it in.
Yeah, also there was a great tip in the chat. if you use it for production, always bring it back up off the SD card.
And tip number
Yeah,
2,
Tony, that
try
looks
and
correct.
don't try and use the scroll wheel in the ATEM control software.
Jonas, I seem to only be able to get the second output to work on Firefox, not in Chrome on my Windows machine. And it doesn't seem to be looping the video. It just stops after a little bit. Is that a known bug or something else?
The second output isn't looping, but the normal one is looping.
Right, correct.
That might be a limitation of the browser.
Okay.
I'll look into that. Because most browsers, while they are good at playing a video, sometimes they are not good at playing a video when I wanted to play a video. Oh, yeah, that's it probably. I'll add something in for that.
Power first or HDMI first?
HDMI first and Ethernet if you have.
Now, let me ask you a question. What I'm doing is I'm taking the Ethernet cord that I actually have plugged into my ATEM Mini, and I'm going to take it out of the ATEM Mini and plug it into the Pi. Is that going to work?
I don't think so. I think you want to. Do you have the ATEM plugged into a
switch?
Into a switch?
The ATEM is plugged into.
Where's the Ethernet cord from the ATEM go, Tony?
Into my extender.
Oh, like the D-Link or something.
Or you have a power over Ethernet extender or something like that?
It's AT&T fiber extender.
Hey, he's got something weird on his desk.
Oh.
Tony, did you ever get that switch that goes to the wall?
I did not buy the switch. My wife's not gonna let me run the line through the living room.
So
It's like 4 feet.
Be saying happy birthday to her. Come on.
We'll sing her another song.
Yeah.
And
we'll threaten to keep singing songs until the Ethernet is installed.
I mean, we could just record it, put it on a Playoutbee, and play it as a loop.
In fact, we'll just start singing rounds, which will be even worse.
Rounds with latency.
Sea shanties.
Just in rounds and
add latency into rounds. That should be fun to listen to.
Yeah.
I want sea shanties.
Oh, I've got a few of those.
None that we should sing for Tony's wife.
Oh no, not at all.
Clean show.
Way hey and up she rises. Way hey and up.
Actually, I do have some that are youth protection safe. So
there we go.
I do have some of those.
Well, I think this was a pretty good experiment.
Yeah, Tony, to answer your question, I think, tell me if I'm wrong, Jonas, but I think he's kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. He can't control.
If this is the first time here, let me give you a little bit of an orientation.
Oh, what was that? You can't control the Playoutbee from the ATEM Mini without both being on the network at the same time.
Unless he goes on Wi-Fi.
Ken, that's
Well,
hilarious.
unless you feel free to talk Tony through how to configure Wi-Fi on his Playoutbee right now.
Tony, do you have a normal PC keyboard?
Do I have a normal? I'm sorry.
What type of keyboard do you have that you could attach to the Pi?
I have a regular Windows keyboard. A Dell
Okay, that's
keyboard.
perfect. So what you want to do now is connect the HDMI cable to the Playoutbee, to the Raspberry Pi, and to the ATEM.
Okay.
And then
One
we'll
more
power
time.
it on.
I'm sorry, Jonas. One more time, please.
So you should have an micro HDMI to HDMI cable in your box?
Yes.
And that one, and with using that cable, connect the Raspberry Pi and the ATEM Mini.
Okay, so there's two. Put it in 0 or 1.
Use 1.
Use 1.
On the paper, it says on the box, one nearest the power adapter, which is 0.
Okay. For me, that's 1. Looks like 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mickey, how are you still awake?
Yeah.
How do you do that?
He's young. He's young.
I'm young too, but I
laughter is
couldn't
the
do
best
that.
medicine.
Okay, HDMI is plugged in.
And did you insert the SD card?
SD card is plugged in.
Yes.
So now the next step is to plug in the power. And we'll see if it comes up on your ATEM Mini.
Keyboard
So we
plugged
know
in?
if it's working. Guys, did the video from the Oscars?
Yeah, and it's playing
That's
out on that other
amazing.
one. I just took out the card and stuck it in this one and plugged everything in, and it works. It's kind of funny though. I plugged the keyboard in, the external keyboard, when it already has a keyboard. So I'm like, why do I need 2 keyboards? It's working though.
I found one other anomaly. That is, if you're playing, I don't know if you can see my screen now. If you're playing a video, and then click on a different video while it's playing, it launches the new video, but it's in pause mode. So then you have to hit the play button to stop, and then the play button again to start it again. So it doesn't detect that it's moved to another video. It just pauses the Playoutbee, but the interface here says it's still playing, but it's not. So you gotta click there to stop it, click there to start it again. It'll, well, yeah, there it is.
Do you happen to know how a hyperdeck does it?
Yes, text communications, isn't it?
No, I mean what the behavior of a hyperdeck is if you select another clip. Does it just stop?
Yes, it just stops. It loads the new video.
Okay.
It loads
Yeah,
the new
I'll-
video in a freeze frame.
And
It's
it
not
stops.
running.
Okay. I add that it reflects it. Just a bit complicated because hyperdecks can't pause. At least.
Hyperdecks what?
They can't pause.
Can't pause. Oh yeah, true. There's no pause button in here, is there?
Yeah, they can just stop.
Cleverly enough. Oh, good. You can see my other controller there. So yeah, if I choose the other one, you see it switch over there, but now I hit play.
Pi
It
is
works.
powered.
It stopped, but it still says it's playing over here. And then you click it once, it hits stop, and again it plays. Curious.
Jonas, I was able to get the second output to keep playing, but basically I had to choose loop mode in the player of the browser. So I don't
That's
know if
strange.
the
I'll
A10
look into that.
Yeah, I don't. Just giving you more clues.
Yeah, second output is something I added because someone called me and was like, I need it this Sunday, and it was Friday. Yeah. So, yeah, I'll look into that. So, any questions? I can go. Tony, do you see? Did you see a flash of rainbow?
Yes, it showed some color and then it showed an image for a quick second.
Okay.
But now the screen is black.
Yeah, that's what we want. And now connect the keyboard to it so we can set up your Wi-Fi.
Jonas, I have it running on my 4000 perfectly.
That's amazing.
400, sorry.
I thought maybe you just have 10 of them.
I have about 8. I got 3 Raspberry 3s that are too slow. I've got 4 4s that are overheat, and now I have this 400.
Yeah, I happen to have a few Raspberry Pis. If you
Do you
look
have
at
any
my
issues
overhead.
with playing 24 frames a second? Because I'm playing this in 24 frames, and it's a little jerky. This is our resolve training.
What are you feeding the 24 frame material into? Like,
Into
how
the
are you
Raspberry
monitoring
Pi.
it? No,
Oh,
like the out.
this is actually going into NDI, so it's basically a pass through.
Yeah, NDI might not be doing the best job in terms of.
How are you
doing a
getting
pull.
it into NDI?
Well, this is the Pi. This is playing on the Pi right now.
And then going into what?
Well, that goes into a monitor, but I'm just passing it through NDI, so you can see it right now. So it goes into my switcher.
Okay.
So you think it? Because the 30 frames a second, it didn't look so jerky, but when it went 24, it just kind of started and stopped.
I mean,
not really started and stopped, but
Like,
slowed
what
down.
hardware is capturing?
Yeah, I guess
the
Yeah,
Pi
it's possible.
converts it.
I'll play it with couple different ways, and I still
And
haven't
for
hooked up the output on my Mini Pro to see how that
And
works.
for some reason, on the latest version of PiOS, frame rate is lower than. Yeah, it might be that they don't work as great for some reason. Maybe they just didn't test it.
So try to stick to 30 frames a second if possible.
Yeah, or try to actually set the Pi to 24 frames, because at the moment it's probably set to 50. That could also cause strange behavior. So Tony, were you able to escape the black screen?
What should I do to escape the black screen?
Alt and then the F4 key to close it.
You said Alt?
Yes.
Alt and number 4 key?
No, F4, function 4. It's the same on US keyboards, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
Just
pressing
checking.
Alt and the number 4.
No, Alt and then the function key 4.
Function 4, F4. But
F
you
is
might
the
have to look,
function.
if you're look on your function keys, if the F numbers are in blue, you might have to hold down a function key along with Alt before you hit the F4. It depends on how the keyboard boots up.
Let's see.
Sometimes
This
they
is an
put media
ancient
player
keyboard, so
keys
I'm
as
not
the
sure.
default.
It's all the function keys that are at the top of the keyboard, F1 through F12. You're looking for F4.
I'm pressing, nothing's happening.
Do you press both at the same time?
You said Alt and F4.
Yes. Press
Yes.
them at the same time.
Yes, nothing's happening.
And
Is it Alt or is it Opt?
on my keyboard, it's Alt F4.
Now remember, it's a Mac keyboard.
No,
He
this
said
is,
it's
this is a Dell keyboard.
Oh, it's a Dell keyboard. Never mind.
Can you show us the keyboard in your camera?
Oops. Came unplugged.
So can you show us the function keys? That's a bit too close. Can you back up a bit, please? That should work.
That's a standard.
Alt F4, and then you're still seeing nothing on the
It's
Pi.
black.
Try
Do you
unplugging
have-
the keyboard and plugging it back in again.
To unplug the keyboard and plug it back in?
Yeah, into the
from
Pi.
the Pi.
Oh, and maybe plug it into a USB port that is not blue.
Okay. It was in the blue port.
And while Tony does that, I can explain the settings a bit. Let's open up the settings page of Playoutbee and I'll walk you through. So clip folder is the address where all the videos are stored. Keep video keeps the video even after you delete it, and it actually doesn't allow you to delete it. I searched 2 hours for sometimes why a video
Say
isn't
stored,
deleting.
you mean stored on the Raspberry Pi?
Yes. Then electron output and electron control are legacy for another feature, always on top. Also isn't important right now, but will be, it will put the window on top of everything else soon. And blackout when pause determines if you want to get a black screen if you pause the video or you want to see the current frame. That's all the icons, the settings there are. Yeah, and there will be lots of settings soon.
And notice that if you have a video playing, when you bring up the settings screen, your mouse disappears.
What do you mean the mouse disappears?
I mean, I popped up the window, and as soon as the window popped up, I tried to move the mouse to click on something there, and I can't find my mouse icon. Oh, there it is up there.
Oh,
as soon as you move across the video, it hides it, and then it can't come back on.
Yeah, because you don't want to have a mouse on your video.
Obviously. Okay, so you got to find it before.
Yeah, on the image, it actually hides the mouse after, I think, 5 seconds of idle. But since you did the hard way, it doesn't hide it, and it only hides it on the video page.
I'm playing back Night of the Living Dead, downloaded from archive.org, and it's playing back
Courtney,
beautifully.
if you look on what you're sending out to Zoom, we see the mouse. So maybe that'll help.
Yeah, I'm using it as my backdrop right now. I put the file in Mukana too. You guys could download this. And it just took off the other way because it's looping on active speaker. But anyways, you could download that file if you want something to test on a loop.
Does it loop seamlessly?
Yeah, it's looping seamlessly. I've been watching it.
Any suggestions?
So, do you get a video output? Do you have any chance of attaching Ethernet to your Pi and the ATEM?
Yes. What I can do is I can switch the M1 to Wi-Fi and then take the Ethernet that's running into the M1 and then put that into the Pi.
Yeah, that should work. That will make things a bit easier.
Okay. All right, let me...
Can you only select the videos from your web interface, or when I'm in the media player, how do I switch to a different video?
Do you mean in the ATEM control?
In the ATEM control.
So let me bring that up. Yeah. A lot of people don't know how to do that since they never worked with a real hyperdeck. Let me switch.
And you froze, Jonas.
Am I moving again?
Nope.
That's strange. I see myself moving. How did I froze? That's strange. Because I saw myself in the Zoom preview. I saw
The
myself.
good news is I
moving.
found it. There's a little drop down arrow and your clips all show up there.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to show. That was strange.
I could show you. I could show it
Now,
if you want.
now you've got a black screen, Jonas. So you
Yeah,
may.
I see that. But in the Zoom client, I see myself. Now I'm showing up.
And you're
right?
back. Yeah.
That's strange. I don't want to have that happen. Why is Zoom doing that? Yeah, and one little trick. If you want to play audio files that are supported by the web standard, you can force Playoutbee to do so, and it will just work. If you press the plus icon, it will only allow you to select MP4s. But if you switch it to all files, you suddenly can select where, I think I have something in music. You can select audio files and upload it, and they will, oh, you didn't hear that, right? They will play. I can't play it to you.
So where is the audio level set on something that's playing out through a hyperdeck?
It isn't.
You'd have to control it through the ATEM.
Yeah.
Through whatever
Bring it
channel you
in
have
through
it
a
on.
Camera.
Yeah.
That camera on.
Camera on and audio on for that camera.
Gotcha. So since I've signed this Playoutbee to camera one, then the camera one audio is what controls it, the volume.
Yeah, it's writing your HDMI cable into camera one.
Gotcha.
The white cord, oh, you guys can't see it. The white cord is the Ethernet.
You need a wider lens on that camera there, don't you?
Let me see if I can change it.
Oh,
It's
good old
working
Looney
for
Tunes,
everyone.
Roscoe. What was that?
Except Tony. So we got it working for everyone except Tony right now, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, Staples didn't have the adapter, but
I still cannot connect it to my ATEM, but just get a failed to connect with an exclamation point. I don't know.
Well, did you?
That's so strange.
Yeah.
Can you share your screen so I just can see it? Sometimes, yeah.
If the host allows that.
Does the host allows that? Guy?
Yeah, I can do that. Let me see where.
Playing around and seeing that different videos can really affect the CPU of the Raspberry Pi. I've got this one, I don't know where I downloaded it, but it's really spiking the CPU on the Pi 98, 99% to play this one.
Give it a shot,
But
Thomas.
does it run smooth?
It does, yeah. It's running smooth. It just it's probably going to heat it up and warm it up a bit if I keep it.
Yeah, I mean, that graphic seems pretty complicated.
Yeah. It's almost like a fractal.
So you try to connect it to HyperDeck 3, right?
The first time, yeah.
Okay, try to remove the 1 and put a 2 there.
Put a 2 where?
At the IP address, remove the 1 and put a 2.
Change 101 to 102. Change 101 to 102.
And now connect, and that will fail.
Yep.
And now put 1 back.
Duplicate IP. Oh, read what it says, gentlemen.
Duplicate IP address here.
But where?
So what is that? The IP address of the
Pi.
Great Pi?
Yes.
Okay.
Your ATEM software is strange because where click on input. Oh, huh. That is how it should.
This is one of the originals, so latest firmware update.
Yeah. Can you show us the web interface you have open in the Chrome?
Chrome, not Firefox.
Yeah,
Oh.
it doesn't care.
Okay.
You just input the IP into there.
Oh. Or just the regular IP without the 3000?
Yeah, and then put it in the address bar. You're searching for it, you need to put it in the address bar. And in the address bar, you have to add again the port. No, colon and then 3000 and see if it connects. So it seems the IP is not working.
Yeah.
When I hooked it up to my other, on the monitor, it seems to pop up with that. And I double checked the IP address and it came up with that as well.
Were you able to connect to the web control at some point?
Yes.
Try to, I mean, I would just say try to reboot the Pi again, because now even the web interface doesn't show up. That's pretty strange. If you don't get it working today, just send me an email. And
Yeah,
we'll
I'm not
figure it out.
concerned. I've gotten
Also,
this far
Steve,
with it.
Yeah, if you're not using DHCP, it could be something else is assigned to that 101 address, and it's coming up a duplicate address. If you're using manual IP instead of DHCP.
I mean, you could try, do you have access to your router to see the IP address in there?
Not quickly.
Okay. One last thing you could try is to just put Playoutbee and then colon 3000 to see if it connects that way.
Right in the top bar here.
Yeah, Playoutbee. Then colon 3000.
Don't you need to?
You're
And now
missing a
press
Y
enter.
there.
You need a Y and play. Hit enter. Just hit enter.
Right there?
No, just hit enter.
Right there. Hit enter. No, it's not hooked up. You know, it's not.
I would think that there's some problem within your network.
The power just went on my Playoutbee front, so that has something to do with it.
I would. Do you still see something on the Playoutbee screen? Because my best guess is that for some reason your network doesn't allow the. Maybe try again pressing Alt and F4 if that worked for you to see the IP address on the Playoutbee again. Because I think the IP address changed or something.
There was a /24 behind that address. I don't know if that makes any difference.
No, that shouldn't make a difference. Tony, do you have it connected now?
Yes, it's been connected for a minute.
So just, yeah, let's just try it. Maybe we have luck. Type into your Chrome browser Playoutbee. Oh no, start the Raspberry Pi. Or is it already started?
it's powered up. Do I need to unplug it?
No, perfect. Let's leave it there. Type into the address of your Chrome browser or Safari or whatever you use, Playoutbee:3000 /control.
Okay.
Or is it a normal slash? I think it's a normal slash.
I'm going to use Chrome. And you said go to the browser.
What is John doing? Playoutbee isn't water resistant.
I'm just doing a play out, hopefully.
Yeah, I was confused why suddenly there's water.
We have a good view of his back, and we have a black screen.
Hey, Thomas, can I go ahead and kill your screen share? What are you working on now? Is it Tony? Where you at, Tony?
Yeah.
Okay.
So in the media player, can you scrub forward easily, or does it all just real time?
No, just don't try it. I mean, in theory, you can use the.
Never try and scrub an H.264 file. You'll regret it.
Yeah, you can. Oh, that's scary. If you switch to the speed mode in the media player settings of the ATEM, you can actually play it in half pace or in faster pace, but you can't play it reverse. That doesn't work. And yeah, but you can't scrub it yet.
Okay.
I
Oh,
apologize.
looks like you got it, huh?
No problem.
I just need the information again. I have the Chrome browser up.
Okay, and then input into the address field, the top one, Playoutbee:3000, and then /control.
Okay, am I doing that on the M1 or am I trying to do it on the Raspberry Pi?
On the M1.
Okay. All right. One more time.
Playoutbee. And then :3000.
You said colon?
Yeah, the 2 points stacked on each other. You called it colon, right?
Colon, yes. Colon. Not to be confused with cologne.
As in colonoscopy.
With those $7?
So what did you put? That doesn't seem right. Type in Playoutbee:3000 /control.
Or we can put it in Mukana again.
Yeah.
You want me to get it from Mukana?
Yeah. Just click the. Let's see where it is. So where's the link?
That's the resolve one.
So Jonas, I do have two outputs. What does the second output command do?
With that, you can open it in the browser, in any web browser, but it seems it's not working right at the moment.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Where do we have the link?
I just reposted it in Mukana. Playoutbee:3000. No problem.
Thank you, Lou. keeps going to the actual link. It's not letting me copy it.
Yeah, you can go to the link. Yeah, there it is. It worked. Yeah,
It worked.
Someone with a normal network. And yeah. So you installed Playoutbee. Everything is working now. You can press the add sign to upload a video.
The plus sign.
On the web page. Then select any MP4 H.64 file on your PC and you should be able to upload it.
Looks like your video froze again, Jonas.
Why? Time for an 8 mini extreme ISO, I think. Do you see me now?
No, you froze again, Jonas.
I froze, or do you see?
You have your now. Now I see your name. Now I see a blank screen.
Or gray.
Yeah.
Let's see if it lets me come back.
We see you talking, but we don't see video image.
You see me talking? Or do you mean here?
Yes, and you're highlighted as if you're highlighted. The little highlight jumps to you as if you had a camera on, but since you don't have a camera on, it doesn't switch to you.
My Zoom just crashed and reloaded.
Mine just did the same thing. I was wondering if I was. Yeah,
It wasn't just. Yeah, it wasn't just me.
No,
Maybe they just came out with a
mine
new
stayed
Mac
solid,
version.
guys.
Yeah.
Why am I not surprised?
Wow, what's that?
So we may have created a monster. Just think of it now. How many people we have playback decks now?
Thank you all for your patience. Good evening, good morning, good night, and I have to take off.
All right.
Yeah, message me either via Discord or email. We'll figure it out.
I'm sure you can handle it. We can handle it. Thank you.
Yeah. Why are people? Why are
Can
you
you guys
still
see
not
that?
seeing me?
We absolutely can, Tony.
So Jonas, my small files play very smoothly, but my very large 25-minute file begins to get very jerky.
Huh. That's strange.
That's the start of the dive, but as soon as we go into the water.
John, mine's an hour and 27 minutes, and it's running perfect.
Okay. It's something at my end.
Yeah, I'll do some testing again. Oh, you see me now.
Yes, we
You
can.
see me?
Yes, we can.
Oh. I mean, the bad part about that bug in Zoom was that I was still seeing me move in my preview.
But you just froze again.
Froze again.
I'm still seeing me. Oh, that's so annoying. Need to transfer my Zoom
everybody.
client to the cloud.
Yeah. So Jonas, is there a CLI for this?
Hi.
For this thing?
Oh, not yet. But that's why the next version takes so long, because I'll open up everything.
I'm just curious because I was thinking about how I would use this with Memo Live going straight in, not through my ATEM, but through my video capture card.
Yeah. There will be more APIs in the next version. That's why it takes so long.
Okay, not a problem. Just a curiosity question.
How's that version coming, Jonas?
Let me put it this way. I rewrote it twice. Now I'm on the way to finish it actually, and yeah, it was finished, but then I decided I want developers to have all the access I can give them. So now I doing more checks for types and wrong formats that you could give me, and then it should be ready soon.
Jonas, is there a possibility of having the dual HDMI out to do alpha key and fill?
That is a feature that is in the research phase.
That would be amazing. You guys were great today. I've been in the background this whole time, and I just want to thank all of you for getting the kits and stuff. I have my can of kit sitting here next to me, but I've been in and out all day. And you got the nice case there, Jonas, I see.
Yeah, I got all the cases.
That was great. I love this community.
Jonas, did you say there's a link to the Windows version? Because I have this even smaller than a Raspberry
You will get
Pi.
a link to the Windows version when it's done.
Okay.
With the next version.
Hit me up on the Discord.
Well, I think that was a
We all
pretty
have case envy now, but we've seen your new fancier case, Jonas, with the full-size HDMI.
Yeah, that one is pretty cool.
He showed us that last time.
Yeah, I know, but now that I build it, now I want it. Now that I see it.
Yeah.
Well, this was a pretty amazing thing, Chuck. I think you were doing it from an observer point of view. How did it play out for you? Was it fun to watch us all go back and forth?
It was very fun to watch you all. That's why I just raised my hand right now. I wanted to come on and say thank you.
Real quick. Zoom.
I can see you.
Crashed on me. Again. I got the same notification that you
just locked again.
What's locked? Oh, the questions in the Makana?
No,
Jonas is locked. He's been having issues.
Zoom storm.
Yeah, mine just locked up too.
Uh-oh. It's probably going around.
Yeah, I was wondering. I saw it getting chunky. I wasn't. I thought maybe it was me.
There's a rift in the space-time continuum.
Yes.
Do you see and hear me now?
Yes.
Zoom just crashed twice.
My guess is Zoom rolling out updates on a Saturday midday is probably more likely to be going on.
Or maybe they never tested 8-hour-long continuous meetings.
Trust me, they have. But I don't see anything on down detector. Down detector seems clean.
But it's strange that we all had problems.
Yeah. I've done 10-hour ones, so I could.
Yeah. One thing I forgot to turn, we turned it off for the other show or whatever, but I locked the questions. So the next thing that could have happened that we probably could have gotten questions is people coming in from Makana asking questions, watching. So there's a bunch of us up here that are looking at it. We didn't have that open just because I made a user error. So, but you could see how we could have 10 or 20 people doing it. Other people maybe just don't turn their cameras on, might be following along. Everybody's asking questions. It's kind of interesting. I see doing more Raspberry Pi, but also like Arduino projects. Okay, everybody order an Arduino, and we'll put something together, even if it was just like Ready Play, or Hello World Arduino projects. Turn the LED on and have us all with little wiring stuff up, and then soldering, that type of thing.
And if we could set up a breakout room for people who have known problems, and they get a little team to help them, because there were certain.
I think you're right. I think that if we don't have it in the webinar, we should switch it over to the rooms so that you can have breakout rooms where we could have people who it doesn't even have to be Jonas. It could be anybody. Just I'll peel off and work with you and have people just work together on it rather than you have a couple rooms that are just a couple people can wander off and do that.
Yeah, Roscoe and I were having the same problem, and then we worked it out together.
Right.
Well, not together. He's in Southern California, but that's close enough.
Exactly. Well, it's kind of cool. We built playout systems on Raspberry Pis from scratch in like 4 or 5 continents, over video. And you can really see the power of, especially when everyone has multi-camera. We're sitting there doing close-ups and wides and things and talking about it and cutting through it. We
may have created a monster, Alex. Just think of all the playbacks people are going to be doing now.
Yeah, that's the next step, is to use a virtual VPN to control my playback from your location.
Exactly. That'll be the next thing. So yeah, I think it was a very thanks for Jonas and Guy and everyone else who thought this was I don't remember who came up with the idea. That's what I remember. Like, hey, let's do this, and let's give this a shot, and it's a very, very successful test.
I think we have to credit Guy. He and I were talking on the phone about this, and you said.
And we also have to thank Mickey, who stayed up late. And
Mickey.
He just pulled it all together, because at the start of office hour, we didn't know what we want to do, I think. At least I was like a bit clueless, and Mickey pulled it all together. And he's the reason why we all have multicams on multiple accounts, because I was like, hey, do you want it on multiple accounts so you can switch the show? And I think that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Mickey's note to me is, who's running the show? And I said, there's a show.
Hey, Alex, there might be another Raspberry Pi demo incoming within the next couple of weeks.
Great.
Something that will do this.
Oh, nice. Very good.
Yeah. So
nice.
It's in the work, and
the Piostrator.
Yeah.
So Piostrator. That's great. That's awesome.
I like that a lot.
Yeah.
How much are we going to have to buy to get that to work?
Well, we have a Pi
not working yet, so we'll see.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, very good. Well, everybody have a good Saturday or Sunday wherever you are in the world. Really well done. Very interesting.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, so that was
and
great.
A lot of people sticked around till the end, which is really cool. Thanks you all for watching, even if we had some hiccups.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And the only question I have, now being 8 hours in office hours, where's the Zoom fatigue coming from?
I know.
You got to read.
Jonas, when you look at me straight in the eye, it really bothers me. What can I say?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we can always reserve to this.
Yeah, there you go.
But Jonas, thank you for, in fact, the software, because without that, this wouldn't have happened.
Yes.
So.
Thank you.
That's awesome. All right. Have a good one. It was a great experiment.
Can I just say something
bye-bye.
before we go?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Tony.
I want to say thank you so much for allowing me to bring up the rear. I really appreciate you guys hanging in there with me. I have a lot of fantastic use cases for this with my small church. So
That's
you
great.
guys have helped me out immensely. You don't even know how much you've helped me once I can streamline and get the wiring and networking and everything working out properly.
Perfect.
Well, just keep posting questions if you have anything else on Discord, or even just in the mornings. Just if we're working through it, we got a bunch of people now that know how to do it.
Thanks again.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Tony.